The token in Kaori's hand was known as Ancestor's Command. Every clan was given 3 regardless of rank. A command given forth with the use of this token was to be followed on penalty of death with few restrictions. There weren't even records of when this token was used last, yet it had appeared here once more. From this day forth, the Supreme Kitsune clan will go into seclusion. When next we see the light, the world will know of our strength. If Dian had known about the happenings of the Kitsune clan, he would have known that a formidable opponent had stepped up to the plate. This singular move by Kaori rendered all of Dian's plans for the 3 Kitsune geniuses absolutely useless. In fact, even when the Kitsune clan reappeared in the world, they would never welcome Aki, Masako, and Jin back, not without proper precautions. What all of this did prove was that the Shruti would likely be wholly unprepared. In Dian's estimation, it was unacceptable for the Shruti to not have known that such a large number of elders of the Kitsune were making a move, but this was the truth of matter. They had no idea. While the infrastructure of the Kitsune was terrible, the Shruti were even worse. The consequences of such a thing would become very obvious almost too soon for recovery. That said, Dian wasn't thinking about any of this, yet, somehow pursuing the perfect solution toward said problem. This wouldn't be in time to help against the Kitsune, but it would certainly be in time to deal with similar situations in the future. Much to Stella's disgust, Dian was rodent hunting. What the hell do you mean you want to catch them? Stella looked at Dian as though she was staring down a madman. Despite being a whole head shorter, one might think she was actually taller than this uncle of hers. I mean exactly what I said. Dian continued to grin. At this point, even Sarid began to frown. Uncle, those rodents are common grade beasts. How could they possibly be useful? They're just a waste of space and energy. It's better to kill them all. Sarid felt odd calling Dian godfather, so he settled for calling him uncle just like Stella. However, his words weren't any less true. Within the mortal realm, a normal animal like a cat or dog wouldn't be considered even lower common grade in the martial world. Of course, all of those normal animals were now extinct, but this was beside the point. What Stella and Sarid disdained as common grade beasts could rival bear from the mortal realm if they were of the lower common grade. A middle common grade beast could defeat a grizzly bear easily. These common grade rodents had about the power of a foundation stage expert, with their kings having broken into the meridian formation stage. By all rights, Stella and Sarid were right. This was far too useless. For now. The moment Dian saw the vat of celestial hamster blood, an idea bloomed in his mind like an uncurable infestation. If he could implement this properly, achieving the task his master set out for him wouldn't be impossible. According to the lore of the martial world, no singular man had ever risen from no clan to an emperor god clan in a single lifetime. The man who had come closest, the demon sage, failed at the last step due to the scheming of his enemies. Of course, the demon sage had his own treasures to rely on, that being the demon sage tower. It was a war machine built for the transcendent plane. To say it was helpful was to sell it short. However, Dian's help far outstripped this. Not only would he have the demon sage tower, but the treasure of the Jafari. If King Mino wasn't lying about its abilities, Dian could quite literally cry tears of joy. I can't explain it to you now, but you'll understand in the future. Prepare me a map of the dens you do know of, I'll handle the rest. Seeing Dian's certainty, the two could only sigh and comply. Stella herself was in a far happier mood after learning that her father's actions over the past few years were under the influence of a curse. A massive weight had been lifted off of her shoulders, so how could she have the heart to squabble with Dian over some rodents? However, just as the two were about to go and retrieve the map Dian asked for, they stopped in their tracks, completely mesmerized by the sight they were seeing. At the center of the throne room, Dian floated in the air cross-legged, a warm and happy smile lighting his face as his eyes shone with a fierce gold. Miniature arrays blossomed into the room, filling it with beautiful sparkles of light. Stella's eyes shone. Beautiful! Dian's happiness seemed to make the universe clap in elation. The truth of the matter was that although Dian had broken into the Saint Realm, due to the universe's anger, it hadn't even helped him fill a single meridian. Not even 10% of his first meridian had saint energy within it. Yet, the universe seemed to forget it was angry with Dian the moment his delved into a one with world state. After the hooded avatar was destroyed by his mask, Dian suddenly felt that he had gained understanding of not only its realm, but the subsequent sword avatar's realm. One with world was the 8th stage of the intent realm, but was often the most misunderstood and neglected. In fact, one of the benefits to mastering a supreme law is that this state becomes open to you before reaching the 8th intent realm. With a supreme law, this realm is accessible from the very first intent stage. Before, Dian had only noticed this one with world sense have an impact on his 6th sense, long before he entered the celestial realm with his soul. However, this feeling had disappeared later on and he soon forgot about it. However, the near-death experience given to him by the hooded avatar showed him just how profound this state could be. What had been the point of the trial? Every weapon before it seemed to have some profound teaching related to momentum and resonance. But wouldn't understanding the momentum and resonance of all things lead you to that perfect one with world state, where you could meld into the world so well that you would just disappear? By the end of it all, half a day had passed and Dian had unknowingly filled Belmont Palace to the brim with refreshing pill aromas that could make one's mouth water. However, Stella and Sarad's lips were perpetually twitching. Firstly, was it even human to create so many tons of practitioner-grade pills from thin air? Secondly, why were the worst of them only of 90% purity? Thirdly, were those the legendary reinforced pills they were seeing? Pills that gave off rings of light and called down heavenly chimes? But even worse, you spent all this time making snacks for beasts? Stella felt like fainting when the palace alchemists charged in to identify these works of art, only to find out that such artistry was used on beast-nurturing pills. Dian awoke from his stupor to find several million beast-nurturing pills lying around him. He couldn't help but scratch the back of his head in embarrassment. He hadn't meant to make this much, he just lost himself in the moment. When he thought about it, though, considering the birth rate of rodents, it's likely that he would need this many. Although celestial hamsters had strikingly low fertilities, that was because they were already an evolved species. The far lesser members of their race had no such problem. With one sweep of his hands, the millions of brown, fragrant pills disappeared into the demon sage pill room. After all, as a war machine, how could it not have one? Not only could it store several times this number of pills, it could also stop their medicinal efficacy from decreasing. Young master, a purple-robed alchemist with a head of violet hair interrupted by streaks of white stepped toward Dian with large, blinking eyes. No, Grandmaster, elder of the highest esteem. Please take me as your disciple. Stella and Sarad choked on air. Alchemists, especially the ones of the Belmont family, were arrogant beyond belief. Even Stella, their very own princess, had to beg and plead for a single pill. Yet, half a dozen of them were groveling before Dian? Dian raised an eyebrow. My disciple? How old are you and what is your level of proficiency? The 6 alchemists, especially the one who spoke, coughed in embarrassment. Just a few hundred years old. Master level. They replied softly. Stella snorted. More like several thousand. She would never miss an opportunity to get these old bastards back. Xianxia, you wouldn't forget about your niece, would you? Seeing Stella's shameless change in demeanor, Sarad couldn't help but back away with a disgusted look on his face. But when he thought back to his uncle casually gifting him a spiritual-grade weapon, he realized that maybe he was being a bit bougie. Dian chuckled at Stella's antics, rubbing her hair. Sure. Just tell me what kind of pills you need. Stella's eyes brightened. I need 10,000 essence condensing pills, 10,000 blood purifying pills, and 10,000 flame tempering pills. Oh, and my dad's master also said one's soul is very important for flame mastery, so can I have 10,000 soul foundation pills too? She knew with how busy Dian's schedule was, him becoming her personal alchemist was impossible, so she immediately planned ahead, asking for so many pills shamelessly. The surrounding alchemists nearly fainted in anger. How could one ask so many things of a grandmaster so easily? Essence condensing pills were a simple enough matter. They simply helped one increase the efficiency of cultivating essence energy. These pills are the reason geniuses of large clans can cultivate so quickly. But even the Belmont Palace had a scarcity of these pills and could only provide Stella with 3 a month. Yet she asked for 10,000. Even worse, blood-purifying pills are essential for any body cultivator. It not only reduced the pain of the body path, but also sped up one's body cultivation as well. In fact, even taking on a 50% purity could add several hundred gene of strength to a martial warrior at a time. Blood-purifying pills of high enough efficacy were even known as marrow-cleansing pills that could even expel a certain percentage of impurity within the body. Although it was only a small amount, it couldn't be underestimated. In addition to all of this, blood-purifying pills were only spoken of briefly in Belmont lore. They didn't even have the full recipe anymore. Flame-tempering pills were yet another step up. In fact, they were nothing but legend. Flames were innate. Whether they had characteristics or not were decided at birth. But it was possible to increase the grade of one's flame. If one then reached a certain level of enlightenment, birthing a characteristic into the world wasn't entirely impossible. This flame-tempering pills were spoken about in ancient texts Amethyst left behind for the Belmont family. The truth was that the Belmont family had flames with innate characteristics, but their bloodlines were so weak that they couldn't evoke them. The secret to unlocking this ability were flame-tempering pills. While essence-condensing pills and blood-purifying pills were of the practitioner grade, flame-tempering pills were comic-grade pills. Yet she asked for 10,000. To top all of this off, she asked for Soul Foundation pills? These were pills that even Sapientia Quadrant didn't have. They essentially had the ability to gift innate souls to those without and even expand the mind's eye. They were moon-grade pills. Normal individuals would even know the names of these pills. Stella only happened to understand them due to the Belmont archives. Considering they were the personal records of Amethyst, they were deep and all-inclusive. It was no wonder the 6 alchemists almost fainted in anger. However, Diane only laughed. I can easily give you 1,000,000 essence-condensing pills and blood-purifying pills. But have some mercy on your uncle. How about this? I'll give you 10 flame-tempering pills and 1 Soul Foundation pill. Hearing these words, the alchemists that were already on the verge of going crazy passed out directly. Stella jumped up happily hearing Diane's words, planting a wet kiss on his cheek. She really was every bit the spoiled little girl she was pretending to be. Don't worry, Sarid, I won't forget about you. Diane chuckled when he saw Sarid sulking in a corner. Hey, that's not fair. You already gave him spiritual-grade battle axes. He's been flaunting them in front of me for weeks. Stella pouted. Diane pondered for a moment. How about this? You're both essence gatherers and more than powerful enough to deal with the rodents. You're just too lazy to. We'll do a competition. For every foundation stage rodent you catch, I'll give you a pill of your choice up to the master grade. For every meridian formation stage rodent you catch, I'll give you a pill of your choice up to the grandmaster grade. Foundation stage rodents will be worth 1 point and meridian formation rodents will be worth 2 points. You can exchange 10 points for any peak common grade technique I have in my arsenal. You can exchange 100 points for any earth grade technique I have. After all, you'll be saints soon, no? Diane smiled meaningfully. Sarid and Stella looked at Diane wide-eyed. Earth grade techniques? Even peak common grade techniques were scarce in the Belmont Palace. This uncle of theirs was too nice. Seemingly thinking of something, Diane brought out the twins and the 4 celestial beast babies. Take the Demon Sage Tower with you. Diane allowed a miniature tower to appear in Stella's hands. You can place the rodents inside of it when you capture them. Don't worry, the tower spirit will handle where they go. Stella and Sarid were still standing in a daze, looking from Diane to the tower and back. They didn't even have eyes for the 4 baby beasts that suddenly appeared to cling to him. Uncle, wait! A familiar voice suddenly filled the hall as Aoife rushed in. Let me help too. You'll reward me too, right? Diane laughed. The more the merrier. Remember though, the tower can record everything that happens, so don't think of cheating your uncle. Okay. The 3 teens nodded yes like pecking chickens, eager to go. By the time Diane opened his mouth to tell them to be careful, they had already disappeared into the distance, laughing like mad. They didn't even greet Mia and Bella. How are you guys? Diane asked the twins, fielding the various licks and tugs the baby beasts inflicted upon him. Clearly, they missed him very much. We should be asking you that, Bella said with a pout. You suddenly sent us away so far, so quickly? Diane sighed. I had no choice. After I brought Aki out and sent him back into the tower, if I hadn't sent you guys away and into the distance, the tribulation would have attacked you too. Mia and Bella looked toward Diane with concern. It seemed that his martial path would always be rife with dangers. He always somehow jumped from one life-ending danger to another without break. They already had this impression despite only following him for about a year. His life really was too troublesome. You guys relax. Ree and Clara should be showing those teens around. You could be good friends with them, after all, they're about your age. I'll take care about the beast babies for now, Diane said with a smile, rubbing Shear's head. He felt kind of bad. It was his job to form a bond with these beast babies, yet they spent far more time with Mia and Bella than him. All right. The twins left to explore the palace, arm in arm. Diane laughed to himself. It seemed the Belmont Palace had become less of a royal clan's home and more of a tourist destination. Picking up Bybee and Shear, he placed them within his shirt. Sun hopped from shoulder to shoulder like he usually did, while Lin Lin sat on his head, retreating into her beautiful black shell. Diane felt an odd sense of comfort around them. In the distance, he heard the faint yet uproarious laughter of King Mino speaking with King Belmont. It seemed that he had come here with Aoife. Diane sighed. Still so many things to deal with. First, let's deal with Planet Deimos and Naiad. Over the next few days, that was exactly what Diane did. The situation was more complex than he thought, so he had no choice but to put in a bit of extra effort. Diane was working under the impression that the Kitsune could send another batch of experts at any time. He was now taking into account their stupidity. He had no way of knowing that they had sealed their borders, causing an uproar in the martial world. Unfortunately, there were no Sapientia relay stations here, so not only could he not communicate with Madeline using their necklaces, he also wasn't up to date on the news. Instead, Diane spent his days sorting out the rebellions from the remainder of the Amen clan on planet Deimos. He slaughtered those who were too far gone, placed seals within those who were risks, and gave rewards to those who adapted to the changing times. After taking a stock of resources planet Deimos had and drawing a map of them using his divine sense, he finally felt good enough to leave and head to planet Naiad. Luckily, planet Naiad was far easier to handle. After all, it was Patieniva's home planet. After reuniting with his wife, he had returned to set his home on the right path and had long since dealt with the Clyte clan. So, after a simple conversation with Delia's father, planet Naiad too began preparing for the migration. Later that week, Diane stood above the former home of Elven Island and sighed. He wanted to save the island, but he didn't know how. Not only did he not understand any earth will, he didn't understand water will either. And the worst part was that even if he did, it still wouldn't save the island. After months of being submerged in salt water, the ancient trees that once filled it would likely be dead by now. As for the important artifacts, his father-in-law had long since dealt with moving them away. Much to his relief, Ms. Everdene's coffin was found intact along with Jade's kneeling statue. Aside from this, those within the Academy pocket dimension were saved as well. In fact, that had led to a confrontation with Madeline's former master that made Diane chuckle. It turned out that she had been pestering Uncle Acacia for years, but he still continued to ignore her. In the end, she became so stubborn that she shoehorned herself into becoming a teacher at Acacia Academy. Although Diane could laugh about her now, there was a point when he would have loved nothing more than to kill her with his own hands. After all, she had tried to keep Madeline from him and almost killed Ree with her own hands. But with every day that passed, he seemed to find himself caring less and less about matters of the past. There would never be a point where he would treat Madeline's former master as one of his family, even if Uncle Acacia forgave her. But that didn't mean he needed to constantly harp on her shortcomings. She had lost an outstanding disciple and the man she loved was freezing her out. What more punishment could Diane add on to that? Thinking to this point, Diane couldn't help but remember the holy princess who was currently still being tortured alongside matriarch Niveus. She probably didn't deserve such a thing, especially since it had already been almost 2 years since then now. Diane's stubborn side flared up at that thought. If she had managed to kill me, how many years of pain would my loved ones suffer? All because she was impulsive and believed herself to be the law of the universe. In Diane's estimation, there was very rarely anyone truly pure. What reason did he have to believe in the benevolence of some bullshit holy ark? He cared even less for the people who stood on its deck. The way that Holy Princess just arbitrarily decided to kill him because of something she thought was right just shows how easily corruptible such an organization was. Who was she to decide his life and death? And even if she felt she had the right to pass judgment, then he too had the right to choose whatever punishment he deemed fit. As Diane was lost in thought, a familiar blue streak of light crossed the skies to come by his side. "Are you going to come in with me?" Ree asked after a moment of silence. Diane shook his head. "I have a feeling that nothing made by an elf could ever harm you. You don't need me to help you past the ancient game that guards their tombs." "And what will you do?" "It's about time I went to receive the remaining half of the Demon Sage's legacy. My body cultivation is too lacking. Do you remember what I asked of you too?" Diane glanced at the silver blue-haired beauty to his side. Ree rolled her eyes. "Yes, father," she said sarcastically. Diane grinned. "Say that again, I like the sound of it. Don't say such vulgar things in front of the babies." Ree flicked his forehead before descending from the skies slowly. "Don't worry, I'll handle the Xianxia clan matter well. They won't know where we've gone, nor will they be able to step into this universe again." Diane nodded. "Whether I succeed or not, I'll be back within 3 years for the Golden Flame Mystical World's opening. In the meantime, don't do anything that'll cause me to unleash a massacre." Ree giggled lightly, looking back toward her husband with a loving glint in her eye. "I've been thinking about taking up the Water Mist sect on their offer." Diane felt a little reluctance in his heart when he heard this. After all, Chrysanthemum had a solid foundation within that sect, and there were likely numerous elders who were fond of her. Re-entering such a sect was akin to entering a lion's den. "Madeline will give you the Golden Flame Quadrant. Clara has given you the financial stability you need, not to mention the means to cripple the Sapientia. For all I know, Amphory is already a ruling over several quadrants of her own. And Evangeline is already a half-step transcendent." Ree paused, biting her lips slightly. "I too want to give you something. I too want to help my man stand at the peak of world." The pang of a sharp pain pierced Diane's heart. Ree had lost her own sense of self pursuing a path to helping him. He wouldn't be able to forgive himself if it happened again. Diane descended from the skies and took Ree into his arms. He didn't have a one-liner that could change Ree's mind, nor did he have the perfect formula to cure her thoughts. But he was clear about the feeling in his heart. Even if his wives could give him nothing but a smile, he would be content. "Little Faglace." Diane paused before snorting. When I get back, I'm going to put a baby in all of you. We'll see if you dare to move around then." Ree's light laughter uplifted the gloomy atmosphere. With a final soft punch to Diane's chest, she disappeared into the water below. Diane silently watched as the water below finally calmed its ripples. Before, Diane would have never thought of having a child. Not until he had stabilized everything. He didn't want to have a son or daughter that only understood the fires of war and the pain of loss. He wanted something better for them. Plus, he wanted to stay by their side until they, at the very least, became adults before his eyes. He understood the loss of a parent, but he also understood the absence of a live parent was sometimes far worse. With how Diane's life was now, he sometimes didn't see his wives for several years at a time. How could he put a child through that? However, the Jafari clan treasure had given him a new hope. With it, maybe, just maybe, he could lead a normal life once in a while. "I hope you succeed soon, Zabia." Diane looked off into the distance. Zabia and the disciples of Heaven's Wine were likely fighting their own battle. It had been more than half a decade since they set off. In fact, Diane was still within his trial at the time. Yet, they still weren't back. Diane could only hope that nothing had happened to them. Over the next few weeks, Diane made his last bits of preparation. He decided to leave the twins with Clara. He made years' worth of beast nurturing and various other beast growth-related pills, while also diligently guiding his nieces and nephews. He gave Clara a few hundred barrels of celestial beast blood to help the growth of the youth and also left the Jade Queen Bee's honey with her as well. "I'm not a leader," Clara said with a pout when she noticed Diane dumping all these responsibilities on her. She didn't have the patience or temperament for such things, and Diane definitely knew this. Diane kissed her forehead lightly. "There's nothing my Clara can't do. Don't be silly." Afterward, Diane proceeded to enter seclusion to concoct the rewards he promised to those soul-rending peak and the various sub-peaks. Before he left, he had only made enough for a few months, but now he made 10 years' worth in one fell swoop. Then, he diligently forged disciple robes for each and every member. He was a bit clumsy at first as this was his first time forging. Before, it had been Clara who did it. But he soon seemed to fall into a steady pace as a smile once more bloomed on his handsome features. The scene of him sweating over a hot furnace was one that the Mortal Clan teenage girls insisted on watching, much to Kedar's rage. When he finally finished soul-rending peak matters, Dian had a long 3-day meeting with Maying. Although there were only 6 habited planets with soul-rending peak, the truth was that any given universe actually had several million habitable planets. It was just a matter of how many were feasible to maintain. Under Dian's guidance, he pointed out 4 more planets to add to this formation of 6. Not only did he go through plans he had for each one, he also laid out plans for clan and sect allocations. Migration wasn't a simple matter to handle. He had to make sure to make every clan seem as though they were being accepted, while not stepping on the toes of those clans already there. After dealing with matters of Soul Rend Quadrant and the allocations of various clans and sects, not mention resources, Dian could only depressingly watch his funds deplete. If he pushed any harder, they would be in the red. Dian sighed to himself. If he had some capital, he could use his Dao formation puppets. At that point, would he be afraid of some bullshit Kitsune clan? Of course not, he'd directly sweep through their forces. However, a single Dao stone was worth 1,000,000 celestial stones, which was 1,000,000,000 saint stones, and a single Dao stone would only power 1 puppet for a few seconds. Who could bear such a cost? Dian's entire profit from the Sapientia News Network was only between 10 and 20 Dao stones a month. Such a sum was astronomical at lower level, but pitifully small for what Dian needed. He missed the days when he was swimming in Dao stones. Unfortunately, that had all been invested into the creation of the Internet. Thinking to this point, Dian and Maying reached the crux of their meeting. Dian's money-making machine and Maying's masterpiece, Celestial Deer Corner. Currently, Dian didn't have the power to confidently allow others into his quadrant. This meant that revenue from tourism was out of the question. Unfortunately, this also meant that their money-making opportunities would be limited to those of the Saint Floor as well. However, there was nothing that could be done about this. That said, every clan's foundation was their younger generation. The clans ranked 70 and below all flooded their money towards Sapientia Corner. But what if Dian could gain business from clans ranked far above 70? What if his goods were that enticing? The key to this second money-making plan after the Sapientia News Network was to build a world wonder within Celestial Deer Corner. With Maying here, Dian was confident that the attraction of Celestial Deer Corner would be among the greatest in existence. Then, when he started cornering the niche markets he had noted after his visit to Sapientia Quadrant, the money would start to flood in. When the meeting ended, Maying skipped out with a happy expression on her face, but Dian was even more sunken. Looking at the budget Maying allocated to complete her tasks, he felt like a corpse had crawled into his body. Dian sighed, looking toward Clara's gloating expression. It's time to move forward with Phase 2 of the Internet. Hearing Dian's words, Clara nodded seriously. As long as the Sapientia agreed, their profits would increase tenfold, potentially 100-fold. As Dian was finally preparing to leave toward Chaos Universe, an uproar was blazing through the martial world, unbeknownst to him. The first bit of news sounded the death of former head Void and the instatement of his son, Kaori Void, as the new head of the Kitsune clan. How this news became public knowledge was truly baffling, especially considering the fact that Kaori sealed the clan and recalled all youths in training back. Even Kaori would have been stunned to know that this had somehow become common knowledge. However, with a bit of thought, he would have understood exactly how this happened. In the end, it was too late to stop the spread of news. The death of a clan head from a top 30 quadrant wasn't anything to ignore. However, Kaori's swift actions stopped the Shirdi from being able to take advantage. All Kitsune withdrew from the tower, returning to their home quadrant and stopping the enemy's ability to use them as leverage or spies for their clans. After this, the Kitsune withdrew their armies from gates that bordered their and the Shrudi's territory. According to reports, instead of fighting for gates, Kaori directly commanded the release of all tower ownerships but one. On the surface, this move seemed stupid, but even Aritzia Sapientia's eyes glowed with a fierce light when she read the reports. If the Kitsune only had to defend one tower for every gate the Shruti could attack from, that meant that they could apply the least amount of manpower to achieve the best benefits. And even if the Shruti managed to conquer that final tower, so what? The Shruti would still have to then attack on Kitsune soil. Something they weren't ready to do. No one wanted to fight Pyrrhic wars, which was why campaigns were mostly just used to temper young geniuses. When clans began to realize that the Sapientia News Network was useful for more than just giving updates on the latest gossip and could actually be used for keeping tabs on the large movements of important clans, subscriptions skyrocketed. If Dian had known about this, he would have laughed like a little girl. In just a few months, profits jumped from just 10 to 20 Dao stones to over 100 a month. This was a true blessing in disguise. The Sapientia suddenly understood that what clans values most wasn't information on the latest fight between the masked wife-stealer and his love rivals, but rather practical news about movements of clans and large corporations. Because this realization dawned upon them, when Clara presented Phase 2, their resistance was far less than it would have been before. With the implementation of Phase 2, a new tier of subscriptions would be included on a clan-to-clan and sect-to-sect basis instead of individual. By paying a hefty fee per month, clans could create what Clara called a forum. Using this forum, they could post job listings for experts in combat, formation theory, alchemy, and so on. In addition, they could also provide rewards for information they needed and missions they wanted completed. Originally, the Sapientia would have been opposed to this idea. This was because it would have given various clans and sects dominions of their own over something the Sapientia wanted to control exclusively. But, by presenting it just when they felt the greed for increased profits, Clara's idea weeded its way through with ease. Surprisingly, the first organizations to sign up were assassin organizations. The convenience of using the internet over back alleys was clearly the most useful to them. Coupling this with the fact the Sapientia promised perfect anonymity, and the fact everyone knew the Sapientia were famous for neutrality, and even those big underworld bosses felt at ease. Even though the fee for even the lowest tier of forum was 100 Dao stones, these organizations paid without blinking an eye. Information networks soon followed suit, unwilling to be left behind. Although the Sapientia News Network provided the news, in order to keep their unbiased stance, they could only publish information that was relatively benign. For example, they could publish about the Emperor Giant clan's young master being embarrassed. But they couldn't do so if it was the actual head of the Emperor Giant clan. They had to draw a line that was impossible to cross over. However, various famous information networks like Lotus Vein and Enigmatic Tunnels had no such reservations and released information wantonly on a tier-based system. The Sapientia higher-ups had their eyes light up when they saw just how effective this second phase was for them. Not only were the profits mind-numbing, they could by proxy receive information on every quadrant without paying a single dime. Next, another surprising contestant stepped up to the plate. Some of the most famous brothels began to promote their events and push new virgin bells they had recently acquired on their own forums. Sometimes the betting on the virginities of these maidens would reach millions of celestial stones, causing the den mothers of these establishments to faint of happiness. This wasn't even the end of profits either. Every transaction had to be done anonymously, which meant that the only establishment they could rely on was Sapientia Bank. For every transaction made, the Sapientia were able to take a small percentage for handling fees, causing their revenue to balloon to new heights. However, all of this didn't mean that individuals stopped being interested in the normal SNN. In fact, this was proven quite soon as a bombshell was dropped on the martial world. Madeline Sacharo, with a cultivation age of less than 12 years old, shattered the Saint Barrier and became a true celestial realm cultivator. The martial world finally came to know Madeline for something other than simply being a true god's wife. She had been a beautiful flower before, but it wasn't until now that everyone understood that the only thing stopping Madeline from becoming a true god herself was the fact that the Golden Crow sect had ownership of Key. Still, no one dared to laugh even behind God Goldine's back. This was because whether or not Madeline could do so was simple speculation, whereas he, despite not being a true god, was still a god. That said, this didn't stop the martial world from gossiping about Madeline. Rumor had it that the universe blessed her by filling 9 meridians before her trial even began. This wasn't the only poignant point either. Madeline had advanced as a peak first-grade celestial. Such a feat could only be claimed by less than 500 individuals currently alive within their 100 quadrants. Rumor had it that her tribulation was nothing short of spectacular, raging over several weeks and even evoking a fire tribulation. It was then that Madeline exposed her one with world fire intent to the world, shocking the various masters of the Flaming Lily sect to no end. The world couldn't help but sigh. The husband already captivated the attention of the world, yet the wife wasn't far behind. Yet, the announcements weren't concluded yet either, because soon after, the master of the Flaming Lily sect declared Madeline to be the heiress of their sect, skipping over her core disciple credentials to directly crown her as their second legatee. After this news, the world finally settled down for as much as half a year, but soon afterward, the tides of more coming began to roll once more. A little-known clan ranked just within the top 65 began to slowly creep upwards. Months ago, information about a certain King Emithius dethroning his clan's key wielder to his place had caused a small stir. Many believed that he would enter his trials to raise his ranking afterward, but who would have thought that this young man would completely forego such thoughts? In front a crowd gathered around the trial to the celestial floors. He declared that he would form a brotherhood to rival the Heavenly Sword Guild and the Star Force. Right then and there he blasted through the guardians of the celestial floor with impunity, naming his new-formed alliance the Brotherhood of Guardians. The world snorted at his arrogance, but they couldn't ignore the waves the Guardians began to make. Making use of the Xianxia forums, Emithius began to slowly recruit and build up his coalition. He never plucked talents away from quadrants above his own, yet his forces were shockingly fierce. They directly began to make waves on the celestial floors, vowing to raise their new quadrant up by 20 ranks within 5 years. The martial world was stunned. Such an arrogant young man, yet he was a mere king. Just as the world was distracted by Emithius, Alexandria Snow made her reappearance into the world. Many were shocked. Weren't the Kitsune supposed to be in seclusion? Why was Alexandria here? Yet, she stunned everyone once more when she made her cut from the Kitsune clan clean so that she could join the Water Mist sect. However, this led to a wave of controversy. No one knew who started the rumors, but thoughts that Alexandria was unfilial and ungrateful toward the sect that raised her became commonplace. To leave your clan and even cut off ties just to join a higher-ranked quadrant? It disgusted many of the common people. That said, many of the Water Mist sect didn't care. The headmaster was especially happy to welcome Alexandria with open arms, even knowing that her sect would likely fall to the waves of civil war very soon because of her decision. The moment Alexandria stepped into the Water Mist sect, she did something astonishing. The information networks nearly exploded from excitement. With a light smile on her face, a ring of gold appeared above her head. In the next moment, 3 fairies appeared in the world. One with delicate wings of gold, another with the angel wings of a Pegasus, and yet another with no wings at all that allowed her small feet to dangle in the air above an old oak branch. Alexandria's origin was revealed to the world. She was not only half Kitsune, her other half was of elven origin. She was the legendary Elven Queen. Many began to draw connections between her masked husband and her. What could suppress a faint angel bloodline? Angels, elves, dwarves, and sprites were all evolutions of the human race. This meant that they all came from the same root. If someone of pure elven blood met someone with weak angel blood, isn't it obvious who would suppress who? When Daishoken heard this news, his eyes narrowed. It turned out that the young man he provoked was an elven prince? No, an elven king? Were the elves about to make a comeback? His eyes flashed sinisterly. This modern era was ruled by the sprites. If the elves wanted to make a comeback, they'd have to go through them. Still, Alexandria hadn't finished shocking the world, because on just the second day she entered the Water Mist sect. She triggered her celestial tribulation, not losing out to the fierceness of Madeline's even by a single step. The influx of news stirred the hearts of martial warriors to the point where it didn't calm until months later, only for even more shocking news to ravage the Xianxia news network. Celestial Deer Corner was finally opening. While all of these things were happening, Dian had long since left his home universe. The only matters he left unsettled were that of the remainder of the mortal clan. But Dian didn't think much of it. Firstly, they were given the opportunity to leave and chose not to. Secondly, even if the Kitsune came once more, The task of finding them without knowing that they were there was simply impossible. Earth was too large. And lastly, he wanted them to fester for a bit. He wanted them to understand just how much of a dead end their way of living was, and that the only way to do that was to show them the difference between the 36 geniuses and them. As for the matters of the Sapientia, Dian was confident that Ri had handled it well. Although there might be some remaining animosity due to his decision, it was all he could do. Ever since he stepped into the martial world, he had a bad feeling about the Sapientia that just wouldn't go away. This bad feeling was only reaffirmed after the hamster twins gave him the history the master key teleportation arrays. Obviously, even his master's ancestor felt an uncomfortable aura circulating around the clan. What was odd to Dian, though, was the fact he hadn't sensed Connery Sapientia during his entire stay. Considering his history with the main branch head, this was a bit too weird. Still, it made things easier. Maybe Madeline's parents had dealt with him. This aside, due to lack of funds, Dian had no choice but to power his Demon Sage Tower with celestial stones, severely slowing down his progress toward Chaos Universe. In the end, it took him almost 3 months just to make it to the entrance. As expected, he found a dormant and unused gate on an abandoned planet. There were no enemies on the other side, so for obvious reasons, there was no need to have inhabitants on this planet either. Other than a few emptied energy stone mines, the planet had nothing of note. Dian sighed. I need to invest in finding some energy stone mines. He knew very well that large clans weren't always business savvy. Most of the time, their wealth came from obnoxiously large mines. Unfortunately, the energy of this universe was so scarce that such things were rare. As for Soul-Rending Peak, their mines had been emptied out as well. The culprit? Likely those of the 99 universes. Why would they leave resources lying around? Of course, a universe was large. It was impossible to have emptied out every energy stone mine. However, the process of finding them was simply too difficult. Dian's divine sense stretched 100,000 or so kilometers, but that wasn't even enough to cover 1% of a single solar system, let alone a galaxy or an entire universe. This was why such things relied on specialized treasures and experts. Things Dian simply didn't have. Well, he did have an expert, Maying. The issue was that Maying's cultivation was too poor for her will to be used on such a large scale. It wouldn't be until she became a Dao formation expert and graduated her feng shui compass will to a Dao that she could use star maps to locate resources. Unfortunately, due to the fact the gate was closed, Dian had to wait another 3 months for it to open and allow him to enter. By the end of this half-of-year stint, Emithius and Ri were just making themselves known. As for Dian, he was completely focused on the task at hand, mentally preparing himself for what he would face in the universe of chaos. Yet, nothing could have prepared him for the world he saw. Dian exited the other side of the gate only to find a world of fiery hell. In a normal universe, there would be an expanse of dark space with stars twinkling in the distance. However, there was none of that here. For one, the planet the other side of the gate was meant to connect to had become nothing more than a broken piece of rock barely 10 square meters. It floated around the space without clear direction, colliding with solar currents and bending to their will. The distance, instead of having a black hue, was filled with an eerie dark red color as though someone had dyed the night sky with blood. In fact, the space seemed to dance with a black-red fog that sometimes behaved like the hottest flame in the world and other times behaved like a cold gas. Dian had to immediately coat the beast babies in his white flames after they began to whimper. Although they were almost a year old now, they were still babies. Not just normal babies, but celestial beasts who were incredibly sensitive to impurities like the heavy chaos will in this universe. Despite being within the tower, protected by a shield, they still couldn't take it. Just what happened here? Dian muttered to himself. Although he said this, Dian was partially aware. According to lore, the final battle of the phoenixes occurred here. Supreme beasts of the highest grade fought against the dark phoenixes to the very end. This was also the place Amethyst transcended after leaving her legacy to the Belmonts. Be careful, Dian. Little Yang shivered along with the beast babies. We sense a lot of embryonic infernal beasts here. There are easily millions of them, if not more. Dian's eyes sharpened. Infernal beasts were none other than the antithesis of celestial beasts. As for what Little Yang meant about the term embryonic, he wasn't entirely sure. Embryonic. Little Yang continued with a shiver, taking the place of his little sister, who was too scared to even speak. They aren't true infernal beasts because they lack the intelligence of one. However, in a lot of ways they're more dangerous this way. All they have is their basal instinct to survive and evolve. Their intelligence is less than that of a common-grade beast, but their power is equivalent to a heaven-grade beast at worst. If you come up against one of the celestial realm, it's best to run. Diane's jaw clenched. Heaven-grade beasts were the equivalent of second-grade human warriors, so why was Little Yang speaking about them like this? As though reading Diane's thoughts, Little Yang continued. This is not the heaven grade of the modern era I'm referring to. It's the heaven grade of the chaotic era. Diane's eyes contracted. When he came back from his Constitution's world, one of the first things he did was consult with the hamster twins. After all, they had knowledge of all of history hidden within their bloodlines. In truth, the reason Diane couldn't move within the Titan world was because of two reasons. For one, he hadn't tapped into all of the abilities of his Constitution. In reality, because he had entered the Bronze Silk realm, his body alone already weighed 1 billion gene. However, currently, his body weight was no different than before he awakened his Constitution. So, where did all of that weight go? The answer was simple. His excess weight was residing within his Constitution's world. A true Titan could destroy a planet simply by landing softly upon it. Yet Diane couldn't even move in his true form. It was truly too sad. Until Diane's strength could reach billions of gene, entering his Constitution's world was simply suicidal. That said, there was good news as well. By slowly increasing the weight that was allowed in this space, Diane could train himself. Over the past 6 months, he had already increased his weight to 500,000 gene. This might seem light for a celestial like Diane who could lift weapons weighing 1,000,000 gene. But one's own body weight was far different from a weapon. Spending days at this weight made Diane's muscles light on fire. Even lifting a single finger required ridiculous amounts of strength. The second reason was related to the first but more nuanced. Those born of the chaotic era were simply of a different caliber. Their muscles were denser, their meridians were thicker, and their aptitudes were greater. Diane simply hadn't properly adapted. As such, he couldn't make use of his new body. These infernal beasts within this space were making use of the chaotic energy to reinvigorate their bloodlines and tap into potential they shouldn't have. It wouldn't be a surprise if Diane struggled even with a Saint Realm infernal beast. This was what it meant to have true battle prowess. It was why, despite stacking so many constitutions, Diane still wasn't certain of his ability to shatter the next seals of his Dragon Phoenix dual cultivation technique. Little Yang, I have a question. Diane suddenly grinned, not feeling any fear whatsoever. In fact, his eyes glowed such a fierce red that he almost looked like a beast himself. Can I eat them? Diane's life fell into a monotonous cycle of blood-pumping near-death experiences. He nearly lost his life so many times that he lost count. If it wasn't for the Demon Sage Tower's ability to shrink to the size of an atom coupled with the poor sensory and intelligence of the embryonic infernal beasts, Diane would have died 1,000,000 times over. The infernal beasts weren't as disgusting as the bullbird, but they weren't pleasing to the either. Oftentimes, due to the vicious nature of their environment, these infernal beasts would stalk around the universe with ghastly wounds covering their body, adding to their disgusting appearances. The first beast Diane met on his way to the coordinates left to him by the demon sage was a black-scaled serpent just a few hundred years away from becoming a flood dragon. Its jaw hung from its mouth on only a single stringed ligament. Its tongue was chopped in half, making its habitual SSS sound more like a sick man blowing air through a straw. As for its body, numerous white ribs stood exposed to its side. One could even see its heart with a bite taken out of it if you looked closely. With its every pump, some blood would flow through naturally, but about 10% would be lost every time. The worst part was that its tail was cut in half, causing an unnatural fork to its back. Yet, it fought with the tenacity of a well-rested emperor protecting its kingdom. Its power was too much for Diane to handle, making him have no choice but to run away. Such a sight became commonplace for Diane. He would fight for as long as he could, often leading to disgusting injuries of his own, but he would be forced to run away in the end. Forget eating them, he had to be wary of getting eaten himself. It wasn't until the end of his 3rd month, after thousands of battles, that Dian finally gained his first victory. It was only then that he could faintly feel his Titan will creeping toward the second stage from the first will level. On a large asteroid, a battle that resounded through a small part of Chaos Universe was taking place. In fact, the beast and man fighting had lost count of the number of asteroids they had jumped to and from. It seemed impossible for any normal asteroid to withstand the impact of their battle. Blasts of energy radiated outward as the young man careened his fists toward a red-scaled lizard emitting skin-blistering heat. While the efforts of the young man were valiant, he was completely bloodied. Dead skin and muscles hung from his arms, one of his eyes had permanently swollen shut, and it seemed that his left arm was broken despite the fact he swung it forward with no remorse. The lizard he faced was none other than a fire-tongued empress. It was normally already a difficult enough opponent as an Earth-grade beast, but after being tempered by chaotic energy for so long, it was capable of beating down on the young man before it with little to no qualms. For every punch the young man landed, he took triple the number of tail whips, vicious bites, and licks of fire. To say he was losing the battle was a severe understatement. Still he persisted, his eyes burning with passion and his blood pumping with the force of a raging waterfall. A deathly spike's tail slammed into the young man's broken left arm, causing him to spit up blood profusely. Gritting his teeth, the young man was flung through the asteroid belt for several tens of miles before slamming into yet another field of chipped rocks. "I don't believe that I can't win even a single fight," the young man roared toward the oncoming lizard. Within a small speck hovering just outside the range of the battle, 6 baby beasts watched on with weird expressions on their face. Little Yang rolled his eyes for the millionth time. Little Een looked worried, but giggled every so often. San mischievously picked up Sheer by her long white tail before scurrying away from her adorable roar. Then there was Baibi and Lin Lin, who did nothing but sleep. They didn't seem worried about their master at all. "Big brother, why do you think he isn't using his weapons?" Little Een suddenly asked. "Can't you see that he's lost his mind? He's so entrenched in trying to comprehend his Titan will that he's tossing away what it means to be human. I can't say that his method is wrong, though. It's just that his Titan will follows the sovereign path. If he can't even beat Saint Beasts as a celestial, how is he convincing himself that he can rule anything? It's no wonder his Titan will is still at the first will stage. At the very least, he should use that healing energy or his Titan Emperor's will, no?" Little Een turned a worried glance back toward Dian's valiant figure. "He's following his master's rules. He's not allowed to use techniques above the common grade yet. Remember? Plus, even if he could, there'd be no real point. He has so much room to grow in just his base form. The best way to grow in your base form is to use your base form," Little Yang explained. Little Een giggled to herself. She herself knew all of these things without asking her elder brother. After all, they were both celestial hamsters. It was just that she did her sisterly role of stroking her brother's ego. In the end, Little Een sighed. He's never going to be allowed to use high-level techniques if he's not using weapons. Up until now, Dian had mastered 900 lower common grade weapon-related techniques and was about 80% through mastering middle common grade ones. But he had yet to even complete 100 energy manipulation type lower common grade techniques, let alone middle common grade ones. The only good news was that by fighting with his bare hands and legs for more than 3 months now, he had stepped into the high common grade fist and leg techniques. This was also true of his movement techniques. As for blood manipulation techniques, Dian set them off to the side for now. He wanted to first learn the secrets of body cultivation from the demon sage before he proceeded down that path. Dian's fight raged on. Clearly he was too stubborn to admit he had no chance of winning. He even refused to use his healing energy, instead relying on his white flames solely. He had burned through 40% of it already in just a few months, so he couldn't bear to go through any more. Plus, he felt more like a beast if he fought with the same ghastly nature they did. He immersed himself in the pain and sunk into a depraved and bestial mind state. The only bestial characteristic Dian refused to embody was running. Beasts were a race far more susceptible to bloodline suppression than others and as such often ran when they faced an enemy they knew they couldn't beat. Yet Dian did the exact opposite. Unless he was certainly about to die, he didn't even think of retreating for one moment. Still, he was depressed. He wanted to eat this delicious beast meat, but he couldn't even defeat one. He really was too pitiful. Fuck! Dian roared in a rage, grabbing the upper and lower jaw of the lizard and completely ignoring the sharp teeth that pierced right through his hands. His muscles bulged as he fought against its closing jaw, unwilling to give up. However, his eyes couldn't help but contract when he saw the sharp red tongue in its mouth suddenly glow a bright red before piercing toward him. There was no chance to dodge. The tongue pierced directly through Dian's heart, nearly burning it to ashes. If it wasn't for the fact Dian's runic flame was so violent, even refusing other flames to come near it, that's exactly what would have happened. At this point, Dian's rage reached a fever pitch. How could a Saint Realm creature even place a dent into his undead body? He quickly replaced his left hand on the lizard's bottom jaw with his left foot, ignoring the tooth that shot through his soul and pushing downward with all his might. He then grabbed the tongue that pierced through his heart with his free hand as though he couldn't feel layers of skin burning away one after another. This damn lizard! Dian's eyes reddened. His foot pushed downward even as his right hand pushed upward. In the same motion, he yanked the tongue from his chest and pulled with every ounce of his strength. However, the jaw and tissue of the lizard were too strong. Even with his legs being stronger than his arm, Dian felt the teeth of the lizard closing in around him. At the same time, no matter how hard he twisted and pulled the lizard's tongue, it barely budged. In fact, it was a mere moment away from slipping out of Dian's hand. It was at the moment where Dian was nearly bent in half that his body weight increased to 10,000-fold, reaching 100 million gene in an instant. Boom! The slowly closing bottom jaw of the lizard collapsed onto the asteroid below. An odd roar of pain erupted from the red-tongued empress as its bottom jaw ripped from its lips. The cracking of bone resounded through the dark void of space. Taking advantage of the lizard's lapse, Dian's right hand snapped backward, taking with it the sharp tooth that had just pierced his hand. Damn fucking lizard! Dian roared, leaping upward as slamming the sharp tooth into its eye. The agonizing shrill calls of the red-tongued empress shook Dian's charred heart, but his fists didn't stop as he pounded away at its head. You forced me to do this, you bastard lizard! Dian's incoherent ravings forced little Ian into a fit of laughter. He really had lost his mind. You like it when I use my head instead of fighting you like a wild beast? You think I couldn't have defeated you if I used tactics before? But no, you wanted to pierce my fucking heart. How bold! You wanted to kill me. I'm your damn father, you bastard lizard! Dian's fists pummeled the lizard's head, smashing it to a pulp of oozing purple blood. He seemingly didn't realize the irony of naming himself the lizard's father and naming it a bastard at the same time. Where's your fire now? Where's your ferocity now? Fuck. These past 3 months were too much for Dian to handle. He had never lost so repeatedly and for so long in his life. He couldn't even defeat a Saint Beast? Even worse, this could only be considered a middle Saint Beast. He'd have to tuck tail and run if he faced a high or peak Saint Beast. This kind of stifling reality pissed him off. He only had 3 years, yet he felt like it wasn't enough. He had already wasted 9 months and had barely made any progress. It was too depressing. Do you think we should tell him that the chaotic energy here messed with the laws of time? Little Ian giggled. Nah. Little Yang snorted. It's better if he feels the pressure of having too little time. He'll improve faster. We'll just continue guiding him along a path of where time is slowed and avoid the sped-up time paths. Little Ian nodded, agreeing with her elder brother. Judging by his mental state, he'll probably forget how to keep track of the months anyway. We have to make sure to stay away from any patches of extreme acceleration or deceleration, though. It's dangerous if time becomes too skewed. With the chaotic state of this universe, everything was thrown off its axis, even time itself. If Dian hadn't had the celestial twins and their mastery of time will, the results could have been disastrous. Although there were some pieces of chaos universe that slowed time, allowing even 3 days to pass before a single day passed in the real world, there were other places where it was the exact opposite. Without someone highly sensitive to time will, noticing this was impossible. Luckily for Dian, the twins could lead him along a path where time was slowed. As long as they spent the least amount of time in the patches of accelerated time, it was possible to extend this 3-year limit to functionally equal 10, 20, or even 30 years. The twins were making this decision for the sake of Dian. But the truth was that had they told him about it immediately, he would have linked this phenomenon to Zabia's disappearance. According King Mino and Zabia himself, the remaining half of the Jafari clan treasure was found at the entrance of Chaos Universe. Yet, it had already been more than half a decade since they set out. This wasn't the only problem either. When Diane stepped into Chaos Universe, was the entrance a floating piece of what remained of a planet. It was moving so quickly across space and had no fixed location. Therefore, that location was no longer meaningful. If Diane was more sensitive to time will, he'd likely give up training for the sake of finding Zabia and his father-in-law's disciples. For all he and they knew, they were stuck in an accelerated time patch so fierce that a few days were worth hundreds of years in reality. Unfortunately, Diane didn't know and wouldn't know for several more years. By the time the lizard finally died under Diane's onslaught of punches, 3 days had passed. It was obvious that such a lowly creature wouldn't understand death will. Yet its vitality practically gave it a feeling comparable to Diane's undead body. Even after pummeling more than half of its skull shards into its brain, it still had the energy to roar and lash out. Although his method of victory was quite shameless, Diane was still proud about winning his first battle. It might sound exaggerated for someone like him who could fight toe-to-toe with second-grade middle celestials to struggle with a middle saint, but this just exposed the gap Diane still needed to close. Diane had a celestial body, but his energy cultivation had only just reached the peak of the second saint realm. In addition, because he was fighting constantly, his cultivation had slowed to a crawl despite his talent. Still, if one heard Diane complaining about cultivating too slowly when he covered 2 saint realms in less than a year, they might die of anger. That said, the truth of the matter was that this progress in Diane's energy cultivation had been done during the 6 months it took him to enter Chaos Universe. In terms of the last 3 months, he had been stuck at the bottleneck of the 3rd realm. This wasn't just because he was fighting, but also because of the nature of energy in Chaos Universe. Although unlike other universes, energy was abundant everywhere. Even in the vacuum of space, the energy was also chaotic. It was even worse than the primordial era Amphory grew up in. For context, it took Amphory 60 years to enter the celestial realm despite being a heaven-defying talent. The world Diane was in now was even more difficult to cultivate in, not only because the energy was difficult to manipulate, but also because it was far less dense than the environment Amphory grew up in as well. Diane sighed to himself when he thought of Amphory. Just when will I find you? Looking at his bloodied appearance and the lizard beneath his feet, Diane's mouth began to water. According to little Yin and Yang, infernal beast meat was the most nutritious, but it was also the most dangerous to eat, even compared to poisonous beast meat. As Diane cleaned the corpse and prepared to eat, he couldn't help but fantasize. I wonder what dragon meat tastes like? If those of the Dragochilan lands knew that the wielder of the Dragon King was having thoughts of using them for food, they'd immediately start hunting down Diane without thought of rest. The moment the first juicy morsel entered Diane's mouth, he couldn't help but moan with pleasure. It had taken him hours of blasting his fire will at full throttle to reach this tender, medium-rare consistency. Yet it was all worth it. Boom! In that instant, it was as though a bomb had gone off in Diane's body. His stomach bulged to 10 times its original size. Even his ribs cracked from the sudden pressure. Considering the state his body was already in before, there was no need to mention the kind of pain Diane was enduring. Suddenly his rage flared. You curse me even in death. Fuck! Little Yin and Yang tumbled around the demon sage tower, losing themselves in laughter. Why was it that infernal beasts were so powerful? It was because they were able to absorb energy of any kind and store it within their muscles and skin. This made their durability almost obnoxious and their power otherworldly. Diane, who was so used to eating towers of food, had never before eaten something so energy-dense. From birth, Diane had always had a large appetite due to the residual effects of his stolen constitution. But now, he had met his match. Diane stubbornly took another bite. He finally understood what he had to do. He too should store this chaotic energy within his muscles. This was the only way to get the explosive and chaotic strength these damn beasts had. Only then would he be able to make use of his true weight. Almost unconsciously, Diane's runic flames surged into his bloodstream, flickering with a fierce blue and flakes of rose bronze as it burned its way through his veins. In that moment, The pressure Dian was feeling lessened and his eyes brightened. His stomach growled for more while his runic flames flipped happily. It had finally found the kind of food it wanted. It was only now that Dian realized the reason why he, a man who used to love food with all his being, ate so infrequently now. It wasn't that he didn't want to eat anymore. It was that the right food wasn't available to him. As Dian was eating his fill, another group of individuals had entered Chaos Universe. Their statures were large and domineering. If King Mino had been there, he would have immediately recognized them as members of the Beast clans. These were none other than the rulers of the 20-some-odd quadrants not controlled by the Ragnar, Pakel, or Weta. You can only stay here for 50 years at most, or you'll become like those beasts who've lost their intelligence for a bit of power. An elder wearing beast skins of various scales and furs spoke while towering at over 5 meters tall. Always pay attention to your star maps. Stay away from the red-circled areas as they have devastating time-warping effects. Train well and come back strong. Yes, 12th Elder. Almost 50 youths responded at once. Good. The 12th Elder of the Beast clans nodded in satisfaction. This trial paves the way for the rest of your lives. You've only just gained your true forms, but don't forget what it means to be a beast. The 12th Elder began an impassioned speech that many of the youths turned a deaf ear to. This 12th Elder of theirs really spoke too much. Just like Dian's Granny Celeste noted, the only reason why celestial beasts hadn't lost their ability to turn into humans from birth was due to their celestial bloodline. However, for every other beast below the supreme grade, one must reach the celestial realm first before gaining a humanoid form. These 50 geniuses here had recently crossed this threshold. Some just a few months ago, while others had done so decades ago. This symbolic threshold of the beasts was the marker for this trial. While Dian's home universe was seemingly only adjacent to one universe, it was actually connected to two. Of course, these two were Chaos Universe and an edge territory of the Weta. However, on the other side of Chaos Universe was actually an edge territory of the Beast clans. This alliance of beasts was known as the Five Crowns Alliance, while these geniuses were among the clans of said alliance. We all have ambitions that we strive for and dreams that we wish to grasp. Never forget your roots, but always seek to improve. To break from your old molds and cocoon into the mature warriors I know you have the potential to be. The various beast geniuses rolled their eyes. What kind of beast who remembered their roots was so infatuated by such empty poetry? Wasn't this old man trying to masquerade as a human scholar? A bad scholar at that. Unfortunately, none of them could say this aloud. The status of 12th Elder was no joke. He was effectively the 12th strongest of the second oldest generation who would dare call him out on his habits. Of course, there was also the oldest generation that had long retired from their roles as elders as well, but even taking them into account, this 12th Elder was ranked in the top 30 of their whole alliance. For context, there were only about 50 to 70 of them here. They constituted a generation. If they were to pick out the 12th ranked among them and scale upward by several 100,000 years. Well, all of them got the picture. After stealing glances at the 15 youths that stood ahead of them all, their respect for 12th Elder deepened. They were all geniuses in their own right, but none held a candle to the young masters and mistresses of the 5 crown clans that formed the center of their alliance. I've spoken too much. 12th Elder sighed. Make sure to understand your limits. These embryonic infernal beasts are no joke. Although they are technically ranked as heaven-grade beasts based on the potential of their bloodlines, this analysis is on a completely different scale than what you're used to. However, their body parts are highly valuable and their meat is highly beneficial to your cultivation. That said, only a few of you are capable of directly eating this meat. A rare serious tone escaped the 12th Elder, taking a glance at the 15 who stood proudly at the forefront. However, the rest of you should store this meat and have it diluted into pills you can take over time. Don't die premature deaths simply because you overestimated yourselves. There are less than 5 of you capable of defeating even the lowest level infernal beast alone, so form teams. If I learn of anyone inadequate traveling alone by choice, even if they come back alive, I'll slaughter them personally. 12th Elder sighed. All right, that's enough. Off you go. After hours of rambling, 12th Elder finally concluded his rant and sent them off. The youths were so eager that they barely waited for him to finish before surging forward. Oh, and 12th elder shouted as he watched their receding backs. But that only made them run faster. Remember that the gate entrance is fluid. Calculate the new location using your star maps. While 12th elder was rambling, Dian was devouring his hard-earned meat. It was almost comical watching his body inflate and deflate like a balloon with every bite. Still, Dian continued, his runic flame working hard. While Dian ate, his flame acted like a metabolizer, burning away the energy into an easier-to-consume form. Dian found the state quite interesting. Although he could feel himself getting stronger, his body cultivation was somehow still stuck at the first celestial stage. It was an odd feeling. Was what he was doing now not body cultivation? Weren't his muscles growing firmer and stronger? So why was his strength increasing while his cultivation remained stagnant? I really don't understand much about body cultivation, huh? Dian mumbled to himself. What was happening now basically made his assessment of his body's grade useless. Wasn't he certain that he was a first-grade body cultivator after awakening his constitution? So why did it seem that he was steadily increasing his grade still? What the hell was above the first grade? The more Dian ate, the lighter the burden of his body weight became. He had been at 500,000 gene, but now he felt like he could increase this by a few thousand. Dian paused as he suddenly ran into something hard and round within the infernal beast's meat. What's this? In the expanse of this chaotic space, a team of 3 beast youths charged forward with vigilance in their eyes. Among them was 1 male and 2 females. Long silver-white hair flew behind them, making them look almost ethereal. However, there was also a bloody red aura that hung around their bodies. This set of 3 seemed to have been raised with death and murder. The 2 women were astounding beauties. Their ears were sharp, their noses slanted and delicate, while their large yellow eyes glowed with a bestial light. The man was far larger than his companions, almost a meter taller in fact. His yellow eyes were so deep that they could almost be taken for gems. However, his blanket of killing intent was so dense that they seemed to have reddened in hue. Lord Husband, one of the beauties spoke. Will we be aiming for the center galaxy as well? The young man's response almost sounded like a low growl. Then, the beauty's words trailed off. Their husband had responded in this way, but they were headed in the wrong direction entirely. We have time. The young man spoke in a rumbling voice. No one has managed to snatch that expert's legacy for several 10,000 years already. We've only been able to gain some benefits on the outskirts. Can it be that our generation is so much more talented than that of our ancestors? The beauties shook their head. In fact, their current generation couldn't hold a candle to the oldest generation of their beast alliance. If they failed, why would they succeed? It would be too blindly arrogant to say such a thing. Their husband was right, they had 50 years. If they followed the areas marked by their ancestors, it should be equivalent to about 5 to 10 years in the outside world. They had plenty of time. There was no need to rush toward a place filled with conflict when there were benefits to attain elsewhere. However, they knew their husband well. There was an excited and intelligent glint in his eye. Why was he acting like this? I don't know why, but my heart is pumping. The young man spoke. It only pumps like this for those 4. Yet I'm certain that this feeling isn't coming from them. Something is telling me that if I can find the source of this feeling, I'll have a breakthrough in my battle intent. Hearing their husband's words, the eyes of the beauties lit up. Battle intent, undefeatable spirit, Tao heart. These were all extensions of the same concept, yet different at the same time. Battle intent wasn't a tangible will. It fell into a category known as spiritual wills. What decided a battle when 2 opponents were equal in every fashion? What was that mysterious state one entered when even dripping water along a blade of grass was clear? What separated geniuses from normal martial warriors? Dian had never fought a true genius before, so he had no idea about this world. Although he had had brief exchanges with kings and emperors, how could these be considered true geniuses? The minimum requirement for being considered as such was the god title. As one cultivates, the state of the mind is just as important to cultivate as anything else. In fact, it's often more important than anything else. Why is it that it was possible to transcend as a mortal who had never before cultivated? If one elevates their state of mind to a transcendent level, everything follows suit, including your plane of existence. Dian had learned about these individuals before. When first met the twin sisters, he had asked the Dragon King what could be wrong with them. At the time, the Dragon King mentioned ancient constitutions, but he also led the conversation down a path to speak of these spirituality masters. These were people who never had to learn a cultivation technique in their entire lives, yet could take their mastery of the arts to bring them to the immortal plane. The cultivation of one's Tao heart, undefeatable spirit, and battle intent all fell into this very same spirituality cultivation. Even presence was an extension of this realm. Battle intent. It was the will to face the world and to carry all of its troubles on your shoulders. Dian was arrogant beyond belief, but he hadn't understood this realm yet. He hadn't even sniffed its entrance. The final evolution of battle intent was the undefeatable spirit. The spiritual realm is built on the pedestals of countless defeated geniuses. This battle intent could only be formed in one way: to fight. Not only to fight, but to use the hearts and hopes of geniuses as nothing more than fuel for your glory. It was because of battle intent that the heirs to the 5 crown clans had never fought. The time wasn't yet ripe. Each was sharpening their blades in preparation for the day their undisputed leader was chosen. Dian was oblivious to this as he rotated an object that looked like a palm-sized marble in his hand. Compared to the size of the lizard, it really was too small. It was no wonder he almost broke his teeth on it. Yet, even while distracted, his senses were too sharp to not notice 3 killing intent-rich auras enter his range. Those 3 aren't infernal beasts, Dian thought to himself, still rotating the odd marble in his palm. In truth, he was in no state to fight. His injuries were terrible. There was still a hole in his chest right through his heart. His arm was broken and his hands and feet had ghastly stab wounds in them that perfectly aligned with the lizard's teeth. Although the infernal beast meat was slowly healing his injuries with their excess energy, he had only had a few bites till now. Considering this energy was tailor-made to heal, its efficiency was far less than that of the bullbird's energy. Dian's demeanor changed as an eerie calm overwhelmed him. He continued to eat, however, this time he didn't expand and contract. His control over his runic flame seemed to have increased. In the distance, several 10,000 miles away, too far for even a celestial to see, the young man's pace slowed before coming to a complete stop. His body stilled so wholly that one couldn't even hear the sound of his pumping heart if your ear was to his chest. "Lord husband." The beauties couldn't help but call out after several minutes. "It knows we're here." The young man spoke, his calm voice rumbling with a slight killing intent. Who was Dian? Would he be worried about such opponents? Dian had been struggling against even lower Saint beasts over the past 3 months, but just how much had he handicapped himself? Firstly, during his battles, he sealed his soul, not making use of his sensory abilities or array alchemy capability. Secondly, he didn't use any wills, whether it be his wind will or his fire wills. Thirdly, he shut his brain off. He didn't use tactics or intelligence to fight. It wasn't until his frustration blew over that he finally used sly tactics against the lizard, something he wasn't entirely proud of. However, if Dian used all of the means available to him, was there really a saint creature here that he would fear? After all, these weren't true beasts of the chaotic era. They were just cheap knockoffs. Plus, these creatures were too stupid to match his intelligence. It was exactly for this reason that he sealed his thoughts away. If he hadn't, there would be no benefit to this training. That said, the enemies coming toward him now weren't infernal beasts. Yes, they were beasts, but they had intelligence. On top of this, they were interrupting his meal. He didn't mind going all out to deal with them in the quickest possible fashion so that he could continue with his training. The young man didn't refer to Dian as a person. The best descriptor he had was it. To him, even from this distance, Dian was unfathomable. This depth, other than Baylor, I've never sensed such a character before. The eyes of his wives contracted. Baylor, among their 5 alliance clans, there were upper and lower clans. For the past several thousand years, the Golden Crown Raven clan had always been at the top. This was because unlike the other 4 clans who had lower heaven bloodlines, the Golden Crown Raven clan had a middle heaven bloodline. On top of this, it wasn't a normal middle heaven grade clan either, but a king of their grade. Dian had met these kings before in his 3rd trial. While beasts were divided into grades, there was a special tier within every grade subdivision denoted by a king title. Those of this king grade had the potential to grow, transcending their grade's shackles and soaring to a new height. In addition, they could suppress those below them with their mere gaze. Although these three also came from a king bloodline, they were denoted as lower heaven grades. They simply couldn't compare to the Golden Crown Raven clan. This Baylor was the heir of the Golden Crown Raven clan and already believed to be the number one of this generation even without having fought the other four of them. Yet, their husband had actually compared this it to him. Lord Husband. The beauties spoke worriedly. If their husband fought someone of Baylor's caliber now and lost, all of the momentum he had built would be devastated. He wouldn't be able to stand up to the other four geniuses anymore. The young man's battle intent soared. If I lost to him, I was destined to lose anyway. What point is there in delaying? Turning to his wives, his expression turned grave. Stay here. In an instant, he disappeared. Diane sighed when he noticed that one of the auras continued toward him. Can't I just train in peace? Something tells me trying to talk it out with this guy isn't going to work. How about I leave you half alive for the sake of those beauties who followed you here? The young man had no idea that Diane could quite literally see them from such a distance. His bestial instincts told him that Diane was aware of his presence, but he had no idea that it was to this extent. Such a long range of divine sense was impossible to predict. Boom! Boom! Currents of energy blasted through the black-red fog of the chaos universe as the howl of a battle-ready wolf crossed thousands of miles. My title is Silverfang, heir to the Silver Needle Wolf clan. The young man roared, careening toward Diane with bloody intent. I have fought and bloodied 37 geniuses. Today, you'll be the 38th. Silverfang streaked across the skies, tearing through the black-red fog. His blood pumped, his muscles bulged, and his eyes reddened. An aura of silver blazed like a fire around him as his hair fanned outward. It was almost as if each strand gained a mind of its own, responding to Silverfang's battle intent by standing at ready, prepared to lash out at any moment. As the distance closed from several 10,000 miles to just a few thousand and then a few hundred, Diane sighed. I don't know who these people are, but seems like a good opportunity. Silverfang's strength was no joke. Not only was he a heaven-grade beast, he was a king. In terms of his cultivation, he had already reached the middle celestial realm. In a head-to-head fight, he was stronger than Diane by a good margin. Heaven-grade beasts had power a step above a second-grade warrior's power, but that was if they followed the beast path strictly. The problem was that while only transcendent and supreme-grade beasts had access to the human path, this path was also extended to kings of the heaven and earth grade. The 5 geniuses of the Alliance clan, each one of them stepped onto the human path. As a result, Silverfang was not only fueled by the second-grade strength of his beast bloodline, giving him the equivalent of a second-grade body path cultivator, he only had the energy path strength of a first-grade human genius. 100 miles, 10 miles, 1 mile. In an instant, Silverfang was upon Diane. However, his eyes couldn't help but contract. Seeing Diane's ghastly appearance and the lizard at his feet, it was obvious to him that Diane had just undergone a devastating battle. He's in this condition, yet I'm still so fearful? Silverfang's chest convulsed with unending contradiction and discomfort. Should he fight? Should he run away? Forward! He roared in his mind. He knew that if he took a single step back, his path to an undefeatable spirit would be over. Never again would he have the chance of looking over the world with disdain. He absolutely refused. The Golden-Crowned Crow clan had ruled for too long. It was his clan's time to rise. Hold on a moment. Silverfang's body froze in the air. A cold sweat permeated his very being as his raised fist hung without conviction a mere meter from Diane's sitting body. A pressure he couldn't put into words weighed down on him. He felt inadequate, as though he didn't have the right to meet Diane's eyes, as though he didn't even have the right to share the same space as him. Do you know what this is? Diane held up a beautiful palm-sized marble. Its innards sparkled with various shades of red fog that moved as though it was a beating heart. Beads of perspiration fell from Silverfang's body. In that moment, he could feel his silver robes slowly stick to his tall and lean frame. Suddenly, he felt naked and cold. The whole world had melted away to leave behind Diane and Diane alone. Silverfang's heart beat like a war drum, threatening to shatter his ribs with just the smallest bit of added pressure. Kill me, he finally said. Diane shook his head. You beasts are truly pitiful. You're so blessed by the heavens that you cower when it's time to go against it. Silver Fang's life glowed with a fierce light. Kill me. Weren't you determined just now? I wonder, why is it that you've given up? The humiliation formed a lump in Silver Fang's throat. He didn't understand what was happening to him. He felt like he couldn't even control his own body. Dian had known this would happen. His bestial aura was too much for a heaven-grade beast, even if he was a king, to withstand. He didn't even have to use his presence. Looking into Silver Fang's yellow eyes, Dian pondered. He could sense two streaks of silver light bounding toward them at their fastest speed, but clearly, they were much slower than Silver Fang himself. Your wives are on their way, Dian said slowly. Panic struck Silver Fang for the first time. They have nothing to do with this. Let them go. Dian's head tilted to the side as he ate another mouthful of beast meat. Seeing Dian ingest so much without side effect, Silver Fang couldn't help but think he was very stupid. Was this really the person he thought he could beat? Even he would have to meditate for hours on a single small bite, yet Dian was practically stuffing his face. What kind of flame could even cook this meat? The more Silver Fang analyzed, the more panicked he grew. He felt remorse, not because he couldn't fight back, but because he had brought his wives into this mess with him. You disgust me, Dian suddenly said. Rage lit Silver Fang's eyes. He disgusted him. He was sitting here, practically threatening the lives of his wives, two women who had nothing to do with this, but he was the disgusting one. You know the lives of your wives are in danger, yet you still don't dare to move. Are you even a man? The moment he heard these words, Silver Fang's heart stopped beating. Was Dian holding his arms down? Did he feed him a paralyzing poison? No, and no. So what was holding him back? Was he really unwilling to move for fear of Dian's retaliation, even with the lives of his loved ones on the line? Silver Fang's chest fiercely thumped, a silver light once more erupting from him as he roared into the skies. A sly smile graced Dian's lips. There you go. Now you look like a real king. Silver Fang fell over, landing awkwardly on the small asteroid Dian sat cross-legged upon just as his wives came into view. You. Silver Fang sent an incredulous gaze toward Dian. Who are you? You're asking questions when you haven't even answered mine? Dian raised an eyebrow, looking at Silver Fang as though he was looking at a fool. Silver Fang coughed awkwardly. This man had just helped him have a breakthrough, yet his words were so crude. When had he ever been in such a situation before? One of every few thousand or so embryonic infernal beasts will have that sort of infernal core. It becomes their basis for evolution into a true infernal beast. And what are the other few thousand? Their luck isn't as good. They have no chance to become true infernal beasts in the future, and will continue to meander around this quadrant until their life force runs out. Dian looked at the marble in his hand. So it's a gamble? Interesting. This should probably be quite valuable then, no? In the distance, Silver Fang's wives hesitated before deciding to stay in the distance. Of all the things they expected to happen, a cordial conversation didn't even cross their minds. To the right people, it's worth about 10 times that of a single Dao stone. Silver Fang said casually. Dian's pupils constricted into pins. What did you just say? Silver Fang looked at Dian in confusion. This man was a supreme expert, wasn't he? What kind of supreme expert reacts like this in the face of money? It's worth about 10 Dao stones. Silver Fang repeated. Dian looked down at the infernal stone in his hand. A Dao stone? That was 1,000,000 celestial stones. 1,000,000,000 saint stones? 1,000,000,000,000 profound stones. Yet this was worth 10 times that. This reality only made Dian shed tears. He had never really cared for money. In his youth, he had more mortal realm money than he could spend in 10 lifetimes. When he entered the martial world, he finally fell into poverty. But his array alchemy skills redeemed that quicker than he could feel its effects. It wasn't until recently that he truly began to long for money. Running an empire required a ridiculous amount, something Dian simply didn't have. This one infernal core was worth an entire month's profit to Dian previously. Although his businesses should have expanded in his now almost year-long absence, this core would still likely be worth about 10% of what they could make in a month. Silver Fang sighed in his heart. Is this what they mean by all-powerful hermits are eccentrics? To think that such a much who could so easily help me break through had the vice of greed. Dian began to have plans of mass collecting these infernal cores, but he could only sigh as he himself poured cold water over his dreams. Firstly, these could only be found in one of every few thousand embryonic beasts. Secondly, even if they could be found in every one, Dian took 3 months to defeat even one, not to mention the fact he was quite lucky to win. Would stronger beasts have infernal cores that are worth more? Dian asked. Silver Fang nodded. A lower saint embryonic beast would have one worth about 1 Dao stone. This beast is of the middle saint realm, so it's worth 10x that. A high saint would be worth 100x and a peak saint would be worth 1000x. Celestial embryonic beasts are counted by the same progression except with transcendent stones. Dao embryonic beasts also follow the same pattern but with enigmatic stones. Dian nearly fainted at these words. A transcendent stone was worth 1,000,000 Dao stones. An enigmatic stone was worth 1,000,000 transcendent stones. Although he wanted to kill that bastard who decided to place a transcendent stone below an enigmatic one, this was simply the way of the martial world. Soon, Dian became lost in his own world, dreaming of a day pigs could fly and a Dao embryonic beast would fall onto his lap. Silver Fang, though, only grew more confused. Their 5-clan alliance had so many energy stone mines that he had never worried for money, much like Dian's younger self. How could he understand the weight on Dian's shoulders? Although he too had never seen a transcendent or enigmatic stone, it wasn't something he cared about. This infernal core is more valuable for cultivation, though, Silver Fang said almost pleadingly, unwilling to see such a valuable treasure exchanged for just money. Even shaving off a small pile and refining it into body cultivation pills would help your cultivation forward by leaps and bounds. Dian turned a glare toward Silver Fang. What the hell do you know? Silver Fang's eyes widened as he took a step back. Why did his demeanor change so suddenly? He looks no different from a gambling addict. If Silver Fang knew Dian's previously, he would be even more off-put. This wasn't Dian's personality at all. Get out of here, I have to train. You're following the human path, so you can't help me. Dian shooed Silver Fang away. Stunned, Silver Fang froze. Was this eccentric a human, following the beast path? He had never heard it done in reverse. A light of admiration lit in Silver Fang's eyes. With a single step, he bowed. Thank you for your help, Elder. I'll repay this kindness. Afterward, he turned away and disappeared along with his wives. Dian nearly coughed up blood hearing these words. I'm several thousand years younger than you. Dian watched Silver Fang disappear into the distance before sighing a small breath of relief. He exploited the innate weaknesses of beasts to fear the strong before making Silver Fang feel grateful to him, but this wasn't a tactic that would work with everyone. When Dian faced his third trial and defeated his opponents up to the Elder with Emperor-level presence, he couldn't move, but that was because he didn't have access to battle intent. Although he hadn't known about battle intent until now, it was the twins who informed him of Silver Fang's abilities. Simply put, Silver Fang's battle intent was a counter to his presence. The issue was that battle intent took very long to form. One wouldn't gain the spirituality necessary until the celestial realm, which is why it wasn't used by others in their third trial. There are too many variables in the martial world. Dian thought seriously. Who would have thought there was another way to counter presence aside from a heavenly treasure and faith? Because of his training, Dian thought of fighting Silver Fang anyway even though he couldn't win. However, he realized that fighting Silver Fang wouldn't help him hone the skills he wanted to. The path that Dian had helped Silver Fang experience a breakthrough in was related to the human path. However, the Titan Diamond Constitution required something far more bestial. Silver Fang's problem was that he was far too reliant on his beast path and the talents bestowed to him by heaven. Although he wanted to follow both paths, he ended up fearing Dian simply because his bloodline was suppressed, thinking that Dian was blessed more than he was. Despite being far stronger than Dian, he didn't dare to fight. It was for exactly this reason that he would always be inferior to Baylor. To follow the human path meant to transcend the heavens. All their history, humans had to break past their limits and forge ahead even when they were far weaker than beasts most of the time. How could Silver Fang progress in this path if he feared Dian simply for his bloodline? He had to dare to fight against what he deemed inevitable. However, it was for exactly this reason that Silver Fang was useless to Dian. Dian wanted to learn more about what it meant to be a beast, to sink into a depraved and mindless state where power and potential ruled over all. He wanted to become a Titan emperor. Looking at the remaining more than 95% of lizard meat, Dian sent it into the tower along with the infernal core. For now, he couldn't stand any more energy. After a deep breath, his eyes reddened. His thoughts became simple and monotonous. And soon, a steady stream of growls escaped his lips. His torso was still bloodied with crimson liquid. His injuries were barely half healed, and yet his will to fight bloomed. Will this really be all right? Little Ian couldn't help but wonder as they watched Dian sink even further. He's even stopped the seal from protecting his mind just now. Little Yang remained silent for a long time before answering. You know as well as I know the kind of strings of karma and time tied to him. The moment our blood essence fused with his, we knew there wasn't possibly a better partner to choose. This isn't the place a man like him loses his mind. There has to be a better way. Little Ian frowned. Unable to answer, Little Yang remained silent. When did Dian have his biggest breakthroughs in demonic will? Was it not when he lost his mind in anger? The day he reached the intense stage was the same moment he ripped the 11th ranked genius of the world tournament limb from limb. This was the nature of demonic will. Knowing this, what would need to be sacrificed for one to progress in Titan will? What sort of depraved state would you need to enter? How much anger needed to fuel you? What level of bestial aura was needed? Dian's days become overwhelmed by battles. Other than eating, he did nothing else. After a year, Dian stopped wasting his time heating his meat before he ate. His demeanor became cruder as bloody beast meat hung from his lips. During this year, Dian fought exactly 549 battles. Yet, he only won 4, including his lucky battle against the lizard. Still, all 3 additional victories were against lower saints. When his loss was inevitable, he would tuck his tail and run, he'd lick his wounds and use the lizard meat to recover, and as time passed, his wounds grew more gruesome. His left forearm was nothing but a string of barely connecting ligaments. A gash ran down his once handsome face, exposing his cracked cheekbone even to the point where his tongue was visible despite his mouth being closed. Numerous holes riddled his chest, each piercing a different portion of his heart. Dian looked like nothing more than a walking zombie. Still, he didn't seem to care. A month ago, he had finally broken into the second Titan will realm. Once he stepped into the 4th will level, he would meet the requirements to enter the second stage of Titan Emperor's will. Despite not being lucky enough to find another infernal core, Dian forged ahead. By the end of the 3rd year, Dian sunk further into depravity. Beast intestines and organs were no longer off limits. In his 16th victory against a lower saint leather-skinned rhino, his hands shot forward, piercing into its tough black skin and gripping its rib cage. With a roar that pierced the heavens, his hands ripped apart from one another, tearing the beast's chest into a mess of minced flesh and crushed bone. Its still beating heart thrummed with life, exposed to the air even as a shrill cry resounded through the air. Without a sane thought left in his mind, Dian's mouth opened and his teeth flashed, biting into the massive heart. Crimson blood bathed Dian, raining down from above and baptizing him with a depraved aura. In that moment, his own blood surged through his veins. He had finally broken into the 3rd Titan will realm. Silver Fang. A brown-eyed youth roared at Silver Fang, fuming with anger. Do you believe that I don't dare to kill your wives? What would your clan do to me? Release a strongly worded statement condemning my actions. Even in his anger, the young man roaring toward Silver Fang was sharp with his words, all but calling the Silver Needle Wolf clan cowards to the face of their heir. Before, the 5 youths had an unspoken agreement that they wouldn't fight amongst one another. They would slowly cherry-pick their opponents to foster their battle intent. Once the time was ripe, they would then fight, coalescing around one youth for their generation. But this Silver Fang actually attacked him. In his anger, he threatened his wives. Even if Silver Fang somehow beat him, would Silver Fang dare to kill him? Of course not. And, in the case that he was still alive after this battle, who would he vent his anger on? Since he couldn't kill Silver Fang due to the potential rage of his clan, he could dare to kill his women. What kind of clan would start a war over a pair of women? Maybe in the past, Silver Fang would have taken a step back hearing these words. However, he was a changed man. Waiting for when the time was ripe? That was nothing but a cowardly excuse. They were scared to lose their intent to Baylor, and thus applied pressure on the Golden Crown Raven clan to force their genius to not fight them until this ripe time. Threatening his wives? Silver Fang dared him. An aura as unmovable as a mountain crashed down upon his opponent. Silver Fang's battle intent soaring. I dare you, Silver Fang roared. Lay a single hand on my women, and I'll wipe your entire earth-skinned salamander clan from existence. The young man's eyes shifted from brown to a red hue. Rage threatened to burst through his chest. Had the Silver Fang lost his damn mind? You attempt to follow the human path, but you understand nothing about it. Silver Fang's body shifted, growing larger as his silver-white hair floated through the air. Today, I'll show you what it means, Ignis. Dian was completely oblivious to the impact he'd had on Silver Fang. Could be said that among the 5 alliance clans, only he truly followed the human path now. Although Baylor was said to be the most powerful among them, that didn't mean he understood the path he was following. Simply put, it was the nature of beasts to assume that Baylor was the most powerful among them. After all, he was the only mid-heaven grade king while they were low-heaven grade kings. By all rights, his path to the top was easier, but it didn't mean he understood the path. Only Silver Fang was attempting to break through the norm. Only he was seeking to break the limits that held him to the standard of a low-heaven grade beast. Only he was taking advantage of what it truly meant to be a king beast. In their 5-clan alliance, they all treated Baylor as though he was some kind of god. But didn't high-heaven grade beasts not exist? What of peak heaven grade beasts? What of the legendary transcendent threshold? And the supreme? Did they not exist? Because of the blessings the heavens gave beasts, they subconsciously submitted to its will, rarely breaking the mold to reach new heights. It was only the ancestors of transcendent and supreme grade beasts that understood this truth. As a result of this truth, the descendants of such high-grade beasts were doomed to suffer diminishing bloodlines, and their pool of talents was far more volatile, resulting in some of their descendants being worse than even some earth-grade or even common-grade beasts. Would these ancestors regret their decision to go against the heavens? Of course not. They handed their descendants an opportunity to grow, to fight, to reach above the path set out for them and forge their own. This was what Silver Fang had finally come to understand. In an emptied branch of space, Dian slowly ate the heart of the leather-skinned rhino. Endless vitality flowed within him, pumping through his veins at an astonishing rate. If a runic vein master saw Dian squandering such good resources in this way, they'd faint from anger. Unlike magic masters and array alchemists, runic vein masters could make use of beast parts in their practice. Something like the massive heart sitting before Dian was invaluable. Around him, the beast babies sat. Although Lin Lin and Baibai were herbivores, Sheer and Sun salivated before the meat. Unfortunately, they were still too weak to eat what Dian was, so they could only nibble away as spiritual fruits and beast pills. In the past 3 years, they had oddly barely grown. But Dian didn't take much notice. The truth was that although the time was chaotic here, heaven's laws didn't recognize them as reality. Due to this loophole, no matter how much time one spent here, they aged at the same pace the true timeline continued along. This meant that the beast babies were still barely over a year old. That said, although they didn't grow in size, they grew in spirituality and mind state. They had learned to not shiver in fear due to infernal beasts. In fact, they had grown to despise them. Slowly but surely, they were becoming warriors as well. Dian continued along his journey, leaving destruction in his wake. The beast babies began to follow behind Dian. It seemed that one of their bloodline abilities allowed them to fly without even having reached the essence-gathering realm. If Dian was in the mind state to think about, he'd realize just how heaven-defying the celestial bloodline truly was. That said, these beast babies were born with a silver spoon in their mouths. They ate nothing but reinforced beast-nurturing pills. Spiritual fruits were a frequent staple of their diet, and they often rested in rooms amplified with energy stones. Dian even fed them a drop of what Jade Queen Bee honey he retained every day. Dian hadn't even begun to advance their prowess using primordial energy yet, believing that they were too young, but even still, their constitutions and potential blossomed with each passing day. Sheer grew into her body. No longer looking like a palm-sized kitten, She had become about a half a meter in length. As a celestial tiger, her stripes should have been a dense black, but if one looked closely, the faintest of gold and silver hues could be seen. Little Lin Lin was the most reserved of the four, often hiding in her beautiful black shell. She could no longer fit atop of Diane's head now, having grown to about a half meter in length and width as well. Much like Shear's fur, her black shell grew in luster. The faintest etching of indiscernible ancient runes became to make their presence known. As for San, the mischievous celestial ape, he was no longer able to hope about on Diane's shoulders. He had grown to just over a meter in height, able to now stand to reach Diane's waist. Although he didn't the same beautiful signs as Lin Lin and Shear, his muscle definition and density were becoming more and more apparent every day. Despite his small size, his black palms were already as large as Diane's. Little Bybie had grown to the same size as Shear. Unlike little Zaire, who had paws from his Chilean heritage, Bybie had hooves and had begun to refine quite an elegant flair about herself. She loved meticulously cleaning herself, something she had no choice but to do after being practically bathed in blood every day. When Diane first met his master, he was mesmerized by her celestial deer form. The swirls of gold fur, the majestic demeanor, he felt like little Bybie could one day become that great. By the end of the 5th year, Diane had lost all sense of time. However, he could finally consistently defeat lower saint beasts. His body's weight had ballooned up to 650,000 gene. After the initial jump to 500,000 gene, the process slowed considerably. As for the reason, it was a combination of Diane's injuries and his terrible win-to-loss ratio. If Diane healed all of his injuries now, it was likely that he could sustain more than 1,000,000 gene. However, he didn't do so. He continued to suppress himself, tempering and wearing his body down to an extreme. By the time he was prepared to build it back up, his rise would be explosive. However, Diane was aware that this was too slow. The bronze silk stage had a peak weight of 1 billion gene, yet he hadn't even reached 0.1% of that. Unfortunately, he could only take things one step at a time. There was an added benefit to this weight, though. Diane could almost imagine the kind of speed he'd have if he suddenly lowered himself to his original body weight. By the end of the 6th year, Diane had fought 4,058 battles, securing himself 174 victories. However, he had yet to defeat a middle saint embryonic beast. Many of Diane's losses came against high-level beasts he could only keep his life in front of for a few hours at most. Unfortunately, he couldn't decide what kind of beasts he ran into, and as such was forced to fight many high and peak saint embryonic beasts to no avail. In one such battle, he met an insect-like creature that had blades of black for arms. Within just a few exchanges, its blade cut across Diane's waist, slicing his spinal cord and almost cleanly through the other side. Diane's intestines rained downward like hail. If it wasn't for him finally tapping into the meaning of diamond in his Titan diamond body constitution and stopping the insect creature's blade, he would have died on that day. One would have never expected Diane to take so long to master what should have been a basic ability of his own constitution, but he only had himself to blame. His starting point was so high that comprehending his own abilities had raised in difficulty exponentially. So, it wasn't until more than a half-dozen years of having his constitution that Diane finally learned his constitution's hardening ability. Of course, Diane was forced to run away despite this breakthrough. He could barely hold himself from splitting in two even with his dense energy. In the end, he was forced to break his own rules and utilize the bullbird energy to heal this injury. However, he left a faint scar behind as a reminder. By now, Diane had broken into the 6th saint stage. His pace of advance was much slower in this chaotic universe, but his foundation was much firmer in response. Although there were 108 meridians, the myriad of connections between them were numerous. Impurities in these passages is often what stalled cultivation. However, Diane was not only able to strengthen the main connections between his meridians, he was also able to slowly widen and strengthen passages others often neglected, improving his energy flow by several hundredfold. Along with his Titan diamond body, Diane made improvements with his other constitutions as well. In fact, he found quite a surprising ability with his Eternity's Balance constitution, an ability he dubbed as Eternity's Pupils. When Dian entered a deep enough state of contemplation, an illusory balance designed with numerous priceless gems would appear at his back. During a battle, the laws of everything would suddenly become clear to him. Suddenly, his eternity's balance constitution had become far more useful than even his Azura's eye in battle. On the surface, eternity's balance was simply about maintaining fairness. However, on a far deeper and philosophical level, its true being was related to the laws of cause and effect. For every action, there was an equal and opposite reaction. On the balance of judgment, when one commits a bad deed, there would thus be consequences for said bad deeds. The fact that Dian stacked 3 of these constitutions into one opened a door far beyond what he should have seen at his cultivation level. Eternity's balance didn't just allow one to balance and fuse wills with far greater ease than others. It gave one the ability to see, interpret, and manipulate the lines of karma. In this state of eternity, Dian's eyes would shine a pure white. His pupils would disappear, leaving behind 2 beautiful pearls. Although he would be blinded as a result, the truth was that he saw far more than he did before. When fighting a battle in this state, Dian could see images of what was to come. Those possible realities would superimpose, flooding his mind with information about probabilities. With every action he took, these superimposed images would then change, shifting in response. Simply put, although it was only ahead by fractions of a second, Dian could see the future. Never would Dian have believed that eternity's balance had such a hidden secret. A constitution he chose for the benefit of his flames had suddenly far surpassed even them in importance. The very first time Dian fell into this state was the end of the 9th year. He had been close to defeating his very first middle saint beast, but his growing bestial instincts told him that he would lose in the end. Anyone else would have been happy with such an improvement. After all, he had handicapped himself heavily. However, Dian was dissatisfied. In his rage, he broke one of his own rules and formed an arrow of black fire. Until now, he had refrained from using not only his soul and senses, but also his wills and weapons. But the moment this black flame came into existence due to Dian's frustration, his eternity's balance constitution spurred to life. Having laid dormant for so long, it suddenly realized that Dian was following along the beast path. In an instant, it overcorrected, realizing that Dian's human path needed to protect it. For Dian, who was in a trance-like state, this upsurge in his eternity's balance constitution seemed to slow time for him. He suddenly comprehended that the bounds of this constitution weren't limited to his assumptions. If even cultivation paths could be balanced, then was there anything that couldn't be? What about techniques? Could he fuse techniques together to make them stronger? What about his presence? Could he use his constitution to make something that was once difficult for him, fusing his attacks with his presence, easy? If that was true, then how could there be a limit at all? Couldn't you even balance cause and effect? Dian's sudden comprehension tore through his seal on his thoughts. Although he didn't notice it, the lashes of the toddler meditating in his mind's eye fluttered, shattering the seal and causing Dian's lifeless eyes to suddenly reawaken. Dian didn't know it at the time, but if he missed this opportunity for enlightenment, it might have been centuries before he received another. Even if his training was interrupted, it was worth it. The moment Dian awakened, he fell into an enigmatic state. Suddenly, the laws of the universe became clear to him. Time slowed, his pace of thought increased several hundred folds. In that instant, Dian seemed to perceive years of time passing by when in reality, it was a mere fraction of a second. With a glance, Dian finally realized that the flow of time in this universe wasn't normal. 16 days to 1 here, 3 to 1 over there, he thought absent-mindedly. Involuntarily, Dian's time will that had once been abolished leaped to the third will level in a mere fraction of a moment. Looking down at the black flame arrow just formed in his hands, Dian looked toward the double-trunked elephant he had been fighting. The beast was already on its last legs. But wasn't this the case for Dian as well? His instincts told him that had this not happened, he would have definitely lost. Numerous gray lines and ribbons appeared and quickly faded in his sight. At the same time, images and probabilities flowed into his mind. 5% chance, 16% chance, 21% chance, 96%, Time sped up once more. No matter how fast Dian's speed of thought was, how could his body keep up? The moment he decided to move, the double-trunked elephant reacted. But it was too late. A black flame arrow pierced a ghastly wound in its shoulder, severing an important nerve, then artery, before causing the collapse of the beast. Dian shook his head as he looked at the fallen creature. That counts as a loss, he thought, sighing to himself. The moment his pupils faded back into existence, he lost consciousness, his mental energy completely drained. Dian's Titan diamond body and Eternity's balanced constitutions weren't the only ones to improve. In fact, maybe the fiercest of the three in terms of improvement was his silver mirror constitution. While he hadn't even grasped Titan diamond body's hardening ability to even a small success level, and while he could only use Eternity's balance to the highest degree after a moment of enlightenment and just for a few fractions of a second, his silver mirror constitution seemed to improve by leaps and bounds every day. The normal silver mirror constitution was able to reflect attacks by a certain percentage. However, Dian's was on another level entirely. During Dian's travels, he had come across a total of 34 or so celestial embryonic beasts. Without fail, every time he would immediately enter the Demon Sage Tower and run. These 34 celestial embryonic beasts didn't even count the number of times his growing bestial instincts made him run even before laying eyes on said creature. Obviously, since Dian ran into celestial embryonic beasts, essence-gathering embryonic beasts weren't rare at all, it was just that Dian didn't add them to his win and loss counter and only used them for food and practice. Long story short, these essence embryonic beasts stood not a single chance. Without even making use of his celestial body, Dian was able to project shields of blinding silver light to repel their attacks. Over time, he realized that these beasts were perfect for honing his silver mirror constitution. When facing low and middle essence beasts who essentially had the equivalent power of Dian's energy cultivation, not only could he reflect 100% of their attacks, there was even a 10% boost hidden within this reflection. As Dian's energy manipulation abilities grew and he began to slowly reach the one with self-realm for numerous lower common grade techniques and even began to master some middle grade techniques, this percentage steadily grew. What Dian didn't know was that if he stopped sealing off his thoughts and began to apply his comprehensions to these new abilities, this percentage would spike upward to 150% if not more. The concepts of momentum and resonance that he learned within his tribulation trial were simply perfect for this constitution. As time continued to tick onward, Dian's abilities increased. By the end of the 11th year, Dian had finally grown strong enough to defeat a middle saint embryonic beast. The experience shattered the bottleneck his Titan will had been stuck in for so long, launching him into the 4th will level and giving him access to the 2nd stage of Titan Emperor's will. Dian continued to grow. Knowing that he wouldn't be able to access the 3rd stage until he reached the 7th will realm, Dian continued to throw himself into his battles. By the end of the 15th year, the number of battles Dian had fought skyrocketed to over 12,000 and his number of victories crossed 800. However, these victories were worth far more. He no longer counted lower saint beasts. By now, he had single-handedly defeated over 400 middle saint beasts. The mountain seemed to grow more and more difficult to climb. Maybe the only saving grace was that he had finally found his 2nd middle saint grade infernal core within the body of a black steel furred rodent. Even after 15 years and his Titan will growing to the peak of the 5th will realm, Dian still found high saint embryonic beasts to be an impossible hill to climb. With so many handicaps placed on what he could do, the results were often devastating. The good news was that even with his comprehension stunted with his thoughts cut off, Dian's bestial instincts grew. Eventually, he began to master techniques using these instincts as a replacement for his thought. Although the process was far slower, he made progress. With the 15th year passed, he finally completed a large portion of his master's asks to the high common grade level. Energy manipulation, fist techniques, kicking techniques, and movements techniques, 300 of each were mastered to the one with self-realm. Over time, Dian's mindless bestial state almost took the likeness of another kind of selfless state. He delved into the bestial path so far that he could learn techniques simply by instinct alone. Yet, even with all of these improvements, he lost to high saint embryonic beasts consistently, not gaining a victory against even a single one. It wasn't until the end of Dian's 18th year that he could finally fight toe-to-toe with such beasts, and not until half the 19th year had passed before he gained his first victory over one. By his side, the beast babies continued to grow. Each of them had chosen to follow the beast path strictly. As transcendent grade beasts, they had no need to rely on the human path to improve their future prospects. Although they would be weaker than little Zaire because of this, they were never his equal in terms of talent regardless. However, this didn't mean that they wouldn't be powerful. Who dared to look down on a transcendent grade beast? Linlin, Baibi, Sheer, and Sin were all the equivalent of 8-tailed kitsune at worst. With Dian pampering them with resources, their future prospects were boundless. If they could rely on Dian's resources to restore their bloodlines to the supreme grade realm, boundless would be an inadequate descriptor. Man and beasts together crossed Chaos Universe, side by side. The strength of Dian's body grew. By the end of the 22nd year, he had finally crossed the 1 million gene barrier, giving him the equivalent weight of a lower spiritual grade treasure. He also seemed to realize that his hardening ability progressed as he accepted larger percentages of hide body weight. They both scaled to one another. While this didn't mean that Dian could suddenly gain 1,000 times the defense if he forcefully entered his 1 billion gene state, it did mean that if one day Dian gained absolute mastery over his 1 billion gene state, he would then gain 1,000 times the defense he currently had. In addition to this, Dian's instincts told him that once he crossed the 100 million gene threshold, he would be able to enter the Titan world once more. Unfortunately, at the moment he didn't have control over this, but he was confident he soon would. The potential resources to be found within the Titan world couldn't be underestimated. Before, Dian wasn't certain if he could take this into and out of that world, but when Ree teased him about being covered in beast dung when he came out, that unknown question suddenly had an answer. If that beast dung covered his skin even after he returned, doesn't that mean he had technically taken something out of that world? Thinking about the ridiculous number of energy stones infused into the ground, Dian couldn't help but salivate and train harder. Maybe one day he'd be wealthy enough to no longer care about money once more. Dian battle prowess soared. By the end of the 29th year, High Saint embryonic beasts were finally within his sights. By the start of the 31st, he had gained his first victory over them. If this sort of the battle prowess was translated to the real world, it would as followed. In his deepest third selfless state, before Dian awakened his constitutions, he was able to fight a middle celestial of the low-order third grade. In fact, he was able to fight two of them without falling to a disadvantage, while both of these opponents were only a single realm from the high celestial level, 6th-stage celestials. However, outside of this third selfless state, Dian's opponents would have to be 4th-stage celestials for him to replicate this feat, and, of course, of the low-order third grade or lower. Although this was only a difference of 2 stages, one has to remember how large the differences between realms were even in the Saint realm, let alone the celestial realm. After Dian awakened his constitution, his abilities soared. He estimated that his absolute limit would be capable of fighting a lower-order second-grade middle celestial. If he utilized his Titan Emperor's will, breaking his master's rules, he would be able to fight toe-to-toe with a lower-order second-grade expert of the 6th-stage celestial to victory. He would also be able to eke out a long fight against a 7th-stage celestial before he would inevitably lose, assuming he didn't make use of tricks and his intelligence. One had to remember that a 7th-stage celestial had just stepped into the ranks of a high celestial. To be able to fight a low-order second-grade high celestial as a lower celestial was heaven-defying beyond belief. To jump from the lower-order third grade to the lower-order second grade was an impossible jump for most to make. For context, even 10 lower-order third-grade celestials couldn't face a single lower-order second-grade expert of the same cultivation realm. This was the signification of grades and orders. However, now, Dian was on a completely different level. Even without using Titan Emperor's will, a lower-order second-grade middle celestial was no match for him. In fact, even a middle-order second-grade middle celestial could only tuck tail and run. Dian wouldn't run into a challenge until his middle-order second-grade middle celestial had stepped into the high celestial realm. If Dian used his Titan Emperor's will, even such an expert would be no match. At this point, one would have no choice but to be a first-grade expert to stand toe-to-toe with Dian unless you were a peak celestial. While the third grade had 2 divisions and the second grade had 3 divisions, the first grade had 9. the lowest being a first-order first-grade expert and the highest being a ninth-order first-grade expert. In Dian currently state, first through fifth-order experts of the middle celestial realm would have no choice but to take him seriously. One can imagine how large these divisions were if it took Dian 34 years to climb these 5 orders. However, gods wouldn't be any worse than the 6th grade, and true gods? You would never find one below the 8th grade. This was the martial world. With these 30-plus years of cultivation, Dian had finally made up for the time he lost, but he had only just begun his journey. Still, Dian wasn't finished yet. These geniuses, hadn't they all stepped into the celestial realm? Hadn't they all mastered a pseudo-domain? Didn't they all have faith backing their strength? Dian had none of these things. By the start of the 32nd year, Dian had crossed into the peak of the 9th Saint stage, only a single meridian away from the 10th. He was coming. That said, I'd like to keep some mystery about Dian's abilities. So here's another 20-year time skip. Just as the 53rd year ended, Dian suddenly snapped awake as though he had awoken from a dream. He looked around in confusion before noticing a large marble filled with green and gold fog sitting before him at almost a meter in diameter. Dian's gaze shifted up to the peak Saint embryonic beast's gasping its last breath. Its gaze filled with rage as it stared down its murderer. Its green wings lay limply, drooping down the sides of the asteroid they stood on. On its head, or rather, the half that remained of its large head, once proud goldfathers were dyed in blood, losing their sheen. A moment later, Dian seemed to understand. This was the first peak Saint embryonic beast he had defeated in his time here, a green steel-feathered eagle. Judging by the gold feathers on its crown, its bloodline was on the precipice of evolving. Considering the fact a green steel-feathered eagle was a high heaven-grade beast, such an evolution really wasn't something to be snubbed. It was no wonder it hated Dian so much. Dian shifted the gaze from the eagles to his body and couldn't help but cringe. He could quite literally see his heart beating through his cracked rib cage. One could only imagine the state his lung would have to be in for his heart to be visible from the side. His left arm was missing half of its muscles and skin. He could see where his shoulder connected to his right arm, and several of his fingers and toes had mysteriously disappeared. When Dian tried to lick his lips to display his shock, he suddenly noticed a current of air that shouldn't have been there. To his horror, his fears were confirmed when he raised his hand to his face only to realize that almost its entire left side was missing. What the hell? In the next instant, a wave of pain overwhelmed Dian. 53 years of accumulated wear and tear ravaged his body, overloading his nerves and almost frying his brain entirely. Dian's body turned stiff, convulsing violently. He grit his teeth, weathering wave after wave of the onslaught. He couldn't believe how much it hurt. Dian was a man who had had his body broken down to its very molecules, all to earn the right to energy cultivate. He could still remember his body turning into nothing but a mist of blood and meat. Even the pain of having his body nearly completely destroyed by a half-step transcendent wasn't this painful. Seeing Dian in pain, the green eagle's remaining eye shone with a gloating light before it finally passed away, happily dying knowing that it had caused its enemy to suffer. Dian didn't have the time to realize that this creature seemed to have more intelligence than the other infernal beasts. Had the other beasts been smarter, they would have likely run from Dian just like Silverfang had initially, due to his bloodline. However, they all fought him like madmen. It seemed that earning the right to have an infernal core was also related to one's ability to defy the heavens. The beast path was more complicated than Dian have it credit for. Big brother. The celestial beast babies, having finally gained the ability to communicate with essence energy, watched Dian worriedly. The moment 3 adorable female voices and a surprisingly deep male voice entered his mind, Dian knew who it came from. Although he hadn't always had his mind in the past 50 or so years, they had always been by his side. How could their relationship not grow? Dian grit his teeth, unable to speak. Slowly, he began to communicate with his inner world. He was pleasantly surprised to see that it had grown along with his energy cultivation. He could sense that he was currently in the process of filling his 105th meridian, and with that growth in strength, his inner world had gone from stretching only about 10 meters to creeping up on about 100 meters. Still, it was still filled with the same cracked and infertile land, looking like an ancient and disposed ruined ground. The remainder of the 60% of healing energy Diane saved began to flow into his body. Diane had specifically not touched it in the last few decades to save it for this moment. White flames danced along Diane's body, slowly healing his ghastly wounds. Diane could only chuckle bitterly as he watched energy he had saved for so long dissipate so quickly. His chest was slowly restored, his arms regained their muscles and skin, and soon afterward, his handsome face reappeared. What once was a walking zombie had become a human once more. Unfortunately, the price was all of the healing energy Diane had left. Days later, Diane's breathing finally steadied itself after a deep sleep. When he awoke, he found 4 familiar faces looking down at him. A beautiful celestial deer and tiger, an adorable celestial turtle, and a mischievous celestial ape who could already match Diane in height. Diane grinned. "Aren't you 4 a little too useless? 53 years and still at the essence-gathering realm? Isn't that too pitiful?" The 4 looked at Diane with aggrieved expressions. It was so difficult to cultivate here. It was even more difficult for them as celestial beasts because it was the exact opposite of their path affinity. How could he expect more? "Meanie." Bibby's immature voice filled Diane's mind. "I'm telling Granny Celeste on you." Diane laughed heartily. Sometimes, going through years of hardship was only worth it for moments like this. After healing, Diane streaked across the universe, an odd elation taking root in his heart. He didn't know why, but he was very happy today. When he thought about it, he chalked it up to his vast increase in strength. He felt that soon, he'd be able to conquer the 3rd floor of the Demon Sage Tower and learn the secret Evangeline hid from him. What he didn't know was that the moment he awakened his eternity's balance truly, he could already withstand the backlash of learning of his alternate timeline. Looking toward the beast babies, Diane nodded with satisfaction. Although little Yang and Een hadn't grown, the other 4 had by quite a bit. Liline's shell had already gained a more than 2-meter diameter and had a frightening weight of 50,000 gene. This weight was as light as a feather to Diane, but for an essence gatherer like Linlin, it was impressive that she carried it without much issue. Bybee and Sheer had already grown into their own bodies as well. Each were about 2 meters in length and reached up to Diane's waist on all 4s. They had already begun exuding the proud auras of rulers. Diane felt that if they could take one more step and have a breakthrough in their mentality, they could become kings of the transcendent grade. As for San, the only male other than little Yang, he could stand to Diane's shoulder now. Considering Diane was 6 feet 6 inches. This made Sun at least 6 foot at only 3 years old. Oftentimes, Sen's aura was far more imposing when he leaned forward on his massive fists, but he liked to imitate his elder brother and walk on his feet. Oddly enough, despite being an ape, Sen had 2 long twin tails that packed quite a punch. When Diane asked him about it, it turned out that Sen had a bulky form and a slim form. One resembled a traditional ape more, while the other was more monkey-like. Still, Diane had to say that the form he was biased toward were the beast baby's human toddler forms. They didn't turn into humans often, but when they did, they were absolutely adorable. "All right, report your progress to me. It will take about a week at this pace to make it to the central galaxy, so I have some time to set your paths," Diane said, having relaxed enough. Sheer leaped onto the couch Diane sat upon, laying her large head on his lap. Bybee followed suit as San sat across from Diane, chewing away at a saint fruit. As for Linlin, she had turned into the adorable 3-year girl in Diane's arms. She didn't like moving very much, so she realized that being in her human form made it easier for Diane to carry her around. "We'll break through to the saint stage soon." Bybee spoke first. It seemed that she was the only responsible one among the 4 of them. Still, it was cute listening to such an immature voice try to pretend to be corporate and serious. "Do you guys understand how tribulations work, then?" Diane asked. However, the response he received was a fit of giggles. "Stupid. Celestial beasts don't have to face tribulations if they strictly follow the beast path. It's another ability of their bloodlines." Sheer lazily teased as the rest laughed. Diane shook his head. Life is so unfair. He almost forgot that beasts were practically gifted all the information they could ever need within their bloodlines. Linlin. Diane rubbed the small head of the little girl in his arms. "Your path is one of wisdom. Spending time together with the twins would benefit you greatly. Try your best to soak up all the knowledge you can from them. Your Celestial Turtle clan is famous for their defensive abilities. Slowly learn to apply the knowledge you gain toward this path. Lin's large black eyes blinked as she looked up at Diane. What do you mean, big brother? Imagine that you're facing an opponent whose technique you understand. Would facing such an opponent be easier or harder had you not had this knowledge? Easier. Lin responded easily. Exactly. The world of defense is very complex. The way to counter and even reflect various attacks often has a nuance that changes based on the opponent, even if they all use the same technique. The best way to become a great defensive specialist is to have enough knowledge to counter anything you face. Do you understand? Lin nodded, her eyes brightening. Lin understands. Sheer. Diane looked toward the white tiger that lay on his right lap. You follow the slaughter path. Yet you're already 3 years old and still haven't killed yet. Can you even call yourself a celestial tiger? Sheer pouted, knowing that her big brother was getting her back for teasing him. From now on, we'll hone your slaughter heart. Diane smiled. San. Looking toward the mischievous ape, more worried about the fruit in his hand than him. Diane shook his head. Your celestial ape clan follows 2 paths. A path of absolute power and a path of flexible agility. My plans for you requires learning the battle axe and the staff. Until you break through to the 3rd realm in both, no more fruits for you. Hearing this, San finally looked up, an expression of horror on his features. However, Diane didn't mind him and continued. Baby, your celestial deer clan's purity path makes you excellent healers. Your path will be one of learning array alchemy, botany, and healing of the magic path. A week later, the Demon Sage Tower had finally broken into the central galaxy. In just a few hours, Diane had homed in on a particular planet. From outside the planet's influence, Diane saw swaths of rocky and tall jagged mountains. The rivers and oceans that ran across its surface were even an eerie red color, making it look like a molten rock of red and black from above. However, just as Diane was about to descend, his eyes trained of a foggy barrier that covered about 20% of the planet. It must be there. Looking back toward the beast babies, he spoke. You 4 stay here. Little Lin, Little Yang, you can come with me. Although the 4 beast babies wanted to protest, they could only accept that they were still too weak to follow Diane. In the end, they headed off toward their training rooms before rigorously starting on the techniques Diane gave them. Within the odd fog barrier of the planet, there was an entirely different world. Extending for several thousand miles more than what it seemed on the outside, there were lush green grasses, tall and strong trees, and even healthy and raging rivers. This was clearly a mystical world. Not only that, but a mystical world that was easily accessible. This mine is my property. If you want it, you'll have to claim it over my dead body. A young man with beady purple eyes roared as he watched the approaching enemies. Don't be like that. Aren't your and my clan's friends? Haven't you learned to share? A group of 3 slowly and cautiously approached, greed clear in their eyes. Usually, a mine like this wouldn't be too rare. This was because this mystical world lived in a pocket of accelerated time where a single day was worth only a portion of an hour in the real world. Yet, at the same time, unlike the other areas of Chaos Universe, the things here grew along with the accelerated time. It was obvious to anyone who knew much of anything that this was due to an otherworldly expert bending the laws of the universe and forcing it to accept this new timeline. As a result, whenever the 5-clan alliance came to this universe once every 1.2 million years, the marker for a new generation, the spiritual fruits, plants and mines had all had over 120 million years of growth. Although Diane had experienced 53 years in this universe because of the volatility in time, others experienced much less, while some experienced more. Thus, despite having had a 50-year time limit given by their 12th elder, the Beast Alliance clans were still here. In the sky, Diane shook with rage. This wasn't because he cared about the young man being bullied. It was because his divine sense could cover the entire mystical world and he could see the legacy that should be his being taken by others. The demon sage really was too careless in making this world. Scram! Diane roared from the skies, causing the 4 beast men to look up before their eyes widened in fear. Without even inquiring about who it was, all 4 of them turned tail and ran. Diane's demeanor was far scarier than even the infernal embryonic beasts on the outside. How could they dare to cross him? However, Each of them rushed toward their own leaders. The beady purple-eyed young man immediately headed toward the genius of the purple-scaled King Viper clan, and the three young men dashed toward the earth-skinned salamander, Ignis. Dian hardly cared. It was better if they all came together so he could kick them out at once. How dare they touch what was his? Dian nodded as he walked into the mine. I shouldn't waste time here. There are several hundred mines that I can sense. Damn it, I don't have time to take them all. You can move mystical worlds with you, but you need the world's core. The celestial mystical world's core was the life stone. I'm not entirely sure what this world's core is, Little Yang suddenly said. Dian's divine sense trained in on a gray blob at the very center of the mystical world. In reality, it wasn't a gray blob at all, it definitely had a form and shape. It was just that, for some reason, Dian's divine sense wasn't allowed to scan it. If the world core exists, it's definitely there. After a look around, Dian lost interest in the mine. It wasn't that it wasn't fruitful. In fact, there were several billion saint stones to excavate, not a small reward by any means. But now that he had undone the lock on his thoughts and had begun to balance his beast and human path once more, his calm had come back as well. Why focus on this one saint stone mine when he could sense several dozen celestial stone mines and a half-dozen Dao stone mines? His main priority was to receive the world's core. Then he could receive all of these rewards at his leisure. You really didn't make this easy on your successor, Dian thought, still feeling aggrieved. He could only imagine how many treasures he had missed out on because of the demon sage's blunder. However, what Dian didn't realize was that the demon sage was laughing heartily at his plight. Or rather, when he left the mystical world open, he had. After all, because of Dian, he was prophesied to die. How could he not bear a small grudge? Dian walked out of the mine, stretching. He had once more assumed his normal sweatpants and white shirt look, but this time he chose to color his pants gray instead of black. He looked completely out of place within the martial world, but also felt the most comfortable this way. With a thought, a staff appeared in Dian's hand. Its body was completely gray and bland, but it was heavy, at least several million gene. It was made by none other than his master with dwarf diamond. It's a bit too light for me now, but it'll do. Dian had some catching up to do if he wanted his weapon techniques to catch up to his fist techniques and the like. While his non-weapon techniques had all reached the peak common grade, his weapon techniques were still middling around the middle common grade. Dian looked up into the sky and roared. You have one of two choices: leave my mystical world or come to the central plane and die. In an instant, Dian's words carried over several 10,000 miles. His vocal cords had become so powerful that he could even begin learning ancient dragon language if he had such a technique. Such a feat was too easy for him. Within a mine of dark stones, a young, meditating man's eyes opened, causing a fierce light to shine through the dark atmosphere. Everything about this young man was seeped in darkness. His robes fluttered like shadows. His hair and eyes blended in seamlessly, and even his face seemed shrouded in black fog. Killing intent erupted from deep within his bones as he stood and walked out from his seclusion in another area of the mystical world. Silver Fang looked up with a glint lighting his eye. Over the past few decades, he had defeated 2 of the 4 geniuses. The only 2 who remained were the mighty Baylor of the Golden Crown Raven clan and Ka, the young heiress of the purple-scaled King Viper clan. When he heard this voice, he laughed gleefully, immediately heading toward the central plain with his wives trailing behind him. That's him. A beady purple-eyed young man complained to a voluptuous beauty. Big Sister Ka, you must get justice for me. Ka was a peerless beauty, not losing out to Madeline, Ree and Clara even one step. However, she was already a celestial while the last time Dian saw his wives, they were still saints. Still, her beauty could not be underestimated even a small bit. Her curves were as outrageous as Madeline's. Her eyes were as clever as and cold as Clara's, while her shimmering green-purple hair matched Ree in its ethereal nature. She stood at over 6 foot tall, her willowy hips snaking through the air and placing the men who saw in a hypnotic trance. Her eyes flashed with curiosity as she looked toward the central plain. Before this trial, Baylor was the only man to catch her attention. But afterward, Silver Fang changed for the better, causing her to add him to a list of possible matches as well. As a beast, her lust was larger than most women. But while she wasn't a prude, she still wasn't willing to give her virginity to just any man. This was a plight of many female snake women. The dream of every snake was to leap heaven's barrier and become true dragons. By necessity, her man had to at the very least have equal aspirations. Something about the voice that called out made a once cold part of her belly, just below her belly button, light up with a fervent heat. Interesting, she smiled to herself, slightly amused. Before her younger brother could react, she had disappeared into the distance. Ignis' eyes filled with rage. After losing to Silver Fang, his days had been filled with nothing but darkness. He didn't even know how to face his clan. However, he was still a genius. That rage fueled him to greater heights. His ultimate goal was to trample Silver Fang beneath his feet. Yet, as he was working toward the goal, nobody wanted to provoke him. Fuck. I'll rip the bastard limb from limb. Ignis roared into the skies. Within a camp of the crystal-boned Eagle clan, a young woman looked into the sky after the voice sounded. She too had lost to Silver Fang, but she hadn't taken it as hard as Ignis. In fact, she used it as an opportunity to betroth herself to Silver Fang. Although Silver Fang's wives had glared at her for being so shameless, she shrugged happily. Having a man willing to challenge Baylor was a pride for her, something important for Eagle clans. She didn't even mind sharing Silver Fang and becoming third wife. She was powerful enough to have the strength to dictate her own marriage. With an elegant movement, she stood from her small throne. Her black hair flowed like a calm stream, but her very being seemed to shimmer, making it look like she was imitating a beautiful holy light with every step. Lord Husband will probably go toward the sound of that arrogant voice. I should follow him. She smiled sweetly, looking no different from a young woman in love. Diane leisurely hopped from tree to tree, breathing in the sweet air. It had been a long time since he truly relaxed. This feeling was quite therapeutic for him. Only thing that would make it better was if he could practice his array alchemy in this kind of environment. Despite having had his soul energy form comet and moon energy subsequently, Diane had yet to form a single moon grade or even comet grade pill or formation. This was why his arrays still shone a normal gold color, because he was still forming low-level arrays. There are quite a few matured spiritual plants and fruits in this world. Diane felt slightly excited as his divine sense focused on clumps of dense energy. Although he didn't see in planet or star-grade spiritual plants, he saw quite a few comet-grade ones. There were even a few well-hidden moon-grade ones. Normally, one's divine sense wouldn't be able to find such amazing treasures. This was because they had methods of protecting themselves against such means. However, Diane's divine sense wasn't normal by any stretch of the imagination. It was already stronger than what most Tao formation experts could boast. Comet and moon-grade spiritual plants had no way of hiding from him. Only planet and star grades could do so. Mother-in-law's pill. There are quite a few of the necessary ingredients here. In fact, all of them are here. This is good. Diane grinned ear to ear as he closed in on the gray blob that blocked his divine sense. One can imagine how many high-level spiritual plants there were here. After 120 million years of maturity, even planet-grade spiritual planet could be matured. I shouldn't dig up too many of them right now, though. I should give them to Eli to handle. I believe I remember him saying that the spirituality of high-level plants can speed up the growth of lower-level ones if used correctly. He'd probably kill me if I wantonly used these treasures. The trees slightly shook under Diane's weight. He surprisingly looked almost weightless despite the fact the reality was the exact opposite. Any expert watching him glide from branch to branch would suck in a cold breath after realizing just how profound his movement technique was. Diane's movements seemed fluid beyond belief. In fact, every twitch of the muscles contained a separate and profound mystery that made it difficult to tell just what grade his technique was. Well, the truth of the matter was that he was currently alternating between 3 to 5 techniques for every given movement. Unless one knew beforehand, it was impossible to tell. With Diane's speed, he soon found himself just a few steps from the central plane clearing. Wow! Diane's breath hitched. The gray blob that he couldn't see before? It was a castle that spanned tens of miles in every direction. The most shocking part was that it wasn't made of gold and silver, but of star and moon jade. Both of these precious materials were comet grade of the highest sixth order. Building an entire palace out of such things? The cost could only be counted in enigmatic stones. How luxurious! Dian coughed. He didn't know if this was how the wealthy lived or if the demon sage was just some nouveau riche expert squandering his earnings. However, when he thought about it, he understood. Star and moon jade were known for their yin and yang purifying characteristics. They could filter energy into an easily digestible form, speeding up cultivation by several folds. It was especially useful for dual cultivation. Usually, one would only need a small pendant hung around your neck, but the demon sage actually made a whole palace? What the deal with this palace? Dian asked the twins. How could there be so much star and moon jade? The eyes of the twins went opaque as they scanned the palace. Demon Sage Palace, an immortal abode and central to the Demon Sage Empire's power. It's protected by omitted. Built 23,058,294 years ago, it's tied to the speed of the Demon Sage's speed of cultivation. It was once much larger, but 40% of it was sacrificed to the timeless library. This included over 95% of the star and moon jade that once made it up, leaving only enough to cover the outer surface of the palace. The demon sage placed this immortal abode here in order to protect the core of the world. Without the key or potential surpassing that of his current successor, the palace will not open to you. The origin of the star and moon jade is related to a master of feng shui. As such, these truths are hidden by heavenly laws and cannot be omitted. The twins continued to list off paragraphs of miscellaneous information, but Dian had long stopped paying attention. His entire body trembled as he trained in on a single spot. Currently, Dian was still several tens of miles from the palace. Ahead of him, there was a simple and wide expanse of grassed lands. However, his divine sense didn't work anywhere past the tree he stood atop of, which was exactly why he hadn't noticed earlier. In the distance, 6 stakes stood pierced in the ground. Dian's heartbeat quickened, a deep and bestial rage bubbling upward. On these 6 stakes were none other than the bloodied and half-dead figures of Zabia and the Tao couple's disciples, pinned up like dogs and dripping in blood. Dian could already tell from here that 3 of them were dead. Dian flashed forward at such a blinding speed that it was clear he had been barely trying until now. In a mere moment, he had crossed tens of miles to appear before the stakes. Zabia's body hung from the middle, completely riddled with wounds. Large chunks of skin were missing, revealing the bone and muscle below. One of his eyes was entire gouged out while the other was swollen shut completely. He had long since run out of sweat to sweat and could only use his dried blood to cool his body down. His life was just barely holding on by the thinnest of strings. To his side, the only other survivor was Iacus, whose condition was far worse. Only a single arm was pinned up above him because the other was missing entirely. In addition, the nail that pinned his lower body to the stake went through his shin. The remainder of his leg was nowhere to be seen. As for the remainder of the Vinum family, they were completely lifeless. Even Trot, who Dian had once fought when he awoke from his coma, was nothing but a corpse. Dian remained silent, only stepping forward to slowly let them down, one by one. As he worked, an aura of darkness brewing around him, those of the beast clans began to slowly appear. They didn't know why, but none of them felt that they should be the first to speak. They felt an unquenchable danger weighing on their chests, growing heavier and heavier. Yet they didn't dare to back away either. Who? Zabia and Iacus, who couldn't see, suddenly felt their bodies being lowered. Zabia struggled to open his remaining eye, but Iacus wasn't so lucky. Both of his eyes had been gouged out. Don't agitate your injuries. Dian spoke softly, his voice oddly calm. Ah, Dian. The both of them spoke at the same time. Although they didn't cry, their grievances were clear in their voices. They had thought that this mission would be an easy one. Finding a treasure of the Jafari with a Jafari by their side? It should have been simple. Yet, when they got here, it was anything but, "Who did this to you?" Dian's voice traveled with a hint of majesty. In the distance, the 5 geniuses began to slowly appear. The first was Ka, and soon afterward it was Ignis, then Silverfang. Finally, the enticing figure of the crystal-boned Eagle Clan's Vera appeared. As for Baylor, he was likely hidden in the large tree shadows. "My little brothers," Iacus choked, his vocal cords half sheared apart. That bastard! Iacus' frustration only grew as he tried to explain, but it was too difficult. He was blind, he was actually blind. He was nothing but a cripple now. What did his years of cultivation even mean? Diane. Zabia coughed, trying to steady his rage. I'm not sure how much time has passed in the outside world for you, but this enemy isn't a simple one. Since you've come here, it's better to run. To Zabia, it had only been a few months since they came to Chaos Universe. But as a Jafari, he was very sensitive to time, darkness, and spatial will. He felt that there was something off with the time stream, but his cultivation was high enough to see through it. He was only able to confirm that this was true since Diane was here. His reasoning was simple. Diane wasn't even out of his trial when he left on this mission. In fact, he was still in the middle of his third trial. A few months wasn't enough to complete it, which meant that much more time than they had perceived passed. However, when they reached this mystical world, everything changed. Time slowed, extending their misery even more. Don't speak about what I should do. I only want to hear what happened. Zabia coughed, bitterly laughing. Knowing that he wouldn't change Diane's mind, he could only start to explain. We came here following my connection to the Jafari clan treasure. Eventually, we trained in on this palace and made our way here. However, the palace was covered by a barrier that wouldn't allow us in. Once we tried to get it anyway, we were blasted away. But that was when a spirit appeared to us and began to rant about just how much he hated his successor. He told us that if we could manage to show more potential than this successor, that he would allow us in. So every day we trained with the centennials he sent out. It's been over 500 years since we started. Diane's eyes contracted. 100 years to them was only a single year in the outside, meaning 500 years was 5. If he accounted for the decelerated time they likely experienced outside, this was enough to explain their long disappearance. However, Zabia had trained for 500 years and still lost. Who did this? Training in this kind of time warp, even with an expert's fingerprints on it, isn't very efficient. Little Ian explained. Learning wills becomes very difficult due to the warp. This difficulty of comprehension also extends energy comprehension, making breaking into a new realm very difficult. It's impressive that they even became peak celestials. That said, what this sort of time warp is very good with is increasing battle prowess. Zabia shook his head, deep grief evident in his eyes. The spirit began training us in earnest. I think it's because he was bored. However, he'll only appear every few weeks, and sometimes he'll disappear for months and years at a time. When he saw that we wanted to attempt to break into the Tao formation realm, he said we weren't ready and sealed our cultivation, telling us to train up our bodies and souls first, then disappeared. But his timing was unfortunate. Diane didn't need to hear the rest of the story. He already understood what had happened. Zabia and the disciples of Madeline's parents had astonishingly become peak celestials. The worst of them had been at the 10th stage, while Zabia had even entered the 12th stage. They had been preparing to enter the Tao formation realm when their master in name and apparent spirit of the demon sage palace wanted them to temper their foundations and increase their soul and body strength first. However, while their cultivations were sealed, they were then attacked. Some dark beast bastard said that these were the lands of his clan, and that we would serve as punishment for all those who dared to take what was his. Iacus trembled in anger, causing the wounds that Diane had meticulously closed to reopen. My junior brothers. Iacus wanted to shed tears, but his tear ducts were too damaged. In the end, hot blood flowed from his sockets, sliding down his face. Diane's heart ached. He hadn't had a good impression of these guys before. They had never fought any campaigns, yet they were so arrogant. But over the years they had changed. If Zabia was willing to go on a life and death mission with them, Diane didn't need to ask to know that they had matured. Diane, seal their bodies with your crystal will. If they continue like this, they'll die before you can save them. Little Yang said quickly. Nodding heavily, Diane complied. Rest easy for now. I'll handle it. Diane's crystal will bloomed, encompassing the body of Zabia and Iacus. After a long moment, Diane stood, his wide back facing the beast clan geniuses. His divine sense shook violently, fighting against the barrier the demon sage placed. Break! In a moment, an overwhelming presence tore through the mystical world's space, shattering the divine sense protection. These things are yours? Zabia sneered, looking toward the black-cloaked individual. The treasures of my Jafari family permeate the very air here, yet you dare claim that it's your own? Don't bother with a bastard like him, Brother Zabia. We'll just beat him into submission. Trot's rage reached a fever pitch. This bastard actually dared to attack them because of a palace even he himself couldn't enter. What a fucking scumbag. The six of them couldn't help but think that if their cultivations weren't sealed, they'd only need one finger to kill this bastard. Yet, that old fogey hadn't come to see them in years. What could they do? The things of the Golden Crown Crow clan aren't for those of the pitiful human race to lay their hands on. Die. Baylor's momentum was overwhelming, but he was also cruel. He skinned them, chopped their hands and feet off, even boiling them in their own blood before hanging them from a stake for all to see. His torture knew no bounds. He didn't blink once the entire time. In that instant, the gray blob receded from Diane's sight, only remaining around the palace itself. Out from that point, every blade of grass became as clear as day. Bring me a black-clothed individual of the Golden Crown Crow clan. Diane's voice rumbled through the field. The eyes of the geniuses narrowed. What kind of joke was this? To challenge Baylor like this, wasn't he asking to die? They were simply too far away from Diane for his bloodline's pressure to be clear to them. At that moment, a shadowy figure appeared from within the trees, his gait steady as he walked toward Diane. Brother Baylor, you don't have to fight him. He's not worthy of such a thing. Two geniuses who could count as Baylor's cousins clamored. They had been among the 15 total geniuses that entered Chaos Universe, but Baylor was more of a lone wolf, so they left him alone. But they still wanted to curry a favor with this cousin of theirs to improve their rank in the clan. You are their leader? Ignoring the words of his cousins, Baylor spoke to Diane, his eyes hidden behind his hood. Diane turned toward the Beast Clan geniuses for the first time. Even while being tens of miles away from them, his appearance was clear. Not only were they beasts, giving them added physical gifts, but they were also celestials. Seeing from so far away was an easy feat for them. So handsome. Ka's green-purple eyes shone with a bright light, the heat in her belly blazing with an added fire. Silver Fong's wives looked away, pretending not to see the curious glance their husband gave them after they didn't manage to hide their reaction to Diane's appearance. He looked much different now that his face wasn't disfigured with wounds. Humph. I still prefer Lord Husband, Vera mumbled to herself. However, while the women were lost in their own dreamland, Diane's expression never wavered. It was just that his aura had become so concentrated that it hovered around a small distance from him. I'll take your silence as acceptance. Baylor continued lightly. Since you seem to also believe that you can attempt to take what is mine from me, your fate will be worse than theirs. Diane's foot slowly raised into the air. At this moment, the eyes of Baylor's cousins flashed. How dare you attack Brother Baylor? They flashed forward, passing by Baylor in the blink of an eye and appearing before Diane. But, before their fists could land, Diane's foot had descended. In an instant, Diane crossed tens of miles, shattering his previous limits to appear before Baylor. Before Baylor's eyes could even widen in shock, Diane's hand had already fiercely wrapped around his throat, while his other tore Baylor's cloak from his body, revealing the face of an ugly and pale young man. Do you really believe that you're my opponent? Diane growled, his aura causing Baylor's eyes to finally widen in fear. You've killed 3 of my brothers. Your only path is death. Diane's rage soared, clamping down on Baylor's throat with a fiercer strength with each passing second. The beast geniuses were absolutely stunned by how quickly Baylor was caught. Were their eyes deceiving them? Wasn't this young man just a saint? Even if he was a 12th-stage saint, all 5 of their absolute geniuses had advanced to the celestial realm as a first-grade expert, so why would they waste their time praising a 12th-stage saint? Baylor's black eyes widened with fear. While the others couldn't feel it, he could. An oppressive, tyrannical aura that didn't give way to reason or pleading. To the naked eye, Diane was only 6 feet 6 inches, but to Baylor, he was a monster of several hundred meters tall. Screams of agony and pain erupted from within Baylor's body as Diane activated his devour skill. Baylor was filled with such fear that he didn't dare to retaliate. He faced the same barrier Silver Fong had. Yet he was too used to being the strongest. When had he ever faced adversity? When had there ever even been a barrier he needed to cross? Needles tore holes through his soul, shearing it apart with every passing moment. Suddenly, time seemed to slow for him. His soul began to perceive fractions of a second as days, then weeks, then months. An agonizing torture so fierce that he began to foam at the mouth, his eyes rolling back to reveal their whites. Kill me! Kill me! Baylor's final bits of strength were forced into his throat, only just managing to allow him to say these words. Yet Diane seemed to have no hurt him. Diane was filled with such disdain for those like Baylor. Those who cruised through life when things were easy for them, but broke down the moment they met something they couldn't overcome in an instant. It was this personality of Baylor's that caused the deaths of young men with their whole lives in front of them. Young men who had yet to truly live yet. And what about if Zabia had died? He had a wife and son. Did Baylor think about that? He tortured them to the point of death for something so petty? He couldn't step into the palace himself, so he refused to allow others to. He was nothing but absolute scum. In the distance, Silver Fang finally stepped forward. Elder, I know that you're angered, but our 5-clan alliance has added protection for geniuses like Baylor. If you go too far, you'll trigger it. Even if you manage to survive, you'll be branded and chased for the remainder of your life. Before, Silver Fang hadn't sensed Diane's cultivation because he was too scared. After he calmed down, he was clouded by the pedestal he placed Diane on and didn't dare to sweep his senses over such an expert lest he anger him. Diane's apparent eccentric personality only served to reinforce such sentiments. But now it was clear to him that Diane was just a genius, just like him. In fact, Diane might be several thousand years younger than him. After all, it was difficult for mere heaven-grade beasts to follow the human path. Their cultivation was significantly slowed as a result of this. Still, it was exactly because of this time that geniuses like Baylor and him were heavily protected. Imagine this for a moment. Their king heaven-grade clans each had several dozen subordinate normal heaven-grade clans and even earth-grade clans. Those of these clans had less potential than them, but they improved very quickly. A heaven-grade beast following the beast path solely could break through the celestial realm in a decade or two. This truth wasn't far from the reality of earth-grade beasts as well. It would take them somewhere between 5 to 20 decades. So, how did the 5-clan alliance keep control over all these beast path cultivators? It was by blooming to their full potential and following the human path. It was only by following the human path that they could almost guarantee becoming Dao formation experts. One had to know that although earth and heaven-grade beasts could break into the celestial realm quite easily, the Dao formation realm was often an impossible hill for them to climb. Less than 5% of peak heaven-grade beasts would accomplish this feat, let alone those of far lower grade. To make a long story short, the 5 king heaven-grade clans could only nurture 1 or 2 geniuses like Baylor every few thousand years. How could they allow him to die so easily? Diane sent a calm gaze towards Silver Fang that made him feel as though he had been teleported out of the lush green mystical world and into an abyssal hell. Silver Fang couldn't help but tremble slightly, but in the end, he held his ground. It was clear that his human path had strengthened and his courage had grown. The truth was that Diane didn't need Silver Fang to tell him any of this. An auxiliary ability of Devour was the absorption of memories. Just like he knew almost everything there was to know about Kitsune now, the same was true of the 5-clan alliance. However, Diane had other plans. With his soul strength, what kind of pitiful binding technique could a beast clan, a race known for their poor talent on the soul path, place on him? In fact, this one move here would be the domino piece that set his plans to conquer this entire quadrant in motion. Looking back toward Baylor, he sneered, "What bullshit Golden Crown Crow clan? Your clan is worth nothing but shit to me." "No. No, please," Baylor pleaded. But it was already too late. With a thought, Baylor's neck snapped and his body fell to the ground, twitching while living out his last moment in absolute pain. Despair and regret resounding as his last emotions. Baylor's body crumpled into a messy heap under the shocked eyes of the Beast Clan geniuses. Diane glanced upward. "This is my mystical world. Have you not seen enough?" Scram! An oppressive aura rushed from Diane, causing the geniuses to pale with fright. "Wait," Diane suddenly said. "Empty the resources you've taken so far. If any of you dare to hold back, I'll slaughter you all." Not daring to hold back, piles of energy stones and spirituals plants began to appear one by one. Some of them had already been here for several years, so their hearts couldn't help but shed tears of blood as all of their efforts went down the drain. A complicated light flashed in Silverfang's eyes, but he too followed suit. He had spent most of his time training, so he didn't have much to show, but he did so anyway. Either way, he felt like he owed Dian and felt bad that he couldn't help his friends out. He felt like Dian had made a massive mistake. Invoking the anger of their beast alliance was something that even the Ragnars wouldn't do. Considering Dian didn't have blonde hair or blue eyes, Silverfang was at the very least certain that he wasn't of clan. Judging by his bronzed skin and domineering body prowess, he was very likely a member of the Pakals. That's not right. Pakals have red skin, not bronzed skin. Thinking to this point, Silverfang breathed a sigh of relief. Dian didn't have any of the obvious markers for the three big clans of their quadrant, so he wouldn't be easy to find. From start to finish, Ka couldn't keep her seductive, watery eyes off of Dian. While she felt too scared to approach, that somehow only made her desire stronger. However, Dian didn't glance her direction even once. It wasn't because he didn't know she was looking at him, but rather because he had spent like last half-century delving into the beast path without a single sign of release. If Ka got too close, he might not be able to control himself, so he completely ignored her. Watching the piles of treasures grow, Dian's anger flared. This was just one trip of theirs. According to Baylor's memory, they did this once every 1.2 million years. This was already their 7th time. How many treasures did he miss out on? Seeing Dian's anger increasing, the geniuses sped up their process, and some who had been holding back didn't dare to do so any longer. By the end, they couldn't turn tail and run fast enough. Ka sent a lingering gaze, but in the end, she sighed and left too. Such a dragon was too big even for her to handle. Hours later, Dian no longer sensed any beast geniuses within the mystical world. He had caught a few trying to snatch things on their way out, but they paid dearly for such a thing. After the matters were concluded, Dian turned toward the palace, a serious gaze on his features. To think that there'd be such a powerful clan alliance aside from the Ragnar, Pakal, and Wida here. They warned me of this, but clearly even they didn't know the full extent of their power. The Wida geniuses Dian controlled obviously informed him about some matters, but they only mentioned the 5-clan alliance in passing. Clearly, even the Wida weren't aware of just how powerful this lurking enemy was. This is good. I didn't think that those seal slaves would come in handy in this way. I had planned on having them slowly gain power and flip at the right time. It doesn't matter, this will work too. In fact, I can probably still use the original plan. By now, former First Essence Sundravel should have long since become a celestial with the amount of resources I've given him. Plus, with his speed of cultivation, the Wida would definitely value him very highly and pour even more resources into him. He has definitely surpassed their former First Saint Sun by now. In fact, what Dian didn't know was that his plan went far better than he expected. Other than Kagan, who had forcibly kept his cultivation at the Essence Gatherer realm, all but 4 of the remaining 9 sons and daughters had broken into the Celestial realm. The Wida believed that they had suddenly been blessed with heavenly geniuses and began giving them more responsibility, one by one. Of course, the 5 that broke into the Celestial realm were the former Essence sons and daughters, while the Meridian sons and daughter like Kagan were still lagging behind. However, within the next 10 years, they too would break through. The news of the rising geniuses of the Wida began to place pressure on the Pakal and Ragnar. They believed that the heavenly winds were changing in the Wida's favor, but that was news of the epistemic tower's existence was sent to the Ragnars by Hela. Suddenly, the suspicions that the Ragnars had for the Pakals swung full force toward the Wida, causing far tenser relations between them. The quadrant was becoming like powder keg, prepared to erupt at any moment. Little did they know that all of these things were being manipulated by a young boy a fraction of their age. And they were little prepared for a 4th powerhouse to enter the fray. But that was exactly what happened when news of Baylor's death spread through the beast clans. Dian sighed as he stood over the corpses of the fallen disciples. Trot, Asuman, Bowie, and Arlo. He didn't know them well, but that didn't mean he was indifferent to their deaths. After all, they were his people. They were members of his empire. What kind of ruler would he be if he was unfeeling? Bastard demon sage, are you still not coming out? You owe me an explanation. Dian roared toward palace entrance. Agitated by the lack of response, Dian turned his mind toward the tower spirit. Can you open this barrier? I can. The tower spirit answered plainly. I just thought, mister. Jaws was content with just yelling it into existence. Dian rolled his eyes when he heard the name the tower spirit was forced to call him now. You're not welcome. Suddenly, an imposing voice filled with killing intent and majesty nearly shattered Dian's eardrums. Dian's eyes narrowed as he looked toward the palace that was currently rumbling. He could tell that this emotion wasn't faked. This demon sage spirit really hated him with a passion. I swear on my life, if you allow these young men to die because of a grudge you have with me, I'll eradicate what remains of your soul and make sure the demon sage name is wiped from history. Dian was far less passionate than the demon sage. After all, he wasn't the one who stewed for hundreds of millions of years in his own anger. However, he still meant his words. Dian thought that there was a possibility that the demon sage found out about the connection between Zabia, them and him. Then, he used the excuse of training to punish them. After all, he was just a spirit, there wasn't much he could do. How dare you? The demon sage's rage reached a fever pitch. The mystical world trembled, threatening to crumble. Before now, the demon sage had been in a deep sleep. It wasn't until Dian used his divine sense to shatter a portion of the protective barrier that he was forcibly awakened. Now he was being accused of causing the death of his own unnamed disciples. Dian sneered. You're a petty man. I've heard much about your history. You've lost your mind to the demon path once before? Who's to say that it didn't happen again? Dian was still rearing from anger. Although it might seem like a funny joke that the demon sage made him miss out on treasures, letting others take them away, but to Dian it was a matter of life and death. What if those treasures, those resources, were the razor-thin difference between his success and failure? Yet they were now gone and it was impossible to recover them. It was an irrational anger. After all, these were the things the demon sage built up on his own. What right did Dian have to dictate how they should be used? But, was the demon sage's anger rational? Was it Dian's fault that his life's goals were crushed? Was it his fault that he earned himself so many enemies? No. Yet Dian was being punished for it? The demon sage roared in anger. His rage sounded like little more than a dying animal. Such a blight on his past was one he was unwilling to touch upon. Yet Dian brought it up so nonchalantly. Die! 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 In his rage, the demon sage saw Reed. Hundreds of centennials poured out from the castle, charging toward Dian. You old bastard! Stop wasting my energy stones on these puppets. How could Dian recognize these puppets? They were the very same ones within the demon sage tower, finished with a beautiful gold-bronze armor. They looked like mighty heavenly centennials, prepared to lay their life on the line. Your energy stones. This is my work. My blood. My sweat. You selfish piece of shit. You failed because you were gullible. What bullshit, timeless library. You actually fell for that nonsense. You're nothing but a warmongering brute. To think I was going to do you a favor and take your daughter under my wing. If you want to be so stubborn, you can both rot here together. Dian was livid. How could he defeat all of these puppets? Each of them was a peak celestial. Although they only fought with the effectiveness of a fourth-grade expert, the gap was still too large for Dian to bridge, especially when there were so many of them. Usually, a fourth-grade expert could never become a peak celestial. This was because one wouldn't have enough meridians available to make it to the 10th celestial stage. However, these puppets didn't have such restrictions. Hearing his daughter mentioned, the demon sage wavered. The only reason he hadn't allowed his spirit to dissipate was to make sure that nothing happened to his daughter's slumbering body. He refused to allow her to undergo the same pain twice. So, he had steeled himself to only allow her to go with his successor. Someone prophesied to be his better in every way. Only that way would his daughter be safe. But he was still the demon sage, a prideful man who built his way to the top alone. He was still unwilling to give up, unwilling to bow down to the heavens. Fuck! Dian was so pissed off that he was about to ignore his master's rules when the Centennials suddenly retreated. In an instant, the palace fell completely silent before the demon sage finally spoke. "Bring all of their bodies in." Dian silently gazed at the palace entrance. With a thought, brilliant gold defensive array appeared below Zabia and Iacus crystal coffins before also repeating the same process with the remaining 4 corpses. With Dian's array alchemy mastery, this feat was effortless. When Dian entered the palace, his whole body couldn't help but relax with an overwhelming sense of comfort. In a single breath, the barrier to his 106th meridian was shattered, steadily filling up with saint energy. If Dian were to break through to the celestial realm now, he'd be a 6th-order expert. "I could break through to the celestial realm in one sitting of a few days here." After cultivating in the chaotic space of this universe for so long, Dian energy manipulation had grown to exponential heights. It was similar to an athlete continuously training with heavy weight vests on before removing them for their big event. The ease to which he could cultivate was similar to the ease with which he breathed. As Dian walked in, what remained of the demon sage's spirit calmly observed him trying to find a flaw, but he could only suck his teeth in anger when he couldn't find anything obvious and blatant. The heavens really did choose the perfect successor for him. Other experts would be happy beyond belief. Many of them only lived to pass on their teachings so that they could continue to affect the world's karma after they passed on. It was this symbolic form of living that those at the top of the cultivation world sought. However, the demon sage was completely different. His original aspiration was to sit atop the world, to become an existence to fundamental and perfect that he was come to exist into infinity. As long as there was a plane to exist within, his name would continue to resonate. But he failed. In the end, the demon sage Sargeras Pakel became exactly like those old fogies, except his existence was far more pitifully ironic. Whether it be the demon generals or Zabia and the Vinum kids, he trained them all, hoping to find someone who could surpass the successor the heavens had chosen for him. It was meant to be his final fuck you before he left the world. He was supposed to stand proudly and laugh at the heavens with an arrogant disdain. "You say this is my successor? Well, I spit on that. I found someone far better than you could ever dream of." When he had first met Dian, he had snorted in disdain. Dian had no ability to energy cultivate. His body cultivation relied on the blood essence of others, and his only talented path was one with the worst battle prowess. How could such a pitiful kid be worthy of him, the demon sage? An existence so fearsome that 99 quadrants had to band together to stop him. However, the Dian before him now had absolutely no flaws. In fact, he was so perfect that the demon sage could almost shed tears of shame. Not only had Dian somehow managed to gain first-grade meridians, his soul was already stronger than the demon sage's had ever been in his entire life. On top of this, he had broken into a path the demon sage sought for his whole life but could never find, the Titan path. The demon sage lacked the courage to face Dian. He could only stare up and into the skies, the vicissitudes of life escaping him in a single all-encompassing sigh. Was this the reality of life? Was it truly impossible to go against the heavens? Then what were transcendents? Just fools who the heavens allowed to win? Just little children the heavens found adorable? Inconsequential existences that the heavens allowed to have a small ego stroke? In fact, didn't transcendents die eventually anyway? What bullshit immortal plane. They just lived a little longer than us mortals. Maybe there was some mercy in putting us out of our misery sooner rather than later. By the time the demon sage regained his senses, Dian had already found his hiding place. How could anything hide from his divine sense? Let alone a spirit. However, Dian wasn't paying attention to the demon sage at all. Instead, his eyes were trained on the massive marble at the center of the room. The room itself was completely simple. Lacking the decor of the outside, it was gray and bland. Its only outstanding feature was the massive semi-spherical dent at its center, spanning several hundred meters. In fact, it was almost 2 kilometers in diameter. This massive space held just one thing, an infernal core. Dian's eyes widened. An infernal core of this size. What kind of beast did it come from? And how was it here? This is the core of this world? Dian mumbled to himself. The demon sage snorted with pride. causing Diane to look at him for the first time. Diane wasn't surprised to find that even after all of these years, the demon sage hadn't lost his sense of self. Usually, spirits, after spending a long time away from their bodies, become blobs of light like the elven elders, having forgotten what they looked like. However, the demon sage was too prideful and arrogant to ever forget his sense of self. He was a tall man, standing at almost 2.5 meters tall. His spirit exuded a slight red aura that made him look murderous and illusory. At the same time, his features were handsome, nothing like the ghastly and cloaked figure Diane met in his legacy world. Even in spirit form, the demon sage's bare chest exuded a sense of overwhelming vitality. This is the infernal core of a true infernal beast of the half-step transcendent realm. Diane sucked in a cold breath. He had only gotten the price equivalents of embryonic infernal cores. He could only fathom how expensive a true infernal core was. This didn't even mention the fact that this was one of a half-step transcendent beast. Remembering back, the embryonic infernal core of a peak Tao formation beast was worth 1,000 enigmatic stones. This was the equivalent of 1 billion transcendent stones, and one would need 1,000,000 times that to calculate the number of Tao stones. Yet, this was a true core of a half-step transcendent beast. This wasn't all that shocked Diane to no end. One needed to also consider the battle prowess of one of these beasts. Diane had to struggle for half a century to raise his battle prowess to a realm where he was capable of defeating a peak saint even as a lower celestial. As one cultivated, the difference between realm tiers only grew exponentially. The difference between a lower celestial and middle celestial was equivalent to the difference between a lower saint and a peak saint. This was how drastically things changed. For the demon sage to have defeated a half-step transcendent infernal beast, Diane was truly in awe. "You were very powerful," Diane praised without reserve. He had just insulted the demon sage savagely to vent his anger, but that didn't mean he didn't have profound respect for him. The demon sage nodded in satisfaction, but he didn't smile. His face remained stoic. Seeing the demon sage's cocky appearance, Diane rolled his eyes. But he suddenly thought of something that made his eyes shimmer with an amused light. "If you hadn't spied me and closed off the mystical realm properly, allowing a few planet and even star-level spiritual treasures to grow, I would have been able to make you a body for you to have a chance to fulfill your dreams. It's a shame that you didn't do so," Diane said nonchalantly. The demon sage sneered. "Do I look like a child to you? I'm a star-grade runic vein master. You think that if I wanted to construct myself a body I couldn't have?" Diane smiled. "Let me guess, because your body wouldn't be able to sustain a partial soul, blah blah, you'd need more power than you could output, making it obsolete. Since you know, why would you say something so stupid?" The demon sage frowned, getting a bad premonition. "Obviously because I have the means to heal a soul completely. Yet you wanted to throw a temper tantrum. And, even if you hadn't, I still wouldn't help you on account of the fact you caused the deaths and injuries of my subordinates." Diane's anger was still boiling. A spirit like the demon sage was the weakest against a soul path expert like Diane. Even in his strongest state, the demon sage's soul was weaker than Diane's. Let alone now. The demon sage stared at Diane in anger, his eyes quite literally lighting on fire. His rage was so fierce that part of his soul had responded and begun to burn, boosting his soul's prowess and shattering through Diane's oppression. Diane's eyes flashed and danced with an odd light. This man is so prideful that he would rather burn his last remaining soul remnant than suffer a small loss? What a character! Do you believe that I won't burn this entire palace down? Slander me one more time and see if I don't make certain that you have no legacy remaining to take part in. And don't bother mentioning my daughter to threaten me either." The demon sage snorted, looking toward Diane with absolute disdain. "If I released my little girl now, she could kill you with a flick of a finger. She's already stepped into the Tao formation realm. You think my little girl needs you to protect her? Slander." Diane's eyes burned with rage. "Are they not dead? Are their cold, lifeless bodies not laying right here before you? Where are the words of slander? I only speak the truth, you old arrogant bastard." The demon sage and Diane were like explosives, gunpowder and fire stored in an enclosed space. Their personalities were so similar and unyielding that it was impossible for them to have even a brief exchange without it erupting in fury. Dian was unwilling to bow down to the demon sage. What right did this old bastard have to be angry with him? It wasn't his fault that he was given the short end of the stick. At the same time, the demon sage was unwilling to bow down to Dian and heavens. What right did the heavens have to dictate that his life was over? That his path was closed off and done for? Just thinking about the man across from them, both the demon sage and Dian wanted to have a war of fists. It was unfortunate that one of them was a spirit. You think that if I don't want someone to die that they will? The demon sage sneered. Tell that to your dead fucking kingdom, Dian said with disdain. That's it. Scram. I never want to see you again, the demon sage roared. Go fuck yourself, old bastard. The treasures I've laid my eyes on, no one can take away, Dian said defiantly. This was the difference between the demon sage and Dian. For the sake of his family, Dian was able to set his pride aside and act shamelessly if need be. The demon sage was unwilling to do such a thing, choosing to rely on himself and his strength no matter what. He looked down on the schemes and small tricks Dian used to make it ahead. However, this small difference only made them even more like water and oil. The brows of the demon sage twitched. This was the young man the heavens decided were better than him? A young man that was so shameless? In his life, the demon sage had never taken the blood essence of any other expert, doesn't having the opportunity to do it many times. Yet, Dian had taken not only the demon sage's blood essence without hesitation, he also took his master's and martial uncle's. The demon sage frowned upon scheming and small tricks and preferred to use overwhelming military might to win. However, Dian often used his intelligence to weasel out of tough situations. Dian would happily rob the demon sage blind, but the demon sage would have detested to do so if their roles were reversed. How could the demon sage not feel aggrieved? He had lived life with such an upright moral code. Yet, this degenerate was deemed to be better than him? He could die of anger. The demon sage's chest heaved. They're not dead, you stupid brat. I've protected their vital signs. Your senses are just too weak. Seal them in crystal will as well unless you want them to die too. Finally, the demon sage spoke. He wouldn't allow 4 good kids to die just because he wanted to have a spat with his successor. Dian's brow furrowed. That's bullshit. How could they be alive? Despite his words, Dian immediately moved to do as he was asked. The demon sage's eyes shone. His illusory Tao array isn't appearing, but he's definitely mastered his crystal will to the 9th intent level. That's amazing. Although he thought this, he would never say it aloud. Still, he recognized how amazing it was for a lower celestial to master a half-step Tao. You're a fool. The demon sage snorted. Runic vein masters conceal the vitality. Don't you understand the paths of life? You've awakened your runic flame, yet you don't know this simple concept? I only allowed them to undergo this humiliation and pain so it was reinforced their Tao hearts for the future. Facing this death will mean that if they are ever lucky enough to transcend, they will live longer as well. Dian blinked. The paths of life? He vaguely remembered something of sort within the Vizirian family tome. Similar to magic that created magic circles based on the meridians, runic vein masters did the same with blood vessels. In truth, the meridian and blood vessel system of the body were connected. Blood could flow into the meridians and energy could flow into the blood vessels. However, the core of one's vitality could only be found in the blood vessel. The reason the runic flame resided in the heart is because the heart is the core of the blood vessels. Studying these blood vessel paths is the core of runic theory, just like studying meridian paths is the core of magic theory. What the demon sage referred to as the paths of life were important paths to and from the heart and brain. If one is able to seal these, you can suspend a person between life and death. But only for a limited time. Obviously, this time is lengthened substantially with the use of Dian's crystal will. A fake death, huh? Dian thought to himself. Then why did you wait for me to come here? Don't tell me you have no means of curing them? Dian returned a sharp gaze toward the demon sage. There are numerous heavenly treasures in this world. It would have been as simple as feeding them one after those beast clan scum left. The demon sage didn't know why, but he found himself explaining himself to Diane. It was an uncomfortable feeling. Could it be this young man had more charisma than even him? Wait! The demon sage suddenly realized something. How do you have emperor-level presence already? Seeing the demon sage's incredulous expression, Diane grinned. He knew this would be a shock to most people. Only core members of emperor god clans could become emperors. Yet, the demon sage knew that Diane was a kid of absolutely no background, and if it had been less than 30 years since then. Couldn't be that Diane had already built an emperor god clan. Could it? The demon sage felt like pulling his hair out. He too fostered a sovereign heart and earned an emperor-level presence without forming an emperor god clan, but it took him hundreds of years. If he was correct, Diane was only, what, 39? 40? This year? Life was too unfair. After knowing that they hadn't died, Diane's anger had finally calmed. He felt no need to be too antagonistic with the demon sage despite their personalities clashing. Hey, old bastard. Since you protected, I owe you one. If you teach me how to build your body, I can help you heal your soul. How about it? Although Diane had a bodybuilding and cloning technique, he somehow felt that a star-grade runic vein master would have something far better. It was just a hunch, but he was fairly certain. The demon sage turned a sharp gaze toward Diane, looking at him for a long time. But in the end he shook his head. I have no intention of earning a second chance like this. After I've passed on everything I can to you, I'll silently dissipate from this world. I am the demon sage, Sargeras Pakel. I live and die by my own means. Diane looked on toward the demon sage's proud spirit with a pensive expression. Someone up there messed up when they decided you were a human instead of a dragon. The demon sage snorted at Diane's words. It wasn't a fake disdain, he really did believe that even the title of dragon was beneath him. Had he had enough time, he would have subdued the Drago-Chelan lands and used them all as mounts. With the demon sage's personality, although he initially felt jealous about the things Diane had over him, he was able to quickly recover. So what if Diane had a titan body? So what if his soul and talent were so overwhelming? If I had been alive, I would have grinded him beneath my feet anyway. These were his thoughts. Diane's thoughts wandered as his gaze once more fell upon the true infernal core. If he could sell this, that would be too amazing, wouldn't it? As if seeing through Diane's thoughts, the demon sage's disdain grew. Don't even think of selling my things. Why not? You've decided to be dead anyway, haven't you? Diane replied offhandedly. There are some cultivation resources that you would be a fool to sell. Why's that? You clearly still know very little about the martial world. Transcendent stones and enigmatic stones are nice to have. But there are some spiritual treasures that even all energy stones in the world couldn't combine to buy. Aren't energy stones important for cultivation? I'd assume that high-level Dao formation experts would definitely need them. Diane still didn't quite understand. Anyone relying on energy stones to cultivate doesn't have a bright future. The demon sage snorted. Plus, there are 3 ways to gain energy stones. One is to find a mine. Another is to find a spiritual vein. And the third way is to create it yourself. A high Dao formation expert could create 1 enigmatic stone a month. Over their hundreds of thousands of years of life, just how large do you think their fortunes are? Energy stones are practically obsolete at such high levels. Usually, they're only useful for powering formations, which is why they haven't been wiped out as a form of currency. Diane's brows raised. He hadn't known that it was possible for experts to condense energy stones of their own. But that doesn't mean they're valueless. Diane spoke with a pensive expression. It's kind of like borrowing a month's worth of cultivation from another expert. Like I said, such things are useless for those whose goal is the peak of the cultivation world. Many such experts only trade in techniques and spiritual fruit and plants. I myself never had any use for Dao stones. My vaults are filled with infernal cores. The demon sage fell into reminiscence. I would crush them into powder and mix them into transcendent and supreme grade beast meat as a true emperor should. Diane's lips twitched. He could hardly eat the meat of embryonic infernal beasts of the Saint Realm. He'd explode if he tried to follow the demon sage's example. That aside, the demon sage opened a new perspective up for Diane. While energy stones were important for fueling the foundation and younger generation of his empire, he needed valuable spiritual plants and fruits for the future. He had no intention of selling off his valuable techniques, so that would have to do. Taking a deep breath, Dian looked toward the demon sage. I have 3 months left, the equivalent of 25 years here. Will you teach me what you know? I have a lot of questions. The demon sage's eyes flickered with an odd light as he looked toward Dian. Once again, he knew that if he was in Dian's position, he would never lower himself to ask that question. Was this truly the difference between them? Was he too arrogant? Was that his problem? He never relied on anyone in his life. Because of that, his kingdom didn't have strong pillars in his absence. In the end, the demon sage empire came crashing down without him, all because he wanted to rely on himself and himself alone. Sargeras sighed. What do you want to know? I'd like to learn everything I can about runic vein theory. I'd also like to learn about the true body cultivation path, as I know too little. For example, why is it that my body has grown so much stronger in recent days, yet my cultivation is stagnant? Seeing Dian so earnest about learning, the demon sage didn't have reason to turn him down. After all, it was his purpose here to begin with. He treated it as his final gift to Dian in exchange for taking care of his daughter. One might wonder why the demon sage would keep his daughter locked up for so long in a state of suspended animation despite her being so powerful. Considering her strength, she could have long since made a name for herself in the world. The truth is that the demon sage believed in Dian's potential. No matter how much he raged at the unfairness within, he knew that the heavens were right about his talent. What better person could there be for his daughter to grow with? Obviously, he didn't mean romantically. The demon sage would kill Dian if he harbored such thoughts about his daughter. He just wanted someone of his blood to be a part of something great, and Dian was their best chance. Before anything, Dian brought Zabia and the Vinum disciples into a healing room. According to the demon sage, he wanted them to use this opportunity to rely on their own bodies to heal. In this way, their fighting tenacity and vitality would naturally grow. Apparently, this was a method those without death will comprehension used to mimic undead bodies. However, it was very cruel to one's body. Only by experiencing near death on multiple occasions would this method bear fruit. Afterward, the demon sage brought Dian to a library filled with books covered in beast skins. In the world of runic vein masters, these tomes are our life. Before I broke off from the Pakal clan and started my journey, I only had a single one of these beast tomes. By the fall of my empire, I had accumulated several thousand. These are the accumulations of my life work. The demon sage explained. Beast tomes? What are they exactly? In the world of magic, one studies the meridians. From a certain light, this is much simpler. This is because every species, whether beast or human or sprite or elven, has the same 108 meridians with the same several hundred million connections. There is only a single exception to this rule. An exception? Dian's brows raised. Among the top 3 God-grade Yang constitutions, your Titan diamond body is one. The second is another of the top 3 defensive constitutions. However, the last is known as the martial saint body. Depending on the degree of awakening, a man with this constitution can have anywhere from 109 to 117 meridians. Although they take much longer to cultivation than others as a direct response. When they reach their full potential. You mean? Dian's eyes shone with an odd glint as he looked toward the demon sage. A large reason for my overwhelming battle prowess was because I was naturally born with 113 meridians. This may sound like a small difference, but it had a major impact. As a peak celestial, I could already fight toe-to-toe with Tao formation experts. Dian nodded seriously in understanding. The difference between an 8th order and 9th order genius was enough that if they were of the same cultivation, an 8th order genius had no chance of winning. And that was only a difference of a single meridian. Now imagine that same concept scaled upward through every cultivation realm. It was no wonder the demon sage was so powerful. And here I thought you were just a body cultivator. Dian released a breath. The demon sage snorted. What do you mean? I am a body cultivator. Your understanding of the body path is far too shallow. It was rare that Dian was so confused, but this was definitely one of those times. I've already told you half of the explanation, have I not? The same way energy can flow into the blood vessels, blood can flow into the meridians. The path of body cultivation I followed was one where I fused the energy and body path to perfection. This layered strength is what made me #1 in the world. The theories I used to build my cultivation path were all found through researching these beast tomes. Dian became swept up in the demon sage's passion. It seemed that he wasn't the only charismatic one. When Dian's cultivation was sealed, in order to learn the techniques his master gave him, he was forced to use his blood to mimic the flow of energy. To his surprise, this had actually worked. But he hadn't thought of extending this idea further. In fact, he had planned to ignore it entirely. So that's why mimicking energy flow with blood flow worked? To think I was about to ignore such a profound path. Hearing Dian's words, the demon sage nearly coughed up blood. He had said it so nonchalantly, yet it was clear he didn't understand the ramifications of his words. What the hell did he mean, mimicking energy flow with blood flow? Didn't he know that this supposedly simple concept to him was something the demon sage had labored over for centuries? Truth be told, this wasn't the demon sage's fault. Dian's understanding of his own body far surpassed that of others of his cultivation because his soul was so overwhelmingly powerful. Even the smallest blood vessels and weakest meridian paths were as clear as day to him. At the moment, Dian had the equivalent of a Tao formation expert's perception of his own body while cultivating through the saint and celestial realms. Of course, these concepts were far easier to him. Although Dian's soul had been sealed when he had this energy flow to blood flow breakthrough, it wasn't as though his body had changed. His body was still the same as a time before his soul was sealed. With his memory, how would he forget? The demon sage coughed, hiding his insecurities. These beast tomes details the blood vessel pathways of various beasts. After memorizing your own pathways to perfection and to my liking, you can begin learning the pathways of these beasts. How does knowing these pathways translate to runic vein theory? Memorizing wasn't difficult for Dian, but he still felt the need to ask. Every beast has hidden strengths, bloodline abilities, and affinities. If every living creature's meridians are identical, where do you think these secrets are hidden? Understanding these vein patterns will allow you the capital to create some of the greatest treasures you could imagine. Think about forming an army with the speed of a wind wolf, or a corps with the strength of an emperor giant, or a squad with high fire will affinity. Runic vein theory makes all of these things possible. The demon sage's introduction fueled a fire within Dian. Such a thing really was quite useful to him. However, unless he could increase his efficiency to at least a portion of his array alchemy abilities, it wouldn't be worth it. Normal individuals took hours just to form a single set of a half-dozen pills. Dian could produce hundreds of times that in the same span. However, he was nothing but a normal expert when it came to runic vein theory. If he was slow, then he would have no choice but to raise a legion of ruin vein masters instead of relying on himself. He simply didn't have the time. Thinking to this point, Dian delved into the world of runic vein theory. Although he wondered why the demon sage didn't begin with teaching him the truths of body cultivation, he assumed that runic vein theory held secrets that made body cultivation simpler. With his soul strength, even the thickest of the beast tomes became simple for Dian to master. He steadily built his repertoire of understanding, starting from common grade beasts before moving on to earth grade beasts and finally heaven grade beasts. Dian was especially interested in the runic vein theory of rodents. He learned a lot about their reproduction veins and vitality veins. It explained to him why rodents reproduced offspring so quickly and why they seemed to always survive disasters. Currently, Dian had about 10 million rodents within the Demon Sage Tower split into 3 species. There was the black-furred rat, the white-legged mice, and iron-skinned hamster. Of them, the black-furred rat was most known for its stealth. The white-legged mice were known for their speed, while the iron-skinned hamster were most known for their tenacity. Each were just high common grade beasts whose kings were mere meridian formation experts, but Dian saw the potential in them. He filled them with all the beast-nurturing pills they could eat and allowed them grow slowly. In fact, about 10% of them had become peak common grade beasts now. That said, this wasn't too impressive. Not only was it significantly easier to upgrade common grade bloodlines, the amount of resources Dian was pouring into them made this outcome put him at a loss. Still, he had a vision. Then beast tomes only made that vision clearer. If they could just exhibit even 1% of the little Yang and Yin's abilities, they'd become invaluable. Just 1%, that's all I need. Dian predicted in as little as half a decade more, the population of mice within his tower would reach 100 million and continue to grow exponentially. At that point, he could start the next phase. Windwolf, golden-crowned eagle, flood dragon. Dian became enraptured. He didn't even have to open the beast tomes. He simply placed them on his lap and meditated on their will. As the moments passed, layer after layer of information filled his mind. So that's the midway point of evolution between a snake and a dragon. Flood dragons are transcendent grade beasts. The demon sage only said that his collection was just a few thousand. But these few thousand encompassed every type of beast there was. Not bothering to add redundancy to his collection, the demon sage carefully weeded out the unimportant and left behind only the best of each. By the time Dian finished with heaven-grade beasts and finally touched upon the transcendent grade, a whole new world had been opened up to him. For the transcendent grade, the demon sage only had 8 beast tomes. The flood dragon, the vermilion bird, the rainbow-scaled pong, the three-eyed lion, the gold horn, the blue demon flame tiger, the diamond-skinned ape, and the hydra. However, his supreme grade beast tome collection was even scarcer at just 2. To Dian's delight, one was for a clan of silver dragon soul dragons, the Light Dragon clan. Still, it was the second that caught his attention over the others, infernal and celestial beast tome. No way. Dian's breath slightly hitched when he saw this tome. When he thought about all the crazy abilities the celestial beasts had, he couldn't help but be eager to read through. If he found the vein responsible for their blood forcing the formation of pills that were otherwise impossible, his array alchemy would reach another level entirely. Dian still remembered the moment his master formed that impossible pill. But even more importantly, he was enamored by the ability of the pill to replenish his mental energy. Such a pill. It was practically priceless. However, what could be more priceless than the beast tomes that told of their secrets? Such tomes were absolutely invaluable. How did he get these? It wasn't an exaggeration to say that infernal and celestial beasts were the most ancient beasts alive to this day. They existed even before the dragon came into being. A tome holding their secrets was something kingdoms would fall for. I took this from the personal treasures of that half-step transcendent beast. I believe he was the grand elder of the infernal beast clans of the devil quadrants. You probably shouldn't let them find out you have that. They'll lose their minds. The demon sage chuckled to himself, reminiscing silently. Dian almost couldn't control himself from rolling his eyes. Of course they'd kill him for having this tome probably holds secrets about how to advance their bloodlines. If First White Mother had this, maybe she wouldn't have needed to create ethereal permeation. Although the demon sage was being very nonchalant, he was reeling in shock once more. His entire collection. Dian had gone through it in less than a week. The original plan was for Dian to waste at least 10 years at this stage. The demon sage sighed as Dian's eyes opened, having finished meditating on the final pieces of the infernal and celestial beast tome. While the most important things for array alchemy was soul strength and spiritual plants and fruits. For runic vein theory, the most important things are bodily strength and bestial treasures. Dian's eyes flashed. If he wanted to implement the runic veins he needed the corresponding bestial treasure. For example, it was impossible to draw a supreme grade runic vein without specific important body parts of a correspondingly supreme grade beast. This concept was slightly more complicated than it seemed on the surface. This was because there were 2 grading systems to take into account. The first was the grade of the beast, while the second was the grade of runic vein. To lay matters bare, the demon sage was a star-grade runic vein master. This referred to his level of mastery, but how did this translate to bestial grade? The truth of the matter that the realms of comprehension Dian was used to, i.e. the common, practitioner, master, grandmaster, comet, moon, planet, and star realms, depended on the cultivation of the beast. Meaning, only a high and peak Tao formation beast could elicit the runic veins within itself corresponding to the star grade. And, by extension, only a runic vein master of this grade could make use of said runic veins. At the same time, the grade of the beast determined how likely these veins would awaken. What were the odds a mere heaven-grade beast became a peak Tao formation expert? It was fairly low. As such, it was equivalently low that they could evoke star-grade runic veins. Within the beast tomes Dian read, the number of star-grade runic veins he had knowledge of grew steadily. There wasn't even a single one among common and earth-grade beasts, but some heaven-grade beasts began to have one hidden deep within their bodies. Transcendent grade beasts could have anywhere from 3 to 9 star-grade runic veins. As for supreme grade beasts, although Dian only had a 3 to sample from, they had hundreds. However, Dian also noticed some runic veins that seemed to surpass the star grade in complexity. In fact, they were so complex that he could only forcibly ingrain them in his mind, something that caused him to pass out more than once. Unfortunately, the demon sage didn't explain much about these. Much of this knowledge Dian had no way of making use of. His runic flame was too weak to draw moon, planet, and star-grade runic veins. At the same time, his control was far too poor to draw even the simplest common-grade runic vein. However, he now at least had the knowledge. Seeing the glint in Dian's eye, the demon sage was quick to shoot him down. You need to keep in mind that the number of runic veins a warrior can support is dependent on their potential and cultivation. If you start slapping runic veins onto the weak, they'd implode before they could make use of their power. Only Dao formation experts can withstand the strength of planet and star-grade runic veins. By extension, only celestials can withstand comet and moon-grade runic veins. And so on and so forth. There's a bit more leeway for those of weaker cultivations only because the difference between realms is smaller. But it's still better to be safer. Dian nodded. I see. Let me see your runic flame. With a thought, a brilliant flame appeared in Dian's hand. It was a beautiful blue, almost like sparkling sapphire. But there were hints of rose bronze within it that shimmered like the drink of the gods, ambrosia. It was only Dian who noticed that the rose bronze tint was definitely more than when he first awakened this flame, but he didn't understand what that meant immediately. The demon sage's eyes contracted. These flames alone are strong enough to form moon-grade runic veins. It was difficult for the demon sage to admit, but somehow, Dian's flames far surpassed the level of his cultivation. He didn't quite understand why, but with his level of expertise he wouldn't be wrong. However, your control is terrible. Finally finding a flaw, the demon sage sighed in relief. Even common-grade children put you to shame. What the hell have you been doing all this time? The flame disappeared as Dian scratched the back of his head. I haven't had a teacher. Didn't you not have a teacher for array alchemy either? Dian shrugged. Array alchemy is easy. The demon sage's lip twitched. Array alchemy is easy? It far surpassed runic vein theory and magic in difficulty, yet it became easy in the mouth of this boy? I won't teach you anything until you can control your flame to a grandmaster level. You'll begin with exercises for children until you learn to act like an adult. Ridiculous. The demon sage snorted, not wasting his chance to insult Dian. True to his words, Dian was forced to begin with children's exercises. His first task was to split his flame into 2 equal pieces without one being any larger than the other. Then he had to control its flickers, tempering down the flame until it was gentle and calm. After this, he had to split the flame into 4. This monotonous cycle continued. He was once again hammered with concepts of calming and tempering, not to mention splitting and control. Eventually, Dian was forced to learn how to change the flame's shape, first into a ball, then a square. However, what Dian found the hardest was the straight line. The demon sage wouldn't allow him to move on until this line was as thin as a single string of silk. Dian was growing frustrated. Never in his life had he faced such a difficult hurdle. He couldn't understand why it was so difficult for him to control his own runic flame. Shouldn't it be easy? Unfortunately, what Dian didn't understand was that a runic flame, and his runic flame in particular, was a fundamentally untamable beast. They were wild and unrestrained, very similar to ancient aurora flames. If it wasn't for his grand teacher forcing ancient aurora flames into submission, they would be just as difficult to control. Similar to how Dian took far longer to unlock his constitution's hardening ability due to the fact he took too many steps forward at once, he was facing the same problem with his runic flames now. It was like giving a child an entire fleet of battleships and expecting him or her to control them all with the deft flexibility of a veteran commander and pilot. This is for your own good. The demon sage snorted when he saw Dian's frustration. You have no idea how much easier runic flame control will make your body cultivation. Runic flames in the very life source of your blood essence. They can only be formed through forceful combustion of this life blood. As such, it's a guiding light of sort. Without control over it, you can forget about becoming a body-cultivating warrior. Dian rolled his eyes. At least tell me something useful while I do this. How does it help? Body cultivation is fundamentally about raising the grade of your blood. Usually this is done by drilling energy into your bones to slowly purify your blood marrow. Over time, as your blood increases in strength, so does your body cultivation. Before, what you did couldn't be counted as true body cultivation. You utilized my essence blood and that of others as a shortcut. This made your foundation weak. Why couldn't you have told me this when you gave me your blood essence instead of waiting until now? Was your grudge really that deep? The demon sage snorted. My blood essence is the greatest to ever exist. The fact you squandered it is your fault, not mine. With deft control of one's runic flame, it's possible to guide this purification with added speed and efficiency. By the same extension, understanding of magic circles can speed up energy cultivation. However, aurora flames have lost this ability because they were tamed. But it seems that your soul cultivation probably should speed up anymore. You still haven't told me why is it that my body cultivation hasn't increased? I've already told you, haven't I? The body path is about blood. However, the path you're going down isn't the same. That path is specifically known as the body refiner path. It's wrong to assume that these two paths are the same, although they can feed off of each other. Dian's eyes glowed with an odd glint. He remembered that when he entered the Titan world, or so he called it, he couldn't sense the cultivation levels of his opponents. Maybe it was more accurate to say they followed a cultivation path he didn't understand or couldn't gauge. If this was the case, it would explain a lot. Listen carefully. The demon sage started. The body path is a path of blood. One increases along this path by improving the quality of their blood. Think about it logically. The most important thing to the body is blood. Whether it be energy or oxygen, it is all distributed to the body by blood. If blood is more powerful and flows faster, the body is then able to tap into level it was incapable of before. A byproduct of the body path is the strengthening of the bones. This is because the constant drilling breaks down the skeletal system of the body. Over time, one's bones grow tougher and denser. This is what is responsible for the sturdiness of the body cultivator. As the body path cultivator progresses, his or her body would slowly evolve. As the blood's grade increases, so does its ability to nurture the body. After a certain amount of time, body path warriors then begin to be capable of using what are known as blood manipulation techniques. Dian's eyes flashed. These were another set of techniques Dian's master wanted him to master 400 of in the common grade. These so-called blood manipulation techniques are simply related to runic veins exclusive to the human body. For obvious reasons, it's impossible to use the blood manipulation techniques of a species not your own. When blood manipulation techniques are used, similar to energy techniques, they activate a specific set of hidden runic veins within the body to provide a variety of effects. These can include a minor boost in strength, speed, and even speed of thought in some rare techniques connected to runic veins of the brain. The more one uses a blood manipulation technique, the stronger the formerly weak runic veins become. As the path strengthens, so do the techniques. One can reach the great circle of success realm in a common grade blood manipulation technique by strengthening the pathway to a great enough extent. The Demon Emperor's will is, in fact, one such complex blood manipulation, however, it is of a much higher realm. By using demonic will, this strengthening of the path far exceeds normal methods, allowing for inconceivable heights not possible without it. These are heights formerly only attainable by beasts, which was why demonic and titan will were so important to the ancients. It's because of the versatility of the body path that the path of the body refiner was replaced. However, the path of the body refiner should not be looked down upon. As Dian listened to the demon sage's lectures, he continued to labor over his runic flame. It had already been a half year, yet he still hadn't stepped past the common expert's level of control. Clearly, this wasn't coming as easily to Dian as array alchemy. It was most difficult to control the random flickers of the flame. Whenever he tried to shape it into an object, it would inevitably begin to rage as though Dian's command was something it wanted to break away from. As you know, the demon sage continued, demonic will was the hope of the ancient humans to survive in a world ruled by beasts. The split into two facets. The first facet is one related to presence. Demonic will allows one to exude the pressure of a beast, intimidating one's opponents. In fact, demonic will is the branch from which presence evolved from. Presence is a higher form because it doesn't rely on the universe's energy, it relies on one's body solely, making it stronger. The second facet of demonic will is the strengthening of the body. Whether it be skin, bones, muscles, or blood vessels, demonic will can strengthen them all. However, what you need to understand is the demonic will is supplementary. Its creation is what made the body refinement path easier, but it can't represent the body refiner alone. Dian's eyes shone. Body refiner. It seemed like the key to not only raising the potential of the body, but also raising his battle prowess. Still, the body refinement path is far crueler than the body path. In ancient times, some experts boiled themselves within molten metal. Others injected themselves with harsh poisons, forcing their bodies to adapt. And still others traveled to the most extreme areas of the world, meditating in near absolute zero temperatures and finding stars bathe in. Its goal was to constantly push the body to the utmost limit. The only reason you managed to progress along this path is because you embraced this philosophy. Spending so many decades in a near-death state, knowing nothing but fighting and eating, that's the path of the body refiner. The demon sage smiled as though he was remembering his own training. The body refinement path is the key to raising the battle prowess of the talentless to match that of the heavenly blessed. While there is a limit to how much a certain cultivation realm can provide to you, there is no such limit for the body refinement path. You're only limited by how much you can torture yourself, how much pain you can withstand, and how strong your mind is. For the body path, one follows the normal cultivation realms. As the blood improves in grade and power, one can slowly raise from the foundation realm to the Tao formation realm. However, the body refinement path has no such stringent system. It's not that one couldn't be made, but rather that it was never made on purpose. This represents what it means to body refine. Your goal isn't some arbitrary boundary named by some expert you've never met. Your goal is only to surpass yourself. Then how exactly does body refinement work? I understand the concept of pushing the body to the limit, but are there more efficient ways, just like some cultivation techniques are faster than others? Dian pondered before asking the demon sage this question. There are multiple paths, some of which are more efficient than others. Currently, your Titan diamond body has inadvertently done a lot of this refinement for you, making you the equivalent of a first-grade expert of the body path. The body refinement path you've followed until no focuses on the muscles, but this has also made you unbalanced. You've offloaded so much of the burden to your muscles that it won't be long before your bones can no longer withstand the pressure they exert. In addition, even though your muscles are powerful, your inner organs are weak. It's the same concept as what results in wearing strong armor but being weak. No matter how strong your armor is, if a shock wave travels through it, you'll die. To top this off, your nerves are also weak. Your thinking speed is very quick due to your soul, but you can't put these things into action because your reaction time is slow. All of these things can be improved through body refinement. Dian blinked. Can't they also be improved through the body path? Yes, but you have to remember that you are human. For example, if you stimulate the farsight runic vein within your eyes, you'd only be able to increase your vision to the utmost limit of a human. If you then added your Titan will, this would surpass the human limit and reach the utmost limit of most sharp-eyed beasts. However, what if you used the body refinement path first? Then you learn to circulate the runic vein, before finally once more strengthening it with Titan will once more. What do you think the result would be? I see. Blood vessel refinement is just as if not more dangerous than nerve refinement, though. It's the most heaven-defying, and as such there are heavy penalties and hurdles to leap over. Blood vessel refinement. Dian's brows furrowed. Does blood vessel refinement allow you to change the structure of your blood vessels into that of beasts as well? Wasn't this exactly how the Vizirian clan's dragon transformation technique worked? The demon sage paused, giving Dian a deep look. Yes. However, this requires the blood of the beast whose abilities you want to evoke. and it will definitely put you at the boundary of life and death. From that day forward, Dian began to incorporate another aspect of his flame control training. After finishing his shape-changing exercises, he would send the flame through his body, forcing it to follow along the narrow paths of his blood vessels. Even with Dian's robust body, he coughed up blood more than once during this process. Even his rose-bronze veins and arteries couldn't withstand the impacts of his clumsy control. However, the good news was that all of his vessels and meridians were completely clear of impurities, making the process much easier than it would have been. The demon sage couldn't help but smile when he saw Dian's masochistic side. He hadn't even asked Dian to do this, as it truly put his life on the line. Yet he did so anyway. This was how a cultivator should be. To put your life on the line in the pursuit of power, this was the only thing the demon sage would ever respect. What he didn't tell Dian was that his Titan diamond body had already set him on the path of body refinement. In fact, he was very far along it already. Those rose-bronze flakes within his runic flame were the perfect measure. As Dian progressed, the ratio of blue would lower while the ratio of rose-bronze would grow. Eventually, once Dian's body was capable of withstanding all 1 billion gene of his weight, the entire flame would be rose-bronze. This would be Dian's first barrier to leap over. After completing the rose-bronze stage, he would then be faced with the rose-silver stage. His skin and body would begin to emit a beautiful pink-silver light, and his flame would gain flakes of rose-silver that would almost look like pink diamond. At this point, his goal would be to be capable of withstanding his entire 10 billion gene weight. Once this stage was entered, Dian's next goal would be the rose-gold stage. Aside from emitting this beautiful sheen, his peak weight would increase to 100 billion gene. This process would continue onward for the crystalline, diamond, and fate silk stages. Why didn't the demon sage tell Dian this despite knowing that his body refinement would have clear markers unlike others? It was because he wanted Dian to understand what it meant to be a body refiner. Chasing after these markers would only stunt his growth. Only by not knowing and forcing oneself to improve even in the face of the unknown would one truly become a body refiner. As Dian was training, more groundbreaking news shook the martial world. The hysteria of the celestial deer corner opening had rocked the tower, but it had soon calmed when many realized that true god Sicharo wouldn't be appearing. However, while they came for Dian, they stayed for a vastly different reason. The corner was absolutely beautiful. The air was rich and calming, energy seemed to purify much easier, making cultivation 10x easier, and they even sold pills even the Sapientia quadrant didn't have. Geniuses began to pay exorbitant prices to rent and own homes within Celestial Deer Corner. The atmosphere was simply too good. At the same time, clans began to inquire about buying pills in bulk. But they were turned down. According to the announcements, these pills were created by true god Sicharo himself. Knowing this, the craze over the pills increased to another level. True god Sicharo was actually such a heavenly genius of alchemy. It was no wonder he performed so well in the first 2 trials, while the other true gods only did so for the 3rd to 5th trials. The martial world had never seen such majesty. Even the worst of Dian's pills were at 70% purity. There were even rumors that if you were willing to pay more, you would be provided with 90% pure pills. Such goods made alchemists who had spent their lives for the craft cough up blood in shame. As these things happened, the revenue of the Celestial Deer Corner skyrocketed. Just by itself, it already matched the former revenue of the internet and was slowly growing. Many felt that it was a shame that they couldn't visit the Celestial Deer Quadrant itself. After all, if just the corner was so beautiful, what feat of architecture waited for them on the other side? However, the teleportation pads were closed to them. This didn't cause too much of a fuss, though. Many high-ranking quadrants closed of their borders. For example, it was impossible to enter the first-ranked Star Clan quadrants or the third-ranked Sprite quadrants on a whim. In fact, of the top 20, only the quadrants ruled by sex allowed easy entry into their quadrants for the sake of recruiting talents. As for those ruled by clans, they had strict vetting processes. However, not everyone was happy about this. When Hela and First Saint Sun heard that the Celestial Deer Quadrant was opening, they were among the first to rush there. This was their home quadrant, was it not? Then the teleportation pad shouldn't have stopped them, right? This was their thinking. And they were correct. Dian had no idea who they were, so how could he ban them despite having the ability to do so as the key wielder? He had no idea they even existed. That said, Diane had learned his lesson. From the outside looking in, it was incredibly stupid for Hela and First Saint Sun to do what they did. What if Diane's supposed powerful clan killed them in anger? But Diane had learned to expand his plans to encompass the actions of those who weren't intelligent into his plans. The moment Hela and First Saint Sun were giddy with happiness that teleportation worked for them, they were trapped within an impregnant first-stage moon-grade formation. With their battle prowess, even half a century wasn't enough to break out. Weeks ago, Hela's voluptuous body caught the attention of many with celestial deer corner. Whether it be her towering breasts or her ridiculous scant body armor, each was more enticing than the last. Her long blonde hair glistened in the wind even as her blue eyes shone. Although no one knew where she was headed, her footsteps were steady and determined. The truth was that Hela was very much aware that this was dangerous. However, her communication with her family was far too slow. Although others had began using the so-called forums as modes of long-distance communication, hiring messengers across quadrants, the celestial deer quadrant hadn't allowed the Sapientia to set up any towers, so therefore such a method was impossible for her. A few days ago, she had noticed the presence of First Saint Sun. Thankfully, she had yet to become confident enough to challenge her way up to the celestial floors, or else she would have missed this opportunity. You bastard Weta, to think that you were really the ones hiding such a treasure. You even sent your First Saint Sun as a decoy? Hela had wanted to send a message back to her family immediately, but she decided to check first. Something seemed off to her. This kind of grand display, it was impossible for the Weta to bring out. If they could, they would have long since obliterated her Ragnar clan and the Pakal clan, unifying the entire quadrant. So Hela made a decision. If the teleportation pad worked for her, then the enemy was likely not the Weta and was more likely the Pakals. If it didn't work, then she'd be certain that it was the Weta. In the darkness of night, Hela left her expensive hotel, slinking through the streets. She had heard that the celestial deer corner had powerful, evolved serpent vines protecting their territory even with true god Sacharo not being here. These serpent vines had already punished some hot-headed characters seeking to rile true god Sacharo into making an appearance. When the corner opened, rumors had it that true god Falker had come to challenge Diane and had even destroyed a few buildings when Diane hadn't appeared. Finally, he left when it seemed that Diane wouldn't appear, calling him a coward. Although Diane didn't know who this true god Falker was, he was the same young man who meditated beneath the waterfall and was among the first to find out about Diane breaking the first trial record. True god Falker was actually a member of the Hydra clan, a family of blue-scaled transcendent king beasts. After true god Falker left, the buildings were reconstructed, but many of his followers tried to make trouble. In the end, the serpent vines made an appearance. Some of them even boasted the power of a celestial and could easily deflect the comings of those hooligans. They were thus banned from the corner. Because of this ban, if they wanted to come to Celestial Deer Corner, they would have to cross millions of miles on foot or by flight because the teleportation arrays would bar them from Celestial Deer Corner. Interestingly enough, true god Falker didn't receive this ban. Instead, he received a very simple message from the demon generals. Wash your neck. Hela shivered as she thought about the story, starting to hesitate toward her own actions. Was this really someone she should provoke? She knew for a fact that it wasn't her clan on the other side, so was it really smart of her to take this risk? In the end, Hela grit her teeth. She was no coward. Years ago, she got word that her fiancé had died. To top it all off, her father-in-law didn't even dare to retaliate. They were no more than puppets. She was unwilling for the Ragnar clan to remain so weak. Even if it meant risking her life, she'd do it. Using her high darkness affinity, Hela disappeared from sight, shooting toward the teleportation array. However, her face fell when she realized that she really was disappearing. She had no choice but to brace herself for combat. When Hela reappeared, she found herself in a steely room and immediately noticed a bare-chested young man with large prayer beads hanging from his chest across from her. Without a second thought, her spear appeared in her hand as she shot forward. However, with every passing step, she felt her power draining from her. In the next instant, her cultivation was locked entirely. Her spear fell to the floor as sweat matted her voluptuous body. Her weakness was so severe that she crumpled to the ground, unable to stop her most delicate regions from falling out from her already scant armor. Seeing this, the young man chuckled bitterly. Fancy seeing you here, Hela. It seems we'll be prisoners together.
Hela struggled to sit up, gritting her teeth. It's better if you resist less. The more energy you try to use, the weaker you'll become. If you run out of energy, even a celestial would starve to death. Be calm. First Saint Sun chuckled.
It's good that you're here, at least I'll have a beauty to look at. My days will be less boring this way. You. Hela coughed, already feeling short of breath. This wasn't your doing? Of course not. First Saint Sun snorted. Whoever the hidden power without our quadrant is, it seems like he still has some things he wants to remain hidden. We were naive to come here. Hela finally managed to sit up, leaning against the opposite wall before shifting her displaced armor and covering her perky pink nipples once more. I guess we were, she muttered. As for the one who laid the trap, he was completely oblivious. But this would definitely act as another key piece to the fall of the Ragnars and Weta. That said, even if Diane did know, it wouldn't stop the demon sage's constant drilling. The most important part of a runic vein is its core.
As long as the core is perfect, the outstretching patterns can have some flaws and still be viable. Since you've already learned all of the runic vein patterns I could possibly teach you, you must grow your flame control to the point where you can draw them. You're pitifully slow to have only just broken into the practitioner realm after 9 months, aren't you ashamed? Diane sighed but didn't respond. It really was too difficult. Instead of doing flame control exercises, you'll now focus on drawing actual runic veins. When deciding what materials to use, there are 3 important things to consider. The first is the strength of the runic vein, the second is the compatibility with the person you'd like to give this runic vein to, and the last is the strength of your flame. Obviously, some beast materials are harder to draw on than others, even within a similar realm. For some, it's because they are too fragile, while for others it's because they are too tough. Still, every material has its own various benefits. All of this said, your best shot is to simply use beast materials from the specific beast the runic vein originates from. This is the best way to maximize your effectiveness. Although there are some runic vein masters capable of evolving runic veins to new heights by not following this rule, your understanding of the theory is too shallow to expect such things. With a thought, a pile of beast skins appeared in front of Diane. Here. These are cured master-grade beast hides. They created to specifically be tougher than normal and are comparable to master weapons in toughness. You'll use these to practice. How will I know when I succeed? Diane asked. If it's a failure, the heavens will strike it down, turning the beast hide to ash. If it's a success, the beast hide will gain an added luster and be readily available to adhere to a living being. Much like alchemy, runic veins have degrees of perfection, following the same low-grade, middle-grade, high-grade, and top-grade formula. Until you can consistently form top-grade runic veins, corresponding to 90 to 100% perfect, you aren't allowed to move on to the practitioner-grade runic veins. Also, I won't let you leave here until you reach the master grade. So, buckle up, brat. Diane grit his teeth and got to work. His flame control had improved, but it was still too poor. In addition, the cured master-grade beast hides required him to place a lot of power behind his flame, but when he did so, he lost control. This was almost more torturous than fighting embryonic infernal beasts for 5 decades. What the demon sage also didn't tell Diane was that these beast hides weren't the perfect material for his runic veins. In fact, the process of curing beast hides made it so that it was intentionally difficult to gain the recognition of the heavens. Had Diane been given the perfect materials for the runic veins he was working on, he definitely would not have failed as often as he did. But the demon sage liked watching him die of frustration. For example, the first runic vein Diane chose to work on was a simple strength buff runic vein. It was a common grade runic vein found within the body of a bronze steel-furred bear, an earth-grade creature. Obviously, the best materials to use were sturdy hides from omnivorous creatures who had high muscle density, but lacked in fast twitch muscles. However, the beast hide Diane was given was from an earth-grade ice lizard with a small body very much known for its fast speed and quick reflexes. On top of that, it was cured. The situation couldn't have been any worse. Diane labored day after day before finally succeeding after just before the second year ended. Surprisingly, or maybe unsurprisingly, the product had a high-grade result.
Surprising because it was Diane's first success, but unsurprising because only a runic vein close to perfection would have been accepted after using such a poor medium. What the demon sage also didn't tell Diane was that if he used other portions of the beast body, the rate of success would be higher. For example, if he had not only the hide of the bronze steel-furred bear, but also used its blood in the etching process, even if Diane's final product was below the low grade, it would have received a bump to the middle grade at the very least.
However, the demon sage tactfully kept all of these things from Diane, relishing in his pain. Luckily, but the midway point of the third year, Diane gained the ability to form top-grade runic veins even with the poor medium. Just when he thought the demon sage was going to give him a new common-grade runic vein to work on, he was actually handed a practitioner-grade runic vein, causing another few years of pain to ensue.
This time, the demon sage forced Diane to work from the low practitioner grade to the middle and high before finally the peak. After mastering the most complex runic veins of the common grade, you can practically inscribe anything. However, higher grades are more complex and require more practice. Not only do you need to take it step by step, but you need to learn specific types of runic veins as well. Broadly, you'll need to learn strength, speed, affinity, and cognitive type runic veins. There's a fifth specialty type, but these can only be tackled on an individual basis. Now go work. Your progress is too slow. It wasn't until 13 years passed that Diane finally trudged through the practitioner grade. He looked like nothing more than a zombie. On the bright side, Zabia and the Vinum disciples were showing signs of finally recovering. They would soon break into the Tao formation realm. Diane, however, was completely spent. Over the past over 10 years, he had rarely gotten a break. With his body now, he needed literal tons of normal food a day or he would feel starved. If not tons, then he would at least need a few dozen pounds of infernal beast meat. Obviously, the demon sage had no such food here and Diane's supply of beast meat had long since run out. The good news was that he could have broken into the celestial realm at any time. Unlike others, he didn't need to spend time meditating to comprehend celestial energy, because his soul and body had long since broken into the world. He already understood how to use and manipulate the energy. However, something was holding Diane back. His instincts told him to wait for the golden flame mystical world, so he did so. What Diane didn't know was that his awakening of the eternity's balanced pupils had given him a strange case of déjà vu. His faint understanding of another timeline told him that there was a massive benefit that could only be reaped by saints in the mystical world. It was just that he couldn't put it into words. That said, Diane had always been one to trust his instincts. As for the demon sage who noticed this, he didn't say much. It had nothing to do with him. Everyone knows that the celestial realm was a massive watershed moment. It was the instance in time where one would gain the energy necessary to impact the laws of the universe. It was also the point where one crossed over and into the world of true cultivation. It was a very important step that laid the foundation for the future. If one could, it was best to gain the most perfect breakthrough possible. Years later, Diane's 25-year time limit was approaching, but he still hadn't broken into the rank of the Master Realm Practitioner. Unfortunately, he didn't have the time to entertain the demon sage any longer. "I have to leave within 3 days or I won't make it back in time," Diane explained. He had been trying to break into the lower Master Realm for a decade now, but continuously failed. He knew that these 3 days would do him no good, especially since his body was steadily weakening due to lack of food. The demon sage looked toward Diane, but in the end he shrugged. With Diane's work ethic, he didn't need someone lording over him. If he wanted an excuse to escape the torture, he would have used it long ago. The other point of unfortunate news was that Zabia and the Vinum disciples still hadn't woken up. It was probably a better idea for Diane to bring them home so that they could break through to the Tao formation realm. Seeing the demon sage's lack of response, Diane asked a question instead. "Would you like to wake up your daughter now? Or do you want me to wait until my empire is more stable?" Truth be told, the demon sage was stunned by this question. Diane knew by now that the demon sage's daughter was a Tao formation expert, not a normal one either. Which selfish leader wouldn't want that kind of help right now? Yet he could tell that Diane would take his opinion seriously.
It was far safer for his daughter to remain in her current limbo state and reap the rewards of Diane's already built kingdom. With how much the demon sage helped Diane, his daughter had already earned this kind of treatment. There was no question. Whether it be the vaults filled with true infernal beast cores, or the countless body path and body refinement techniques, or the beast tomes. These things were invaluable to Diane's future. I guess you do have a conscience. The demon sage snorted. We Pakals do not need anything handed to us. Eventually, the demon sage settled on this response. My daughter will fight for her place. But I promise you that if I see you've bullied her from the other side, I'll rise from the dead to burn your empire to the ground. Diane chuckled but did respond, simply intent to follow the demon sage toward his most sacred place. Pausing at the door, the demon sage turned toward Diane, his eyes filled with killing intent. He knew just how beautiful his daughter was, and he also knew the kind of lustful being he was as the demon sage. Someone who understood Titan will was definitely far more lustful than him. Diane's eyes may have been clear now, but who said that he would be when he saw the absolute beauty his daughter was? The demon sage snorted when he saw Diane's amused expression. Knowing my little girl, she'd blast your head off for even the slightest lustful glint. A rare affectionate light lit the demon sage's eyes. When I made my way back from the timeless library, only she remained from my family. I left her as an adorable toddler, but by then she had already grown into a woman. I remember her being devastated. Many people said terrible things to me in that time, but knowing that my daughter lost her mother, her sisters, and the man she loved because of me, it hurt much more than anything else. Knowing that I caused my little girl so much pain because of my naivety. The demon sage sighed, pushing the doors of the room and allowing Diane to follow him in. Diane followed the demon sage into a warmly lit room. The soothing gold light wasn't too invasive, but at the same time, it carried the contradictory feeling of covering any and all things. How did you manage to suspend her in time for so long? Diane couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. The demon sage, who was still in his own thoughts, took a while to answer. Oh, that is connected to the treasure those unnamed disciples of mine came to search for. Diane blinked. You mean the other half of the Jafari treasure? It has such an ability? The Jafari family is one that lords of darkness, time, and space. Some of the greatest warriors to ever exist hailed from that family, and a large part of their success and many successes of others afterward are connected to this family. It's quite rare from humans to have high affinities for such enigmatic wills. So they truly were a rare breed. The demon sage explained. Diane nodded to himself silently. According to the entity, while his grand teacher had 5 core abilities, only 2 were created by him alone. Cycle of Reincarnation and Time Lock. Both of these abilities were heavily tied with concepts of darkness, time, and space. Of course, Diane had known of his grand teacher's connection to the Jafari family ever since Zabia blew a hole through his heart and body. He definitely seemed to have some lingering attachment to Zabia. It's even more rare for a single family line to exist for so long. As far as I know, if not the chaotic era, the Jafari family has existed since the beginning primordial era at worst. The only other clans that could even remotely claim such a thing are the infernal and celestial beasts, but they're quite literally blessed by the heavens. Humans have no such gift. Then how exactly does the treasure work? How is it so useful? When Diane spoke to King Mino, he had gotten a portion of the answer and used his intelligence to figure out the rest. However, he didn't dare to be certain despite how excited it made him. King Mino's half of the treasure was a godly spatial treasure. Even characterizing it as a supreme-grade treasure seemed lacking. It was similar to how Diane no longer bothered to call the Demon Sage Tower a supreme-grade treasure either. They both seemed to transcend that. In the martial world, there were items known as pseudo-treasures of the 33 heavens. In fact, Diane had one in the Demolition Cube. However, this was just a fancy name for supreme-grade treasures of the 10th to 12th realm. Still, there was a massive gap between even a 12th-stage supreme-grade treasure and a true treasure of the 33 heavens. If Diane had to guess, the Jafari treasures and the Demon Sage Tower fell in between this gap. This aside, King Mino's half had earth-shattering abilities. It was capable of creating a shield of nigh-impenetrable spatial will, protecting a certain area.
With enough power, it was possible to cover entire planets, entire galaxies, and even an entire universe. It was no wonder Diane was so excited. A massive problem anyone with ambitions to conquer faced was maintaining the territory you had taken while expanding it further. This sort of splitting of resources was the reason so many failed. But imagine for a moment that you no longer needed to actively protect your back. The moment you conquered a new universe, you could close it off from the outside world entirely.
This was the possibility given by just one half of the Jafari clan treasure. The other half of this treasure is anchored in spatial will. However, the demon sage continued, my half is anchored in time will. It's capable of suspending a certain area given enough energy within its own timeline, making it almost unreachable.
It's because of this treasure that I came the closest to starting from nothing to almost creating an Emperor God clan. Diane breathing slightly quickened. Its own timeline? Who the hell created these treasures? How heaven-defying. If these two treasures came together. With this treasure, how did everything go wrong? Diane muttered. The demon sage sighed. I was arrogant. Firstly, this treasure needs an exorbitant amount of energy to work properly. In fact, even just covering a single planet would require everything you have. The good news is that this barrier only needs to be created once. But this one-time cost is astronomical. When I left to the Timeless Library, I took the Jafari treasure with me. I'm afraid that had I not, it would have long since been plundered by my enemies. But that's beside the point.
I needed the Jafari treasure to narrow the timeline the library could jump me forward through. But you said you only needed to make the barrier once, so why does it matter if you had to take the treasure away?
Diane wondered. There's a reason this is only half of the treasure. The barrier created has flaws. If one is adept at time will, it's possible to find these flaws and exploit them. Only by combining both halves would the true abilities of the barrier manifest. Because I took the treasure with me, my enemies only needed to pay the price once. It was too difficult for my people to regroup with so many shameless individuals wanting to kill them in my absence. As Diane listened to the demon sage, they continued to walk through the world of gold. Soon, a floating pod about the size of a human came into view. We've walked into another timeline, little Yin and Yang suddenly said simultaneously. Even though they spoke, Diane wasn't listening at all. In fact, he had tuned out the demon sage completely as well. His heart was threatening to rip his chest apart, and his entire mind was filled with one line the demon sage had said earlier, a line that he had completely ignored when he heard it then, but now was responsible for his whole world crashing down.
I remember her being devastated. Many people said terrible things to me in that time, but knowing that my daughter lost the man she loved because of me. The demon sage didn't seem to notice Diane's odd change as he sighed, looking on at his daughter's lovely appearance. She lay floating in the air, tilted ever so slightly toward them. Despite being in a deep sleep, her expression carried a dignified and slightly off-putting aura, one only possible by a ruler of many men and an empress of a land. Her hair was long, cascading with beautiful shimmer of red rubies and flickering golds. At the same time, her body was dressed in a soft white gown, exposing her small and delicate white feet and her slender and alluring shoulders. Her features were the pinnacle of perfection, not a single blemish could be found on her face. This was the first woman Diane had ever seen to match Evangeline in beauty, and it made his heart almost stop pumping entirely. It wasn't until more than half an hour passed that the demon sage awoke from his own thoughts and looked toward Diane with a disgusted impression. His lips curled and his eyes squinted with disdain.
It was one thing for him as a father to gaze at his daughter lovingly. But what was with this successor of his? Was he really so weak to beauties? He must not be used to seeing beauties who have grown through the celestial and Tao formation realm. The demon sage snorted to himself. Wait until he sees his first half-step transcendent lady. Wouldn't that small cock of his explode? The demon sage wasn't entirely wrong.
Diane had never seen a half-step transcendent beauty. Before Evangeline could reveal her true appearance, Diane had passed out. That said, it wasn't entirely his fault. He had a planet-grade aphrodisiac thrumming through his veins. What kind of man could handle such stimulus?
It was only then that the demon sage remembered just how difficult it was for him to control his lust in his youth. Back then, could he have spent 25 years without tasting a woman? Absolutely not. He might have been able to go 3 days at most. In fact, part of what made the Demon Sage Tower so convenient was that he could take his women with him when he went off to train in dangerous environments. Only someone who had been through it could truly understand how much lust a demonic path cultivator feels on the day-to-day basis. It was just that it had been so long since the Demon Sage even had a body to copulate with that he forgot. Thinking to this point, the Demon Sage couldn't help but be impressed with Diane. Last for so long with a woman, he could never do that. This didn't even mention the fact that Diane was on the more demanding Titan path and it wasn't 25 years he spent without a woman, but rather 78. Kid, wake up! The Demon Sage finally couldn't wait for Diane to snap out of it on his own. It's impossible for me to promise my daughter to you even if you're my successor, so it's best you forget about it. I'm sure there are plenty of women out there who would throw themselves at you considering you look like a flower boy. Diane's eyes dimmed, not seeming to hear the Demon Sage at all. You said, he mumbled, almost as though he was speaking to himself. You said you caused the death of the man she loved? Ah! The Demon Sage almost didn't know how to answer. How did they go from bickering back and forth to him suddenly having to deal with a broken-hearted teenager? What the hell was going on? The Demon Sage suddenly felt kind of bad for some inexplicable reason. He didn't understand why, but the pain in Diane's eyes seemed too real for him to ignore. Although he hated Diane before these years, he had grown on him. Listen, brat, you're my successor. The Demon Sage tried his hand at making Diane feel better. How could you become like this over a woman you don't even know? The Demon Sage coughed awkwardly. He had never experienced love in his life. Even this youngest daughter's mother was simply a woman he liked the look of. Sure, his harem was filled with women who loved him, but he had never felt that way toward them. He would protect and go to war for them, yes, but love? He had never felt that emotion except toward his children. A man like this understood even less about the way Diane was feeling that even Diane did. Over the past hour, they had just stood there. Diane had been trying to convince himself that the way he was feeling was ridiculous. That so what if she had loved someone else? She was still his, she would still be his, she had to still be his. No? Yet, no matter what he said to himself, it felt cheap and empty. As though they were fleeting words that meant nothing in the face of the current situation. Can you tell me about it? Diane said softly. Tell you about it? Tell me about the man she loved. The Demon Sage paused, uncertain of how to respond. I don't know much. As I said, I left her when she was just a toddler. Whatever man she fell in love with was a man she met when I was long gone. By the time I came back, he was also gone. Just say what you know. Diane pressed, his eyes lacking any light to speak of. Sargeras coughed. If he wasn't a spirit, he was certain that he'd be sweating buckets. I really don't know much about this man. When I asked those who had survived along with my daughter, they said they had never met him. In fact, she refused to talk about him even when I asked. Then, how did I find out? My daughter has an odd disorder. After the meridian formation realm, cultivators can stay awake without sleep practically indefinitely. Many only indulge in that act to calm themselves, relax, or quickly recover drained mental energy. But it's not strictly necessary. However, my little girl often falls into deep sleeps. According to her aides, it started when she turned 16. It never got worse, but it also never got better. It was during one of those fits of sleep that I heard her continually mumbling the words husband and Lord husband. At first, I was very angry. Who dared to marry my daughter without permission? And who dared force my daughter to call them Lord husband? If anything, my daughter should have a harem of her own. The Demon Sage snorted, clearly very angry toward this long-dead man he had never met. Diane's body trembled, but he did his best to stand upright, did his best to pretend as though the Demon Sage's words weren't knifing through what remained of his psyche. You never tried to cure her? The Demon Sage awkwardly scratched the back of his head. In truth, in her sleeping state, she's safer than ever. When there's no danger, she'd lie dormant. But at the slightest hint of killing intent or if a threat to her life appeared, she would burst forth with strength even I'm fearful of. If I had to guess, it's similar to a selfless state, one so deep that even the heavens bless her. Also, in her sleeping state, she also passively cultivates with a speed that puts me to shame. With the help of the Jafari clan treasure, I was only shipped 150 or so years into the future. Yet my little girl was already a middle Tao formation expert. He beamed proudly, looking on toward the beauty with fatherly affection in his eyes. One had to remember that after entering the timeless library upon exit, one could be teleported anywhere along the timeline, whether that be the absolute first year of all existence or the last year. For the Jafari clan treasure to be able to narrow this near infinite time to 150 years, it was clear how heaven-defying it was. Still, this young woman's cultivation speed was even more heaven-defying. What had the Dragon King said? He said it took him 300 years to enter the Tao formation realm and 300,000 to become a half-step transcendent. For this woman to not only become a Tao formation expert, but to also reach the middle realm in just 150 years. Genius wasn't enough to describe her. The gap between an early and middle Tao formation expert was so large that it overshadowed the gap between a low celestial and a peak celestial by more than 3 to even 5 times over. It took even geniuses thousands of years to fill even a single meridian with enigmatic energy, yet this woman progressed so far so easily. To put this into perspective, the Dragon King entered the Tao formation realm at 300 years old. That then left him with about 300,000 years to make it to the absolute peak. That's an average of 25,000 years per stage. The low Tao formation realm consists of the first to third stage. The middle Tao formation realm consisted of the fourth to sixth stage. If one were to convert, this woman did what the Dragon King would have needed 75,000 years to do in just a few decades. Of course, these measurements weren't exact. It was easier to cultivate at the beginning and progressively got more difficult. Also, these 300,000 years included the time spent stuck at the peak Tao formation realm, trying to break through to the half-step transcendent realm. However, this was impressive nonetheless. So, there's really no need to cure her. I suspect she has an unknown constitution that allows her these boosts in her sleep. As they were speaking, the eyelashes of the beauty fluttered, causing Diane's heart to seize once more. He wasn't sure if he was ready. He wasn't sure if he could face what it meant for this beauty to open her eyes. How many years had it been? For him, it was just 90 or so years since he last saw that beautiful cascade of red hair, felt that air of a queen, his queen. 90 years since she had sacrificed her life for him. However, for her, it had been several trillion years. Eras had risen and fallen. Clans had come and went. Was she truly still his? Was she still his amphory? Diane's jaw steeled. The demon sage couldn't help but look toward him with pity. He shook his head, sighing. My daughter's charms are simply too much. Of course, she gets it from her father. Such a valiant spirit in a woman. Who else but my seed could accomplish such a thing? It's no wonder he's smitten. The demon sage nodded to him, a deep pride welling up inside of him. He was apparently very certain that it was his genes and not Amphory's upbringing that made her like this. For that matter, could he even name the characteristics of Amphory's mother? Could he even remember her name? He's simply terrible. Yet another case of a father taking credit for a mother's work. Seeing Amphory's eyes flutter, Diane had half a mind to simply walk out. Wasn't it better for her to not face him at all? If her memories awakened the moment she saw him like Luna promised, wouldn't she be racked with guilt? Diane didn't want her to have to go through that. He couldn't lie to himself. It hurt. The thought of his wife falling in love with another was heart-wrenching. Thinking to this point, he chuckled to himself. What a hypocrite he was. What right did he have to feel this way? Hadn't he boldly proclaimed to Madeline that he only needed her? Then less than a year later, he met Ree. In fact, he could still remember just how conflicted Ree felt about sharing her husband. How did it feel for her then? Now he was on the verge of having a mental breakdown for the same thing he put his wives through every day. My mental state is so weak. Diane looked up at the high ceiling above his head, as though he was looking for answers. Diane had known for a long time that this was the case. In fact, he still hadn't completely gotten over his comprehension of chaos. He was just managing to keep it together because the hopes of so many rested on his shoulder. What he realized when his heart welled up with joy as he practiced array alchemy was that he had long since lost himself. If he was truly anchored in his own being, if he truly understood what it meant to be Diane Sacharo, would he be shaken into despair so easily? Year after year, decade after decade, he immersed himself in training. He tortured his body and his mind time and time again. Yet, he spent little time on his own spirituality. He had lost what it meant to be Dian to the point where he was surprised when he remembered how much he loved array alchemy. Then, when he grasped that love of his once more, what did he do? He began to torture himself once more. He quite literally just spent the last near 80 years of his existence doing nothing but training. And, other than making food for his beast companions and the rodents he was breeding, he hardly touched array alchemy at all.
Dian realized that this was always his go-to, his escape. Whenever he didn't want to face the reality of what it meant to be himself, he threw himself into work.
When he was in the mortal realm, he closed himself off from everyone to the point where he completely neglected his childhood love, Clara. In the martial world, he repeated these mistakes time and time again. Sure, he had a goal he wanted to accomplish, but to what ends?
Was it worth hurting those close to him?
Or even worse, hurting himself? Were these the things that he wanted for himself? Even now, he was finding excuses for himself. Amphory will feel guilty, so I should leave. What a load of nonsense. This man Amphory was pining over was dead. Did Dian really love Amphory if he was willing to let her wallow in that misery? So what if she once belonged to another? Was that her fault? Of course not. Dian's mental state seemed to finally reach an equilibrium. A calm overwhelmed his senses, soothing his very being. Waves of pure energy wafted through his mind's eye, causing the sovereign seed to double in size.
In response, the toddle grew from just 2 to 3 years of age to 5 or 6. The demon sage felt these changes happening within Dian, but his awareness only made him shocked. Regular lust wouldn't have caused a breakthrough in mental state. Could it be that this brat really loved his daughter?
How is that possible?
His father wasn't even a seed in his grandfather's sack when my daughter was born. The truth was the demon sage went through the epistemic tower trials too, but how could he ever connect the amphory of then to his daughter?
As the demon sage thought, within Dian's inner world, a crown floating within a halo of black gold trembled fiercely. The land below it shook, cracking before expanding explosively. What once was a land of 100 meters across, increased to an entire kilometer. Amphory's beautiful eyelashes continued to flutter. Because of her hair color, they almost looked like red gold fairy wings, descending upon mankind from the skies above. And then, they opened, shimmering gems of emerald, sparkling deep within.
At that same moment, Dian had looked down from the ceiling, making the decision to face this head-on. He had run for too long. When Amphory's eyes landed on Dian, a flash of emotion crossed. It was first confusion, deep thought, realization, and then a deep longing. Lord husband. Her lips trembled. The delicate sleeping beauty stood with a speed Dian couldn't track, appearing before him in an instant and burying her head in his chest. Amphory clung to Dian so tightly that he was completely unable to breathe. Even still, he had a serene expression on his face, silently holding onto her tender frame while stroking her long hair. By now, the demon sage's skin had torn through all colors of the rainbow. It had started red, before deepening so fiercely that it turned violet, then blue. In the end, it darkened to the point where it turned black before suddenly becoming white and green. Who could have known that a spirit could undergo so many changes? Why you? Get away from my daughter. The demon sage's roar shook the palace, causing Zabia and the Vinum disciples who had just been resting to startle awake, shocking expressions on their faces. Dian didn't seem to hear him at all. Even a lord of the heavens couldn't make him let of Amphory, not when tears were streaming down her face. When last he saw this wife of his, she had sacrificed her life for his sake. If it wasn't for Amphory, Dian would have died in his second trial. Back then, his body had somehow gone into the trial itself. While for others it would have simply ended in failure, for him, there were only 2 paths. Success or die. It was because Amphory sacrificed everything that Dian could stand here today. How could he betray the love of such a woman for petty jealousy? He would never. Could never. Husband, I. Amphory tried to speak, but her emotions choked her words. This beauty who was so well known for her calm and elegant demeanor was anything but right now. There's no need to explain, Dian said with a smile, holding her gently. Amphory's eyes flashed with a hint of confusion before a knowing glint lit them. She giggled to herself silently, something that shocked even her. Stupid husband. But in the end, she said nothing. Well, I do need an explain. The demon sage roared. This whole time he had been making fun of Diane as some lovesick puppy. Could he even be called a man for falling in love at first sight? These were his inner thoughts. Yet, his daughter was just whisked away? Just like that? How could he stand such a thing? Diane looked up to the demon sage. You're not allowed to die now, even if you want to. What did you say to me? The demon sage was losing his mind. What did the snotty-nosed brat think this was? He was the mighty demon sage. Even his enemies only dared to attack his empire after he was gone. You heard me. Since you're Amphrey's father, you have no right to die as you please. If you dare to think otherwise, I'll seal your spirit for all of eternity. Try me. Diane's eyes flashed. Before, he had been planning on letting the demon sage do whatever he wanted. It was already difficult enough for him to father the resources to build bodies for his master and the title geniuses. Building one for the demon sage would put him at his wit's end. One had to know that the blueprint for the body was within the soul. If the materials weren't powerful enough to rebuild the demon sage's body, Diane's efforts would collapse. Rebuilding a celestial beast body was already so difficult. To add the body of a martial saint on top of that? It was too difficult. Plus, the demon sage was annoying. They were akin to oil and water whenever they interacted. It would probably be better for his sanity if he allowed the demon sage to be stubborn. But now that he knew that the demon sage was actually Amphrey's father in her second life, how could he allow him to die just because he wanted to be arrogant? Fuck that. The demon sage in spirit form was no match for Diane. One had to consider the fact that even at his peak, the demon sage's soul was weaker than Diane's now. Now he was only a remnant piece of that original soul. He stood not a single chance. In Diane's arms, Amphrey smiled sweetly, breathing in Diane's scent. She knew how stubborn this father of hers was. Maybe only Diane's brash approach could control him. The demon sage trembled in rage. Do you think I won't just burn my soul? You think you can turn me into a puppet? Before the demon sage could finish speak, a magnificent ancient temple appeared in the air. In an instant, let alone burn his soul, the demon sage couldn't even lift a finger or speak. You have no will of your own anymore, Diane said with a stern expression, causing the demon sage to fall into a fit of depression. Father, don't be so stubborn. Amphrey spoke lightly, leaving Diane's embrace to stand by his side. Her voice had once more gained its calm, and she had begun to exude a pressure that made Diane's heart palpitate. Not even 1,000,000 of him would be enough to defeat this wife of his. He couldn't get over how beautiful she was. It made his lower belly light with flame that made even his tightened diamond body uncomfortable. The demon sage gritted his teeth. Was this really his fate? Just tell me how this happened, damn it. After listening to the story, the demon sage went through another fit of color changes before he sighed dejectedly. This Diane Sacharo really was the bane of his existence. To think he was fated to take his daughter's hand before he or she was even born. What kind of bullshit game were the heavens playing with his life? Was he really meant to be nothing but a backdrop for this young man? Where was the fairness? Sighing, the demon sage disappeared dejectedly. Who knew what corner of the palace he had gone off to? He was just sick and tired of seeing his daughter's love-struck appearance. It broke his fatherly heart. Amphrey Pakel. That was a name that had shook the very martial world long ago before she was forced into hiding by her father's rampage. When the demon sage came back, he obviously lost himself in anger. This was the point in time when he fell to the demonic path, losing his sense of self entirely. As a consequence, he began to attack each and every one of the clans that caused his harm, destroying their foundations one by one. However, there were some clans with foundations much too sturdy for him to shake alone. Maybe if he had calmed himself and not been so arrogant, he could have rebuilt his kingdom. After all, he still had the Jafari clan treasure, and a large portion of his wealth was still intact as well. In addition, his daughter was a heavenly defying talent. In just a few thousand years, there would likely only be a handful of individuals capable of matching her might. Together, they could have rebuilt the kingdom. But he lost himself in anger. In fact, the clans that he lost to were still thriving today more than 20 million years later. These were the clans that no longer needed the epistemic tower and were among the handful that sustained themselves without it. These were mighty comet-grade and even moon-grade clans. There were even rumors of a behemoth planet-grade clan. Knowing all of this, the demon sage was depressed. It should be his legacy reigning supreme, yet it was handed off to someone else. Even his own daughter wasn't his to claim anymore. Wasn't that far too much for any one man to handle? Diane looked toward Amphory, smiling toward her so sweetly that he knew if the demon sage saw it, he would vomit in disgust. Is there something on my face? Despite asking that question, Amphory's appearance had returned to its stoic form, making Diane chuckle. Let's go, Diane suddenly said. With a step, they disappeared out of the palace and appeared by a lake. Truth be told, even Diane was stunned. He had planned on taking at least 3 to 4 leaps to get here. After all, his spatial jump was limited to 1 kilometer at most, while this lake was a bit over 3 away. Amphory smiled lightly at Diane's confused expression. Seeing this, Diane thought that it was her who had helped him out, but she shook her head at his gaze. Maybe you've just grown stronger, Amphory said lightly. Maybe. Diane didn't think this change was so simple. He would only grow more confused when he noticed the abrupt size change in his inner world. Forget it. Diane and Amphory enjoyed a quiet afternoon alone. Amphory had always been a woman of few words, so she simply listened to Diane's stories with an expression of satisfaction coating her beautiful features. Diane had to try his best to avoid her piercing gaze. She was simply too beautiful. He felt that if he looked for too long, he would lose control of his body. He could only hold her small frame on his lap, looking off toward the calm lake ahead of them. A day later, Diane suddenly noticed a golden bracelet in the shape of a dragon on Amphory's dainty wrist. You actually found this in this life too? Diane was pleasantly surprised. After all, the golden dragon lyre was a treasure of the 33 heavens. Not only that, but it was one of the few offensive types. For Diane, who mostly had auxiliary-type treasures of this caliber, this was new to him. Oh, this? Amphory lifted her hand and rotated her wrist. Even such a simple movement took Diane's breath away. It was as though Amphory's every action was in line the heavens themselves. I believe Luna may have something to do with it. It was melded to my soul at birth. After my soul broke into the celestial realm, it manifested on its own. Would you like me to play for you, husband? Diane smiled. You can call me Diane, you know? Amphory shook her head. Everyone calls you Diane, she said sweetly. I want to be one of the few who can call you husband. With a thought, the golden bracelet morphed. However, instead of forming a lyre, it actually became a flute. Amphory didn't need to explain for Diane to understand. This was a treasure created by the birth of music will. How could it only have a single form? In all likelihood, it could take the form of any musical instrument to ever exist. Raising her delicate arms to one side, Amphory rested the back of her head to Diane's chest before raising the golden flute to her lips. In the next moment, the music of a goddess filled the mystical world. Diane felt as though all of his fatigue, all of his hidden injuries, all of his worries were washed away in an existence. In an instant of calm, Diane breathed in Amphory's delicate fragrance. He was overwhelmed by a gentle honey smell, filling his body with warmth. Diane felt his mental energy replenishing quickly. Years of constant attempts at breaking into the master realm of runic vein theory had whittled him down more than even he knew. Combined with the lack of appropriate food, and Diane's body was in a far worse situation than he wanted to admit. He didn't even realize when he suddenly fell into a deep sleep. Although his back was as straight as a spear and he never once let his grip on Amphory go, his mind had fallen into a deep state of unconsciousness. It was then that the crown within his inner world vibrated to life once more. Diane's mind's eye quaked, pushing fiercely toward the Tao formation realm. However, a severe bottleneck was found waiting, not one placed by Diane's lack of accumulation, but rather one placed by the toddler. Suddenly, Diane's mind's eye contracted, shrinking from its 100,000 kilometers diameter. Its size halved once, then twice, then a third time. This continued until it had just 10% of its range before exploding forth with an added might. The bottleneck trembled once more, threatening to shatter under the assault. However, the toddler remained unaffected, nonchalant even.
It was as though the prowess of Diane's soul was nothing in front of it. Like a parent trying to appease an aggrieved child, the toddler almost seemed to sigh as it allowed Diane's mind's eye to escape the 100,000 kilometers range, pushing forward toward the 200,000 kilometers range before finally slowing. If one could see what was happening within Diane's mind's eye, they'd have to rub their eyes in disbelief. This simply didn't make any sense, nor was it rooted in any precedent or logic. One had to understand that the normal range for a peak celestial soul was a few hundred kilometers at most. Only Tao formation experts could break into the thousands, while several 100,000 could only be seen within half-step transcendent realm experts. The range Diane had at the mere peak celestial realm didn't make sense.
Maybe if it was just about range, one could accept it. So what if he had eyes 200,000 kilometers from himself? How useful could that possibly be when a planet would only average 30 to 50,000 kilometers in circumference?
Sure, the epistemic tower's inner world spanned millions of miles. But even if that was the case, how useful could it possibly be?
If Diane could cover an entire universe with his divine sense, at least he could use it to find hidden resources that way. However, no matter how far Diane's divine sense stretched, this would forever be impossible.
The reason this was amazing was simple. Diane had the capital to do things with his soul usually impossible for mortals. Whether it be his thinking speed, the potential of his mental energy, or the soul energy reserves he had, no one could match him.
In fact, with this boost to his soul, Diane finally had enough energy to pump into his Florence clan technique to form a clone. Although it would be a very weak clone in terms of percentage of his strength, this reality still remained true.
In the state of absolute comfort, it wasn't until hours later that Diane awoke. Although the music had stopped, he still felt endlessly peaceful. Amphrey watched as Diane's eyes slowly opened before she turned back to the lake before them, a small smile on her face. "Husband, would you like to have sex?" Diane was so stunned by the question that he nearly choked on his breath. He didn't even know how to answer. He understood the personalities of his wives well. Ree wouldn't have said it in this way. She would have been more seductive and assertive.
Honestly, most times she didn't even ask for his opinion. Clara needed more prompting. In fact, she had never initiated sex between them even once. She was simply more reserved. As for Madeline, she wasn't afraid to initiate either, but she would simply communicate with her eyes. Oftentimes, she would do so for his sake, knowing that he was holding back. But more recently, it had been for herself. As for Amphrey, it was difficult for him to put a finger on. She said the words so nonchalantly, as though she didn't care what his answer was. This was so like her, so aloof and imposing, yet elegant and refined at the same time. Diane coughed slightly. Never would he think that he'd be put into such an awkward situation when a question had such an obvious answer. Amphrey smiled lightly. "I ask because you've been poking at me quite viciously for the past few hours. I take it as that's a yes?" "I wouldn't mind, but..."
"It's just that Father has been watching us for quite a while now. He doesn't seem too happy." Diane's face turned from red to a pitch-dark black. In the distance, hearing his daughter's words, the demon sage shook with an anger that caused the skies above to quake. He didn't seem to care that it was his daughter who initiated at all. To him, it was Diane tainting his angel. After listening to Diane talk about all of his wives with his little girl, it had taken the demon sages everything to not strangle the little brat to death. "You still dare to have other wives and my daughter?" Fuck. The demon sage had decided. He'd make Diane make him a body so he could beat the living shit out of him. Now that Diane was completely awake, he could feel the demon sage's presence very clearly. He should have realized before, but he still couldn't get over just how beautiful Amphrey was. It distracted him to no end, to the point where he had long since lost control of his lower body.
This had quite literally never happened to Diane before. He had always been able to control it. But at the moment, it stood at full mast without any signs of calming down. Amphrey didn't seem to mind, even smiling slightly, but that didn't stop Diane from being embarrassed.
Up to now, he had been too used to dealing with women his age, but whether it was Evangeline or Amphrey, both of whom were multiple times his elder, he could only sit idly by to be teased. Of course, Diane could lay a concealment array that the demon sage had no hope of seeing through. but who knew what that old man would do if he lost control of himself. With a darkened and clearly sulking expression, Dian stood with Amphory in his arms. "It's time to leave this place. After we find an old folks' home for that old bastard, we'll finally be free." Hearing Dian's words, the demon sage nearly erupted once more. Old folks' home? Was he senile? Was he even that old? He hadn't even grown any white hair yet. Dian, however, didn't pay attention to him and began to swiftly make preparations to leave. By Dian's estimation, the beast clans wouldn't let this go lightly. Although it had been 20+ years in here for him, to them, it had only been 2 to 3 months. That amount of time wasn't enough for them to make it back to their gate from the center of the universe. However, what it might be enough time for is for a message to reach their elders. In the case those geniuses decided to send a message, it wouldn't be long before their elders made it to this place. Of course, there was also the possibility that the Golden Crown Crow clan had sent elders the moment they sensed Baylor's death. In that case, Dian estimated that they'd be here in just a few more weeks. But he still worked leisurely. That was because a few weeks in the outside world was still several years in here. After transferring Zabia and the Vinum geniuses to the Demon Sage Tower, Dian then focused in on the massive infernal core that acted as the central core to the mystical world. The process of transferring the central core away was a bit more complex than Dian had anticipated, so it was a good thing that they had the time. Firstly, one needed to find the spatial anchors of the mystical world. Without these spatial anchors, it was very possible for a mystical world to become lost in a plane of their own. They acted as the coordinates to the mystical world, allowing it to be found with certainty. In addition, it's because legacy worlds do not have these spatial anchors that their movements are often unpredictable and require special tools to find them once more. After locating all spatial anchors, there came the process of transferring them to an appropriate vessel. Luckily, the central core of a world is perfect for that task. Unluckily, the process of moving even one for a mystical world so large was far more than what Dian could bear alone. If it wasn't for Amphory's help, he would have failed miserably, something the demon sage found very funny. One by one, the spatial anchors were moved and the world started to slowly dissipate around them. In the end, Dian only needed to move the infernal core into one of the demon sage tower's many rooms. However, that was when he ran into yet another problem. The infernal core was over 2 kilometers in diameter. Yet, the only room Dian had unlocked large enough to hold it was currently housing millions of rodents he was still selectively breeding. In the end, it took Amphory giving her father a side eye to work everything out. The spirit then recognized the demon sage as its former owner and opened up a room on the 3rd floor that Dian hadn't had access to previously. Unfortunately, the demon sage was too stingy to simply give Dian access to the rest of the tower. One had to remember that the demon sage didn't face any trials at all when he received the tower. This was obvious. After all, how could he pass a trial set by a transcendent? It was purely because the demon sage hated his successor that he implemented these trials where there were none before. Knowing this, why would he remove them now? Dian could only roll his eyes at this supposed father-in-law of his. In fact, he refused to acknowledge him as such, instead settling on the old bastard title. Finally, they were prepared to set off. Now that Dian had access to quite a few Dao stones, albeit only a few hundred since he hadn't had time to mine more, the trip across the universe was far quicker. What should have taken him months was completed in just a few hours. By the following weeks, when the beast clans appeared, a training ground they had been using for millions of years would be gone. As for Dian, he was headed directly to Sol Rend Quadrant. Wow! Even though he was standing in his own corner, a corner where his name rang like thunder in the ears of others, Dian was completely stunned. Just a few moments ago, him and Amphory had made it to Celestial Deer Corner. Originally, Dian had only planned on making a quick stop here before heading directly to Sol Rend Corner, but he was frozen by what he saw. Currently, he stood on a teleportation platform. As for Amphory, she was hidden within his inner world. For obvious reasons, she couldn't appear on the Saint floors. Apparently, she had long since climbed to the Dao floors but had likely lost the right to enter again because she was no longer affiliated with a King God clan. However, that was a matter that would be fixed quite soon. "You really went all out, huh, Maying?"
Diane was legitimately impressed. The buildings themselves were an odd mixture of modern and ancient. It was a melding of two worlds that shouldn't have worked, yet still filled Diane with a sense of comfort. His every breath was infused with such spirit that he felt the celestial realm barrier rattle again. In the end, he was forced to temper it down once more, knowing that this wasn't the right time to break through. In the distance, Diane could see a collection of towering glass buildings designed with intricate metals and shimmering jades. It only took a moment for Diane to realize that Maying took inspiration from the Elven Kingdom for those. In another direction, Diane saw beautiful uses of nature. Ancient trees, spiritual flowers, and fruits graced natural buildings that melded into them perfectly. Diane had no doubt that Eli had a great hand in growing them to such a level. Yet, the greatest attraction was a massive dome that took up the center of the corner. It looked almost like a spider web from above, but it was made entirely of white jade. Although white jade was less expensive than moon and star jade, it was still an extravagant expenditure, especially since the entire dome structure was over 1 kilometer in width and length. Below the spider web of white jade, there was a dome of shimmer rainbow glass, the product of smelting numerous metals and thinning them to the point that they could be seen through. On one hand, they maintained the aesthetic of glass, while on the other being far sturdier and more durable than normal glass. What Diane didn't know was that this dome was the main attraction of the corner. It was known as Sicharo Dome and sold all of the most valuable pieces Diane had to offer. In fact, they had begun renting stalls to ambitious merchants while taking a share of their profits as well. In addition, masters of the arts would often set up exhibits within it, attracting large crowds. Diane hadn't implemented this idea, actually. It was Clara who decided to do so in his absence, and it was absolutely genius. Of course, they only allowed products of a certain caliber to be sold. This way, they could maintain the high-class persona of the corner. At the same time, they didn't allow anything that stepped upon markets the Sapientia covered. This gave the Celestial Deer Corner a good reputation that even the Sapientia couldn't openly complain about. Diane couldn't help but subconsciously float into the air to get a better look. But who would have known that he would be scolded within his own corner? "Hey! Get down here!" a good-willed individual yelled at Diane from below. Flying is prohibited in Celestial Deer Corner. If you go too high, the demon generals will spot and punish you. The good-willed young man shivered at the thought of the demon generals. They really were far too cruel and powerful. Hearing these words, Diane chuckled, but he obediently came back down in the end. "Thanks." Diane grinned toward his savior and flashed forward. In an instant, it was as though he was never there. The young man couldn't help but rub his eyes and blink. A saint shouldn't have the power to do what Diane just did. Was he seeing things? That must be it, he muttered to himself as he walked away. "This is your empire?" Amphrey asked pensively, looking around with a glint in her eye. It seemed she found it quite beautiful. Maying had put no less effort into Sol Rend Quadrant in comparison to the corner. Diane smiled lightly. "It doesn't deserve to be called an empire quite yet, but it's a decent start." Although he tried to remain calm, the former cathedral city, now known as Soul City, blew his expectations out of the water once again. Before, he had been skeptical about just how much Maying could accomplish in just 3 years, but by the looks of it, it was he who underestimated her. He was still thinking of construction times in terms of his mortal world. For example, Sicharo Dome would have taken mortals at least a decade to construct. However, it should have been obvious to him that cultivators could build things far quicker. "Let's go and take a tour before heading to Soul Rending Peak. I'm quite interested in how things are going," Diane said after another moment's pause. Amphrey didn't have any objections. Technically, she knew that Diane could layer the entire planet with his divine sense to find out what he wanted to know. But her heart warmed knowing that he was taking it slow for her. After all, she had been stuck in a pod for more than 20 million years. Just like that, stories of an ethereal red-headed beauty began to spread all throughout the former planet cathedral, now known as Planet Soul. Diane was supremely satisfied with what he saw. The academies had already produced quite a few B and A rank students, with 2 of the 3 having already produced 1 S rank each. In addition, Elder Nova was still being forced to diligently teach, so the foundations of these youngsters were incomparably firm. After all, who wouldn't dream of having a Dao formation expert for a teacher? Unsurprisingly, the two S-ranked youths immediately decided that they wanted to join the demon generals. In just another half a decade or so, they'd be old enough to do just that. Because of Diane's implemented plans, every half a year or so, the demon generals would do a few demonstrations for the academy youths. So, many of the youngsters had begun to dream of one day donning the legendary demon general armor. In the beginning, it had only been a dream for the young boys, but after the female vice commanders like Malashira made her presence known, the young girls began to dream as well. This aside, there was more good news as well. Because Diane had exited his trials and awakened his soul, he had once more gained the ability to provide cultivation resources to the demon generals. As a result, those who had been in the Essence Gatherer tier had stormed into the Saint tier once more, while more than half of the demon generals had become first-grade celestials. Unfortunately, with the good news often came the bad. During his trip around Planet Sol with Amphory, he finally learned why he wasn't able to mobilize faith. Conquering a universe isn't so arbitrary. In fact, it has very strict rules and requirements to be met, with each universe having its own set. Becoming the ruler of a royal god clan is easy enough, but the moment one steps into the king god clan realm, the difficulty skyrockets. Amphory explained patiently. Everything in existence has a will. It's by controlling this will that one earns the right to mobilize the faith of a planet, or universe, or quadrant. In order to officially make Soul-Rending Peak a royal god clan of Planet Sol, you need to take back the will the cathedral had. This requires a battle on a spiritual plane of existence. The first step is to enter the most sacred land of Soul-Rending Peak. The second step is to enter a meditative state. And the third step is to win. Since no one is audacious enough to fight you, taking the entire will of Planet Sol should be easy because it seems like it's citizens like you. However, to become a king god clan, a ruler of an entire universe, you need to earn the respect of the universe itself, something that has varying degrees of difficulty. For a universe like this one, with such dense energy, it will be very difficult. I believe you should wait to accumulate more momentum. However, because it's a soul-based universe, it should be too difficult for you. Amphory concluded seriously. I see. Diane sighed. No one ever tells him anything because they assume he knows, but he's still a newbie with all of this martial world stuff. Suddenly, conquering universes didn't seem so simple anymore. It was something he definitely didn't have time to do right now. After all, Madeline was waiting for him. Soon, the two of them had made it to the grand front gates of Soul-Rending Peak, which stood several dozen meters taller than it once had before. Not wanting to disturb anything, Diane flashed forward with Amphory, making it to the core sect without anyone realizing a thing. After being disappointed to find that Clara wasn't there and admiring the beautifully built Master's Palace, he got to work anchoring the Demon Sage's mystical world right next to the Celestial Beasts. Big brother, can we come out now? The Celestial Beast babies pouted. They had spent the past quarter-century doing nothing but training and had broken into the celestial realm as well. But whenever they entered their human forms, they insisted on remaining as toddlers. Apparently, this was yet another heaven-defying ability their bloodlines gave them. Actually, it was one they had lost when their bloodlines degraded. However, with Diane's help, the four of them had once more unlocked it. They could thus control their sizes at will now to a certain extent. Three adorable 4 to 5-year-old little girls ran toward Down, their small frilly gowns blowing behind them. As for the only male among them, he snorted at their antics with disdain. Since Sen's true form was over 20 meters tall now, he insisted on staying in it to show off his manliness. Diane smiled and couldn't help but scoop them up in his arms. They had experienced almost 100 years of life by now, but insisted on acting like babies. Oh, who's this beautiful big sister? Shear's large black eyes blinked as she scurried around Diane's body, as though he was nothing more than a tree, standing on his shoulders to look at Amphory with interest. Despite having been in the same tower for hours, the Celestial Beast babies had been in their respective training rooms and hadn't met her yet. Diane grinned proudly. She's my wife. Big brother, you're so bad. What about big sister Ree and Clara? Shear took this chance to tease Diane, causing Amphory to smile sweetly, taking the little girl in her arms. Shear pouted. Big sister, you have to be careful. He's a big, bad man who bullies little girls. He's not good enough for you. Lin Lin and Bybie giggled,
but San was frozen in place. While standing in the palace hall, his massive head actually touched the ceiling. In fact, Amphrey was nothing but a small doll from his perspective. Yet, he was a budding young man who had yet to have his first woman yet. With Lin, Baibi, and Sheer always running around like toddlers, when had he ever seen such a voluptuous beauty? He was immediately infatuated. Diane laughed, looking at their antics. "Don't worry, Sin, I'll find you a wife soon." "Really, big brother?" Sin hopped excitedly, not minding that he shook the entire palace with a single movement. "I want a big busted blonde, a petite Lolita, and at least one sadist. My uncle always said that taming a sadistic woman is the best feeling in the world." Lin, Baibi, and Sheer looked toward San with disdain. Despite being beasts, they were women first and foremost. Why was San talking about women like they were cabbages you could just pick one of every kind of? Diane's lip twitched. He didn't dare to comment with Amphrey right next to him. Something about her calm, slight smile sent shivers down his spine. "You little brat. The women that choose to follow you must do so willingly." "Such a thing depends on your charms. Your big brother is lacking in this area, you'll have to stumble around for yourself," Diane said after coughing for a bit. Amphrey's emerald eyes shone brightly for a moment before dimming back. "Of course, willingly." Sin scratched the back of his head. His palms were so large that they overshadowed even that massive head of his. "If it's not willingly, what fun would there be?" Diane shook his head and said no more. "What will you do for now?" Diane turned to Amphrey. He was unwilling to leave her so soon, but he quite literally only had a few days remaining before the Golden Flame mystical world opened. He couldn't leave Madeline, especially not with the Golden Crow sect dying her flames. Amphrey smiled mysteriously. "Dragon hunting." Diane's eyes widened. Huh. There is no better place to train than the Dragochilan lands. I haven't stretched my legs in a long time," Amphrey said lightly. Although her words were just as steady and even as ever, her lust for battle made Diane's Dao heart tremble. It wasn't until now that Diane realized just how much of her aura Amphrey hid from him. If a mere leak could cause his very cultivation root to quake, what would her full momentum do? Up until now, Diane had never met a true Dao formation expert. Each one he had clashed with till now could only be considered those who were severely weakened or had only barely made it into the realm. However, Amphrey was a true Dao formation expert. A middle one at that. To say that she could kill Diane with a single finger was a severe understatement. She didn't even need to lift a finger. In her previous life, Amphrey had never had an opportunity to find what she truly loved. Much like Diane, her life was filled with duty and responsibility, not to mention training. Sure, there was her love of music, but even that was hidden. But, in this life, after her father's empire was destroyed, the only person she had to answer to was herself. She had grown exponentially as a person. The truth of the matter was that she had no obligation to still love Diane, even after awakening her memories. To her, her past life couldn't be considered truly living. She didn't even understand herself. How could she decide what she loved? However, when Amphrey's memories awakened, she realized that even now, the shadow Diane left on her heart was irreplaceable. She didn't fully understand why. It was difficult to put it into words. She just knew that in this life, there could only be Diane. That said, she would ignore the things she loved in this life for his sake again. Hidden behind her slight smile and elegant demeanor, there was a boiling lust for battle, a will to conquer and a willingness to shower herself in blood. Diane's heart pumped as he looked on toward his wife. Of his loves, Madeline hated fighting and blood with a passion. Ri was opinionless on the topic and only fought as a means to an end. Her true love had been array alchemy, but her poor talent had stopped her from pursuing it until recently. As for Clara, she was a woman of the mortal realm. Her first kill hadn't even come until just a few years earlier when she was forced to take Head Void's life. However, Amphrey grew and was baptized in blood time and time again. Her father was the mighty demon sage. Her husband was the mighty Titan Emperor. Not only did she have an Azura bloodline from her Pacal heritage, her true bloodline was bestowed by the conquerors of the human race. The angels. Diane suddenly grinned as he watched Amphrey's valiant aura steadily grow. She wanted to temper it down, but the prospect of battle was so exciting to her that she couldn't control it. Even Diane couldn't control his trembling as he stood across from her. His own wife's presence. It made him feel fear. The poor celestial beast babies had gone quiet, shoving their small faces into Diane's chest. Sheer had even leapt from Amphrey's arms, into Diane's. "You four, go find somewhere else to be." Diane dropped the 3 toddlers in his arms, much to their despair. But, considering they were actually almost 30 years old by now, he wasn't sorry at all. In one swift motion, he swept Amphrey's small waist into his arms, greedily breathing in her scent as his lower regions flamed to life and disappeared. The 3 toddlers never fell to the floor. After Amphrey's valiant aura disappeared, they regained their bearings and began to hover, each pouting furiously. "He really just dropped us like that. Doesn't he know that we're delicate young ladies?" Sheer's pout turned into a tiger's growl. It was so ferocious that a slaughter chi overwhelmed the palace. But Diane only chuckled when he sensed it. Lin Lin and Bybie only giggled lightly. "Big brother is going to take us out for some fun in a few days. Let him have his fun." In the corner, San tried to hide his massive body. His shoulders trembled, hiding his massive head behind them. "I really said those things about women in front of that scary big sister? Stupid. Stupid." A moment later, Diane had softly laid Amphrey down on a bed that was more than 6 meters in length and 4 in width. One arm propped himself up while the other held Amphrey's waist steadily. At the same time, Amphrey's long, smooth legs wrapped around his waist, her elegant white gown slipping down to reveal a wondrously plump ass and white laced panties. Her lips gently kissed Diane. Although she didn't initiate, she seemed to open herself up to him with a graceful ease. It was as though she was inviting her lord husband to take pleasure in her body. A small mischievous glint flashed within Amphrey's beautiful green eyes. A moment later, a burst of enigmatic energy completely burned Diane's clothes to nothing, leaving him completely naked. Diane pulled away, looking down at himself in exasperation. "You dare tease your husband like this?" Amphrey's eyes glittered, looking into Diane's. Her gaze almost made his legs go soft. So enticing and sensual, he couldn't stop his heartbeat from quickening. His lower body reacted in full force, standing with the firmness of an iron rod. It pushed forward as though it wanted to conquer lands, pressing against Amphrey's soft thighs. "Do you know why I love you?" Amphrey suddenly asked. Diane was caught off guard by the question. He could only continue to stare before lightly moving Amphrey's red-gold hair away and gently kissing her slender neck. A small gasp escaped her cherry lips as an outpouring of soul energy entered her body. Her legs tightened around Diane's waist, unable to control even her own actions. At the same time, her face became flush, a sweet layer of fragrant sweat coating her delicate skin. With barely a touch, a bout of uncontrollable pleasure flooded Amphrey's delicate body, her back arching in response. If those that had fought alongside her had seen this, they would have been shocked beyond belief. The angelic demoness actually had such a side to her? To them, the thought of a man conquering her was absolutely impossible. Amphrey's lips trembled as Diane's gentle touch overwhelmed her body. Before she realized what was happening, layers of her clothing began to slowly disappear. First, her white gown was pulled over her head, revealing the silhouette of a body so perfect that Diane's eyes turned red. He almost lost control of his mind entirely. The enticement of a Tao formation woman's body was so fierce that veins bulged all throughout his body. Amphrey's small hand delicately rested on his chest, causing a stream of holy energy to calm the beating of his heart. She knew quite well the temptation her body brought, but she wanted her husband to be lucid for their first time in this world. Whether it was the deep ravine of white, gorgeous flesh, or her toned and soft belly, or the faint outline of her shaven treasured place below, each lit a heat that Diane couldn't temper alone. White flames blazed in Diane's eyes, causing a glint of surprise in Amphrey's features. She could actually feel her holy will being amplified, but it was a supreme law. Was that even possible? However, the truth was right before her. How could she deny it? The moment the white flames invaded her body, the endless pleasure seemed to surge forward exponentially. No matter how elegant and refined Amphrey was, she could no longer hold back her fits of moaning. They escaped her lips time and time again, without any sign of restraint.
Under her stupor, she vaguely felt a pressure release from her chest and her hips being pulled up ever so slightly so that a small and delicate piece of fabric could slide down her thighs. Dian almost became afraid. He had never seen anything more perfect in his life. The feeling of being unable to control himself shook him to his core, so much so that he lowered his head and hid his eyes within Amphrey's bosom. Wrapping his strong arms around her waist and immersing himself in the soft cushion that surrounding his face and a fragrance that could intoxicate the gods. Amphrey stroked Dian's hair like a loving wife. Today, had you shown fear toward my blood lust, I likely would have severed this life from the past. My past life couldn't even be considered that. I was nothing but a hollow shell, a dressed-up doll with her life planned long before she was born. It wasn't until this life that I came to understand who Amphrey Pakel was and is. Who Amphrey Sachara was and is. You've shown me that you're worthy of being my husband. You're still that man willing to face the greatest of dangers with a posture firm and strong, a back as wide as the world and eyes as piercing as heaven's sword. You're still my king, my emperor, my first and only love. Amphrey smiled lightly, her hips shifting ever so slightly. A moan escaped her lips as she felt the heated rod that was Dian's member slide along the slit of her treasured place. Take me. The words had just barely left Amphrey's lips before she felt a spear pierce her and a pleasure that made her shiver with ecstasy. Dian caressed Amphrey's body as though it was as fragile as a porcelain doll, despite the fact even his strongest attack wouldn't be able to harm her. In the end, he fell into a bout of pleasure that lasted several days. Unfortunately, he was unable to tame this wife of his, but that was only to be expected. That said, the roars of a dragon's and the calls of a phoenix sounded through soul-rending peak for several days, causing their disciples to accumulate months' worth of cultivation in a fraction of the time. In the Golden Flame Quadrant, a gathering of geniuses the likes of which only happened on rare occasions was taking place. After news of the Golden Crow sect's struggle with the Flaming Lily sect was publicized, it was only logical that many would start investigating why such a balanced relationship had suddenly turned sour. It was a confusing time for many until information about the existence of the Golden Flame mystical realm finally surfaced. Dian may not know, but those who grew up in the martial world knew very well. The Golden Flame Quadrant was known as the best quadrant to find special flames in. Usually, these special flames were used by those not lucky enough to be born with flames with their own characteristics in order to bring their power to a new level. According to legend, special flames converged in this quadrant because it was the birthplace of the sovereign flame, a flame that lorded over all others as their ruler. This so-called Golden Flame mystical world was a world with the sovereign flame as its central core, just like the infernal core of the demon sage's world and the life stone of the celestial beast's world. As a result, it came to be known as a holy land of flames. At the same time, flames were known as the bringer of life, especially for humans. Legends across time told of legends that marked the beginning of the rise of the human race as the invention or bestowment of fire to them. In fact, it's because of this that the flames of the phoenix could embody life, death, and reincarnation. Because of these truths, a world with the sovereign flame as its core was also a hotbed for spiritual vegetation to grow. It was even possible for long-since extinct treasures to appear once more in this world. After news of this could no longer be bottled up, the Golden Flame Quadrant was forced to share, not out of willingness but out of necessity. One would think that they would be protected by the rules of the Tower Quadrants. Wasn't it against these rules to attack one another across quadrants? Plus, wasn't the mystical world the legacy of their quadrant? What right did others have to ask for a share? However, such rules were dead and people were alive. There were no shortage of exceptions to this rule made whenever greed overtook reason. People were hypocrites and would take advantage of others whenever they could, yet rage when the same was done to them. However, this mystical world did provide them with one saving grace. Those allowed to enter were limited to those who had flame intent of the 7th, 8th or 9th level. This restriction forced many geniuses to give up as those who could follow the flame path so far were rare. In fact, among the geniuses who had reached such a level, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that 70% of them were concentrated in the Golden Flame Quadrant. As for the others, many of them were from quadrants too weak to demand anything of the Golden Flame Quadrant. As such, it was only the remaining geniuses from strong quadrants that could demand respect that came here.
And even then, out of respect, they had to pay exorbitant prices to earn a place.
This was the Golden Flame Quadrant's method of saving face. After all, one had to remember that quadrants ranked 4th to 9th were basically equal in power. At this moment in time, many of these geniuses and their elders stood in the expanse of space several thousand miles away from a blazing star. Even as celestials, withstanding the heat of a star was too much for them, so they could only stand this far distance away. Only Tao formation experts of a high level could even think about approaching the surface of a star. Even then, reaching its core only meant death for anyone below the half-step transcendent realm. And this was of course only a measurement for those who delved into Fire Tao. Other experts would still be severely lacking. Unfortunately, this was the place of the Golden Flame mystical world's entrance, just a few dozen miles from the surface of the hottest star in the quadrant. In fact, this was the hottest star in all the tower quadrants. Among the geniuses there, many young men couldn't help but take small glances toward the violet-dressed women of the Flaming Lily sect and undisguised lust in their eyes. If they were here, they too were geniuses. So why couldn't they pursue these women? In fact, only they could. At the center of these women stood 3 disciples that stood above the rest. To the left was a fiery red-headed Lolita, who, despite her small frame and flat chest, wore armor that only barely covered her nipples and nether regions. To her back, there was a blazing set of red metal wings forged of red mercury, making them incomparably light and flexible, not to mention tough. However, the most surprising part was her right hand that held a massive hammer twice the size of her body. This young lady was only a pseudo-celestial, but was in line to become the 3rd legatee of the Flaming Lily sect, Sorbona Malleus. To the right, there was a quiet and refined young lady with flowing black hair. At times, this sea of black would flicker to life with a flame of gray before dying out once more. She couldn't help but give off an air that involuntarily repelled others despite her astounding beauty. This young woman was the 1st legatee of the Flaming Lily sect and was already a peak celestial. The only thing holding her flames back from entering the Tao realm was her cultivation. Yandavir Estona. However, the woman in the middle was the one many could only glance at from the corners of their eye. This woman stood tall, her chest was proud and her curves were outrageous. Yet, there was not a hint of seductive air around her. Instead, she was calm and inviting, warm and elegant. Her purple hair flowed to the small of her back as though a small and steady stream of air swirled around at her beck and call. Her features were the pinnacle of perfection, a truly suffocating beauty. She had only just broken into the celestial realm but had already climbed to the 2nd stage after all 9 of her meridians were filled due to the blessings of the heavens. This was none other than Madeline Sacharo, 2nd legatee of the Flaming Lily sect. The hottest star of the tower quadrants blazed with vitality, spitting up currents of gold, red, and silver gas that arched across its surface, sending torrents of blistering heat toward the crowd of patiently waiting geniuses. Aside from the group of Flaming Lily sect, there were many others present. The most obvious groups contained the geniuses of the 3 remaining sections: the Golden Crow sect, the Flame Rebirth sect, and the Fiery Lotus sect. In regards to the Flame Rebirth and Fiery Lotus sects, many of them had their heads down as a depressing atmosphere circulated around them. They had managed to earn spots, but their numbers were the fewest even in comparison to out-of-quadrant geniuses, much to their embarrassment. However, this couldn't be helped. They had been completely unable to withstand the rage of the Flaming Lily sect, resulting in their foundations taking a severe hit. The Fiery Lotus sect was led by the Gaia clan geniuses and was only allowed 3 entries total. These young men of the Gaia family weren't the same group of inner disciples that attacked Madeline. Instead, they were all peak celestials who had long since become core disciples. Because they were the backbone of the Gaia clan, they were known as the 3 Gaia princes. 1st Prince Gaia, 2nd Prince Gaia, and 3rd Prince Gaia. The Flame Rebirth sect was even worse off. Because their ambitions toward Madeline's flames were revealed by the Golden Crow sect, they only received 2 entries. They were both women with the strongest traces of vermilion blood of their generation. Of course, they were both peak celestials as well. As for their names, they were known as the Firebird Sisters despite having no real blood relation between them, Rosalia and Zura. The Golden Crow sect, however,
had a crowd of geniuses that numbered well over 20. Their top 10 inner disciples had experienced a slight reshuffle in the past 3 years. The sexy, scantily clad and flexible spear-wielding Angelica Crow had climbed from the 3rd to 1st rank. This wasn't only because her loss to Madeline fueled her, but also because her 2 seniors had graduated to the ranks of core disciple. These 2 seniors, the former 2nd-ranked Megan Goldine and 1st-ranked Louis Goldine, had seamlessly entered the celestial realm, solidifying their place among the core disciples, albeit the lower ranks. This slight reshuffling brought the formerly 7th-ranked Egan Goldine to the 5th place. At the same time, Alexander Goldine, the former 4th-ranked, Zara Crow, the former 5th-ranked, and Auguste Crow, the former 6th-ranked, all shifted 2 places upward as well. Still, it was no surprise to anyone that the Goldine and Crow families dominated the top 10 leaderboards. However, during these events, the inner disciples were just backdrops. The best of them were only pseudo-celestials, while more were still peak saints. With even peak celestials entering the fold, how would they find a place for themselves?
The true stars were the core disciples led by God Goldine himself.
At the very forefront of this group, God Goldine stood. Christian Goldine III was a name that had shaken the 4th-ranked quadrant for a long time. It was he who took the mantle of God after they remained without one for so long. His talent made those around his seethe with jealousy, while his good looks and sweeping blonde hair stole the hearts of many a maiden. His golden hair shimmered with torrents of flames as his piercing red eyes somehow remained contradictorily calm at the same time. Although he wasn't too tall, his momentum made it seem as though he encompassed the entire world.
This was the presence only a god-level character could create. Although his cultivation wasn't the most profound here, no one dared to look down on him.
A god-level character, as long as nothing unforeseen occurred, would hold the fate of the future in their hands. A slight smile played God Goldine's features as he lightly nodded toward the flaming lily sect women before looking back toward the blazing star in the distance. A keen anticipation clear in his gaze. Surrounding him, numerous peak celestials of the Golden Crow sect stood.
There were 4 of them, 2 of the Goldine family and 2 of the Crow family. Each were proud in their own right, but they understood their task very well: support Christian III and ensure that not even the slightest hair on his head was harmed. It was as simple as that.
Although the Crow and Goldine clans were separate and often competed, they shared a close bond. In addition, the laws of their ancestors strictly prohibited infighting. If even the slightest hint of dissent was sensed by their sect's fate, their ability to mobilize faith would take a massive hit. In the case that this happened, the Flaming Lily sect would be able to take their place as rulers of the quadrant, something they couldn't allow. So, the Crow clan magnanimously took a step back. After Christian III passed away, or if they were lucky, transcended, they knew it would then be their Crow family's turn to select a key wielder. As such, they remained in a harmonious balance. This aside, while the key players were of the 4 Golden Flame sects, there were other major players as well, players that even God Goldine couldn't look down on because, in some cases, they surpassed him in status. Aside from the 4 sects, there was another large group that had come. Using their astounding capital to provide compensation even the top 2 sects couldn't snub their nose at. This large group was none other than the Alchemy and Weapons Master Guilds of Sapientia Quadrant. One had to know that soul strength progressed very slowly. As such, oftentimes, what held the progress of alchemists back wasn't their knowledge of theory, but rather their weak aurora flames. Without a strong soul, one's aurora flame would be equally weak, and as such would be limit in the tasks it could accomplish. In order to combat this weakness, alchemists of the modern era supplemented their aurora flames with these so-called special flames. This allowed those with weak souls to forge pills they otherwise couldn't before. Weapons masters often used this shortcut as well. With the opening of the Golden Flame mystical world, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the ones most excited were the alchemists. There were simply too many things in the world to entice them. Firstly, they could find spiritual plants and materials they otherwise couldn't in the outside world. Incredibly rare herbs and flowers that had long since been extinct. Secondly, there was a chance they could find a special flame to supplement their alchemy, allowing them to rise in ranks. And, thirdly, the best materials for alchemy furnaces and cauldrons were found in the Golden Flame mystical world. What better metal could there be for such things if not one tempered by a special flame? This group of secondary profession geniuses were just as haughty as the sect geniuses. In many cases, they were more so. That said, one shouldn't look down on their fighting prowess. Although their battle sense was lacking, they were often able to make up for it with their powerful senses and quick thinking speed. Within the swaths of azure-robed alchemists and silver-robed weapons masters, there were two geniuses wearing white robes, shimmering with streaking comets. This meant that they were masters in multiple disciplines. And the fact comets streaked across their body, giving them an illusory and beautiful appearance, obviously meant that in at least one of their masteries, they had reached the comet grade. On the left was a haughty beauty who disdained to even look at those around her. Not only was she a comet-grade alchemist, she was a Grandmaster Magic Master and Grandmaster Weapons Master. As an astounding disciple of 3 disciplines, she was the aim of many youth geniuses, many of whom she didn't care to even remember the names of. However, her name resounded in their ears too fiercely for anyone to forget. She was known as the White Witch, Blythe. On the right was a young man with calm, soothing eyes, and maybe the only young man Blythe cared to stand next to. Although she ignored him too due to her arrogance, she, at the very least, didn't disdain to breathe the same air he breathed. Despite his calm and inviting eyes, there was an arrogance born deep within this young man that was impossible to fake or hide. However, it was well earned. This young man was a comet-grade weapons master, Grandmaster Runic Vein Master and Grandmaster Alchemist. His name was completely contradictory to his apparent demeanor, the Raging Bull Wilder. These two were among the best the Sapientia Quadrant had in terms of geniuses. Although many of their contemporaries were unable to come due to not meeting the mystical world criteria, these two alone were more than enough to remind others of the sheer number of geniuses the Sapientia Quadrant had. That said, these two weren't Sapientia clan members. They were geniuses of auxiliary clans that settled in Sapientia Quadrant in order to pursue knowledge. However, these two could only be said to be equal to God Goldine in status. As for those who surpassed him in this facet, one could only speculate in a single direction. Who were these people who could outshine even God Goldine? Who, if not true gods? Not one, but two. It was no surprise that there were Fire Dao geniuses among the true gods. Maybe only true gods could even hope to follow this path to the end. One of them was a true god that had only reappeared in the world recently. After completing his trials and claiming the title, rumor had it that he went into seclusion. He even barred off one of the best cultivation resources of the Saint Floor, monopolizing it for his own use. Spirit Waterfall. This young man was none other than the recent attacker of Celestial Deer Corner, true god Falker, genius of the Transcendent Grade Beast clan, Hydra. One couldn't question the level of genius this young man was. While his clan was known for its water will, he had pressed forward along the fire path simultaneously. He stood with a full head of blue hair, his sapphire eyes flickering with intent to battle and kill. His gaze hadn't left Madeline's body in several minutes, yet no one dared to scold him. Madeline, however, only smiled lightly, not because she couldn't take action herself, but rather because her husband would be here quite soon. As for the other true god, his body was raging with flames so hot that there was not a single person within hundreds of meters of him. His hair was lit afire, so much so that it was impossible to tell its true color. To his waist were 2 blood-red sabers, but one couldn't help but focus on the hands with abnormally long and sharp fingernails that rested on their hilts. If one listened closely, low rumbling growls escaped this young man's lips every so often, making his appearance all the more menacing. In fact, this young man stood at almost 5 meters tall. This young man was Titus Tatsuya, sole heir of the Red Dragon clan, not because he was the eldest, but because he killed all of his siblings. Titus Tatsuya, one of the 5 geniuses of the Drago Chilan lands and heir of one of the few dragon clans to reach the King God clan realm. Just a few years back, he had still been on the Saint Floors. But, about 2 years ago, he had thrashed the guardian of the celestial floor while still in the pseudo-celestial realm. Then, fueled by arrogance that looked down at the world from heaven's porch, he immediately broke through to the celestial realm before the eyes of many, crushing the tribulation in the palm of his hand. What arrogance!
One would normally find a secluded place to undergo their tribulation because it was very possible to be heavily injured in the aftermath. Yet, this young man did it surrounded by enemies. Then, he leisurely left, strolling through the skies with a roar that shook the lands rumbling his throat. This young man was the third true god, excluding Dian, that had been on the Saint floors. But now there were only two, Anak of the Emperor Giant clan and Falker or the Hydra clan, both of whom would soon transcend to the celestial floors as well. Soon, a generation of true gods will converge. Within the flaming lily sect ranks, some of the women were beginning to get antsy. The time for the portal to open was coming, but there was still no sign of true god Sicharo. It had to be said that many of them were excited to meet him. The idea of being hitched to a true god was something no sect or clan would give up. Even if one was a poor man of no background, if you earned the true god title, there was no shortage of people who would clamor to marry their daughters to you, nor sects that would pour all of their resources into you. One had to understand the kind of cash such a title held. In the history of the tower, no true god had ever failed to become a great man or woman. In fact, the number that had died before reaching their full potentials could be counted on a single hand. They were the closest you could get to a sure bet in the martial world. Madeline, the vice master of the Flaming Lily sect, took a step forward to speak with her legatee. Her middle-aged appearance couldn't hide the earth-shattering beauty she once was. In fact, even now she overshadowed many. Are you certain that he will be here? Madeline nodded in affirmation. He's never let me down, he won't start now. There was absolute confidence in her voice and a slight intoxication that made it clear to a woman who had lived through the vicissitudes of life that this young genius of hers had fallen into the clutches of love. Truthfully, the vice master had thought that Madeline's marriage had always been arranged. With all the rumors about how much younger Dian was than her and about how powerful his clan was, many of the upper echelon believed that Madeline was forced into this marriage against her will. After all, for all they knew, Dian was just a talented, ugly fat bastard who treated women like tools. However, the vice master knew different after observing this disciple of theirs. This true god Sicharo had without a doubt won Madeline's heart. She sighed to herself. Is this a good or a bad thing? If we truly hand the sect's future to Madeline, will we be handing it to her? Or Dian Sicharo? This was obviously a massive debate among the elders and grand elders of the sect. Some believed that a sect master should only be married to the sect. In fact, very few masters of their history had ever had husbands, which was why their clan didn't have any true dominating clans like other sects did. However, others believed that even if Madeline only became a figurehead and their true ruler was Dian, it wouldn't be so bad. After all, who didn't want the backing of a true god? Given enough time, they would all become half-step transcendents. How long had it been since their sect had had such a powerful expert? Plus, Dian wasn't any normal true god either. He took first place in 4 of the 5 rankings. He was an even surer bet than the others. Some argued that who Madeline's husband was didn't matter. She was Amethyst's successor. This alone was enough to shake the very foundation of the Golden Flame Quadrant. How could there be a better incumbent than her? Still others believed that Yandavir and Sabona deserved a chance to compete as well. They thought it was unfair that after so many years of grooming, they had replaced Yandavir so easily. Although her personality was a little ill-suited to lead, they couldn't just toss her away, right? Then there was Sabona. She was actually found to have a partial and latent dwarf bloodline within her. Such a thing couldn't be ignored either, right? In addition, her personality was abrasive and spiteful. If they didn't handle her chance to lead with soft gloves, she might turn resentful and join an enemy. Could they afford such a thing? Of course not. Truth be told, those concerns were ignored by most others and were only voiced by the minority. Those who knew Yandavir knew that she hated the prospect of leading. As for Sabona, although she was abrasive to others, she treated Madeline like a big sister and was happy to cling to her. These were just silly concerns to most. It was then that a streak of blue interrupted their small conversation as true god Falker couldn't seem to hold back anymore. He shot forward, making his way into the circle of flaming lily sect ladies with a bright smile on his handsome face. Hello, Madeline. I'm Falker. Would you mind if I accompanied you all? Madeline sent a side glance toward Falker. Yes, I would mind.
Please return to your elders. In that moment, Madeline's calm and inviting demeanor changed. She became wholly unapproachable, wrapped in a divine light that mortals had no business touching. Even a true god was no exception. True God Falker laughed. There's no need to reject me so quickly. I'm not understanding. If I had a wife like you, I would never allow her to wait. Isn't this true god Sacharo a bit too pitiful as a husband? If I recall correctly, about 4 to 5 years ago, there was this mysterious masked man who belittled that pitiful fool Anik over you. He even earned the title of wife stealer because of it. Falco chuckled to himself. Yet, true god Sacharo was nowhere to be seen. Does such a man deserve you? Does such a man even deserve the title of true god? Falker obviously didn't fear Dian or his title. For one, he was a true god himself. Secondly, his Hydra clan controlled the 6th ranked quadrant. Whether it be backing or status, he was lacking in neither. For that reason, he had no need to fear Dian. In addition, it's common knowledge that there's no true power disparity between the 4th to 9th ranked quadrants, so he had no need to fear the Flaming Lily sect either. In fact, his clan was far more powerful than the Flaming Lily sect. This was because his Hydra clan was the sole ruler of their quadrant, controlling over 60 universes alone, while the Flaming Lily sect was only the 2nd-ranked sect of their own quadrant. Madeline couldn't help but look toward Falker as though he was a complete idiot. Others might not know, but how could she not know that this masked wife-stealer was in fact her Dian? In addition, angering her didn't only mean angering the Flaming Lily sect, it also involved angering Dian's clan. This true god sure was short-sighted. Get away from my big sister, or taste my hammer. Sabona swung her massive red-gold hammer lightly. Yet, that simple swing caused a tsunami of wind and energy to blow toward Falker with the weight of several 100,000 gene. True god Falker snorted lightly. The wave of energy touched his body but seemed to ripple through as though he was made entirely of liquid. He seemed completely unaffected. Hush, little girl. The adults are talking. You think I'm scared of you? Sabona's teeth bared. There was nothing she hated more than others pointing out her size. In fact, she went out of her way to dress like a woman so people wouldn't. Yet bastards like Falker still mentioned it. Falker's eyes flashed as an oppressive aura swam toward Sabona, causing her to pale. We may both be pseudo-celestials, but you do well to remember that there's still a large gap between you and I. Talk again and I'll kill you. Yandavir was currently pretending as though this had nothing to do with her despite having the power to swat Falker away. True god or not, the difference between a pseudo-celestial and a peak celestial was too large for anyone to bridge. Especially since Yandavir was a genius of the 1st grade, albeit only the 5th order, just shy of the bar for a god. However, her inaction was the best choice. Had she acted, it would have given the rest of the Hydra clan an excuse to. Madeline's eyes flashed, a spark of rage lighting her usually serene features. A chilly aura wafted from her, turning an atmosphere that had been pervaded by heat into one so cold that many could suddenly see their breaths before them. The eyes of those around contracted into pinholes. This flame character, it was the piercing cold character. A legendary character only the Ice Phoenixes had touched upon before. True god Falker's expression became serious. One had to know that although Madeline wasn't given the title of true god, this was only because the key wielder of their quadrant was Christian 3. However, Madeline had broken through to the perfect 9th order. Just this truth alone placed her on par with the true gods, earning a special title reserved for those powerful enough to become true gods, but were born into inappropriate circumstances, the false true god. Falker had also reached the perfect 9th order. However, while he had yet to break through to the celestial realm, Madeline was already a 2nd-stage celestial. His chances of winning against her were near zero. The only reason he even had a slight chance to begin with was because Madeline disliked battle and as such had little experience. However, even with that being the case, she had an overwhelming 95% likelihood of victory. I hope that the Hydra clan doesn't believe that my Flaming Lily sect is easy to bully. If you insist on staying, I'll take it as an act of aggression and thoroughly entertain you. However, if you leave now, I'll pretend as though this never happened. True god Falker's features steeled, staring at Madeline in a new light. Truth be told, Madeline's beauty was astounding. but with Falker's status, he could even toy with the Dao formation women of his clan, having taken a few of them as concubines already. Of course, these were weak, false Dao formation experts, but they were Dao formation experts nonetheless. Simply put, he wasn't so blind to start an enmity with a powerful clan just to be a lecher. The reason he bothered to provoke Madeline to begin with was because of Dian. Many of the true gods and gods detested his behavior. Hiding from the world, sending out his demon generals to do his bidding, was he looking down on them? However, it seemed that Madeline wasn't an easy woman to handle. It was at that point that a murmur passed through the crowd as they all looked toward the distance. In the distance, a massive creature was becoming more and more focused. Eventually, with the keen senses of those present, the scene became clear. The beast was absolutely beautiful. Its large head looked out from a pristinely finished black jade shell, patterned with intricate lines of gold and silver. As for its legs and head itself, they were smooth beyond compare, shining an unblemished white that almost gave off its own light. The creature's eyes were a large black, blinking with endless wisdom and intelligence, not to mention a hint of cuteness. It became obvious to everyone in an instant that this was a peak transcendent grade beast. But the most shocking part was that this peak transcendent grade beast was allowing a young man to ride upon its head. Seeing them, everyone couldn't help but send a glance toward the Hydra clan. They too were transcendent grade beasts, but they couldn't even be considered peak grade like this heavenly tortoise coming toward them. They could only be considered kings of the high grade. If this creature could be used as a mount, didn't that mean that they were no more than mounts in his eyes too? However, what shocked these spectators to no end was that this young man didn't have just one peak transcendent grade companion. He had four. A majestic deer, standing as the picture of innocence lay its head on his left lap. Beautiful swirls of gold coated its white fur, shining with a holy light. On the right, a white tiger with strips of deep black lay. However, if one looked closely, it was possible to see that this black color was attempting to slowly fade away to a shimmering silver and gold light. And finally, to his back, a massive ape stood tall, its twin tails whipping about with excitement. Yet, despite this scene, many couldn't take their eyes off of the young man. In truth, despite the number of handsome young geniuses in attendance today, they all paled in comparison by far. If it wasn't for the fact they could sense his sainthood cultivation, one might think that this man was a transcendent come down from the skies. He was dressed simply. A crisp white shirt and what looked like soft pants rolled to the center of his calves. He hadn't even bothered to wear shoes. This young man was the picture of an eccentric cultivator despite being far too young to be so. Madeline couldn't help but smile brightly when she saw this young man. Her once blistering cold aura dissipated into a warm summer's breeze, as her lips curled to bring light to the world. When those around her saw this, they didn't need to think twice about just who this young man was. There was no doubt. This was the legendary true god Sicharo. Dian approached with a confident and calm smile on his face. Below him, Lin Lin seemed to swim through the air. Her size had grown far more explosively than the other beast babies. In fact, her shell was already over 200 meters in width and length. Sen didn't even need to shrink down to fit on her back. Neither did Sheer and Bibi. God Goldine's eyes narrowed when he laid eyes on Dian before sighing a breath of relief. This young man's momentum was fearsome. No one could doubt it, but he wasn't even a pseudo-celestial yet. His level of hindrance would be limited. However, his beast companions, this would definitely have to be taken seriously. They were already celestials, but even as transcendent grade beasts, their battle prowess wouldn't be comparable to a true god or even a god. In fact, they might even lose to emperors. Many had the same thought process as God Goldine. They had expected Dian to be a big help, but despite his potential, his cultivation was still too weak. The Flaming Lily sect couldn't help but sigh slightly in disappointment. Those the Sapientia guilds thought differently though. They immediately realized one thing: they couldn't see through Dian's soul strength. For geniuses like them, this was truly too baffling. Seventh Elder Master. Wilder looked toward a black-robed runic vein master who had followed him here. This seventh elder was none other than his primary master. Although he had awakened a talent for weapons smithing and alchemy, he had started his journey as a runic vein master. So, even though his weapons master talent surpassed his runic vein theory, he had never betrayed his first master.
Can you tell me what his soul cultivation is? The eyes of the black-robed elder flashed. Although he was a body path expert, having crossed into the Tao formation realm long ago, his soul had reached the peak of the celestial realm as well. However, this flash soon turned to surprise.
I don't know, he said seriously. Wilder and Blythe sucked in a cold breath at these words. They hadn't come for Diane. In fact, they didn't know this young man's name. Only those of the Flaming Lily sect knew that Diane was coming today.
The Golden Crow sect only found out due to their spies. The reason they were interested in him was because any young man who could control transcendent grade beasts must be a beast master of high regard.
But who would have known that he would surpass them by so far that they couldn't even sense his soul cultivation? Diane noticed the senses sweeping over him, but he didn't care. His mood was too happy. In fact, he couldn't wait for Lean's slow pace any longer and directly stood, gliding across the air himself to land before Madeline, a wide smile on his handsome face. The Flaming Lily sect women were stunned into silence. Even Yandavir couldn't help but look up and send an odd glance toward Diane. They didn't get it. If you were going to match the image of a true god, did you have to do it so perfectly? Couldn't you have at least had a normal appearance? Subvert expectations a little bit? It seemed to them that Diane tried to look like a normal human being wearing those casual clothes of his, but in the end, it only made him fit the bill all the more. Everything about him was refined to perfection. Whether it be his broad shoulder, his chiseled physique, his warm smile and eyes, his strong jaw, he wasn't too big, nor was he too small. Not to mention his entrance was too perfect. How was any of this fair? True God Sacharo. This was a man the world had been begging to meet for more than a half-dozen years now. No, that wasn't true. Ever since his name climbed to first place on the first trial leaderboard, everyone had been speculating about this man. Usually, when someone builds expectations for so long, they're bound to fail you. Yet, Diane's appearance did the exact opposite. The vice master of the Flaming Lily sect looked Diane up and down. She had long since passed the prime of her youth, so she wasn't love-struck like her disciples. Instead, she was calmly analyzing Diane's power.
As a Tao formation expert with cultivation far deeper than even Amphory, she was more than qualified to judge talent. Yet, she couldn't see Diane's depth.
In the distance, Sheer was pouting again. She had just been having a nice nap on Diane's lap before his suddenly disappeared. To think he would ditch them for a woman again.
Diane smiled lightly, however, he didn't take Madeline into his arms. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but felt like it was inappropriate in this setting. Madeline was the legatee of the Flaming Lily sect and was the in-name successor as well. It was all but decided. Diane didn't want to step on her toes too much. "I've made you wait." Diane's voice carried a bit of an apology that made the knees of many women weaken. These were the geniuses of the Flaming Lily sect. Even if Diane was handsome, their reactions shouldn't have been so exaggerated. It was just that his domineering aura combined with his overwhelming yang qi and bestial might. For women who rarely interacted with men, it was too much of a culture shock for them. Madeline shook her head. She didn't trust her voice to speak at all. Although she hadn't experienced any grievances with the Flaming Lily sect, the constant faction wars and political deceptions were things she hated. She had to constantly be on her toes, analyzing who sided with them and who was truly on the Golden Crow sect's side. It was exhausting. She'd much rather spend the day in Diane's arms. But she couldn't. Do you think you can just woo my big sister with a few words of apology? You didn't even bring her a gift. What kind of man are you?" Sabona was the first to get over her stupor toward Diane's looks, only for her to begin berating him to hide her embarrassment. Diane looked toward the small loli with a chuckle. "You're right, big sister Sabona, I was wrong." Sabona nodded in satisfaction. She especially liked Diane calling her big sister. Maybe this big bad man that her big sister was constantly thinking about wasn't so bad after all.
Out of everything that the Flaming Lily sect disciples had seen today, Diane so easily taming little Sabona was by far the most shocking. In fact, many had their bottom jaws hanging loose, unable to understand what they were seeing. "And you must be Mississippi Yandavir? It's nice to meet you as well." Dian smiled warmly toward the off-putting beauty, even stretching his hand out in greeting. The disciples of the flaming lily sect froze. If there was one thing no one, not even the elders, dared to do, it was touch Yandavir. The flame she was born with was powerful, but it was also a massive curse. Its erosion abilities were fiercer than even death will. Its innate character was so fierce that it was almost appropriate to title it an atomizer. Many thought that Dian wasn't aware and sought to warn him, but the usual Yandavir, who ignored any and everything around her, actually stretched out her small hand to greet Dian. A small gray flame sparked when their palms touched, and many looked away, expecting to see Dian's arm disintegrate. Even the Vice Master's face paled. If they were responsible for such a genius becoming a cripple, could even Madeline save them? However, the scene they were searching for never happened. In fact, even Yandavir's stoic features turned with a hint of surprise. Something had told her that it was all right to touch Dian, instincts, maybe, but she hadn't expected him to come out so clean. Undead body, she whispered, although her words were soft. Weren't they all cultivators here? How could one erode a body that was already considered dead? The gazes toward Dian became filled with a profound respect. If before he was relying on the phantom cast by the true god title, now he was awe-inspiring on his own. An undead body, couldn't that only be cultivated if one reached the third intent stage of death will? He actually mastered a supreme law to such an extent. True God Falker, who had been completely ignored by Dian until now, had the light of battle intent blaze awake in his eyes. Without a single word, he sent a fist carrying more than 50% of his power straight toward Dian's face. Dian's expression turned dark. To a normal individual, Falker's fist was overbearing and mighty, a normal peak saint couldn't hope to defend against. This man was a true god, fueled by otherworldly comprehension, bloodline strength, and a presence that few could match. Yet, to Dian, he was an ant in the middle of hurricane force winds. Just as Falker's fist was about to connect to Dian's cheek, a brilliant silver radiance erupted from his body. Boom! Falker's eyes widened as his fist's wrist snapped forward awkwardly. A torrent of reflected energy surged back into his body, causing his body to fly backward like a broken kite. Blood spewed from his lips as he fell into the depths of space, his arm broken in at least 4 separate places. Dian frowned as he looked toward Falker's direction, watching him grow small in the distance. Weak. Truth be told, Dian had activated his silver mirror constitution subconsciously. After decades of battling, many of Dian's battle techniques had grown to the point of being instinctive. In addition, his energy control had reached a level that only top-tier celestials could match, even though he was in the saint realm. For Falker to attack him with only half his strength, wasn't that asking to be embarrassed? One had to understand that Dian's silver mirror constitution was stacked 10 times over. A person with just 1 silver mirror constitution already had anywhere from 3 to 5 times the density of energy another of their cultivation realm did. However, Dian's density was to the point where energy flowed like molten mercury within his meridians. A normal practitioner would have died hundreds of times over if they were forced to carry the weight Dian did. On top of this, because Falker had yet to break into the celestial realm, Dian not only had the ability to reflect 100% of his attacks, there was an added 150% boost on top that. Essentially, Falker had faced the equivalent of 2.5 times the power of his 50% strike. Below the celestial realm, Dian was invincible. Period. There were no exceptions. Falker slowly steadied himself. An odd calm was on his face despite the shock of those around him. He snapped his broken bones back into place, aligning them perfectly before his arm turned into an illusory current of water. A few seconds later, his arm reappeared, perfectly healthy, as though nothing had happened. Looking up toward Dian, he nodded. Good. You truly are a true god. A monster even. You don't need my acknowledgement, but I'm giving it to you anyway. I'll come looking for you when I've broken into the celestial realm. His eyes shone with a fierce will to battle. Dian found it quite interesting. Although Falker had lost, and quite miserably at that, it seemed that his battle intent had strengthened instead of weakened. Could it be that remaining undefeated wasn't necessary to foster an undefeatable spirit? Interesting. Interesting indeed. Dian's frown turned into a smile. Come then.
I no longer battle for free, though. Bring something to wager. Hearing Diane's words, many who were feeling respect for the two men nearly fell from the skies. This true god was actually trying to extort his enemies. True god Falker's lips twitched. But in the end, a fierce light shone in his eye. Since he had lost, his opponent had the right to treat him any way he wanted. Others would gloat and humiliate him, especially since he was so haughty. This Diane was far better than those characters. After witnessing a battle of true gods, many geniuses couldn't help but feel their bloods boil. None of them even dared to look down on Falker because many of them didn't even see him attack. It was clear to them that if they were in Diane's shoes, they would have lost horribly. The legend of the true god was only more firmly cemented on that day. Diane, however, his thoughts were on something entirely different. He had turned his gaze from Falker to the vice master of the Flaming Lily sect. That's twice now, he suddenly said, his carefree demeanor gone, replaced by the momentum of an emperor. It was almost difficult to look at him directly, as though they weren't worthy of doing so. Madeline looked toward her vice master with pity but shook her head and said nothing. She knew that Diane had already held back once for her sake, but asking her husband to hold back twice was something she'd never do. In fact, she was on his side in all endeavors. The piercing gaze of a high Dao formation expert landed on Diane, but he didn't so much as shudder. The first time you tested me, you put my wife's life on the line, allowing her to fight on the front lines of your battle even when you knew that the main target was her. Diane gaze tore through the vice masters so easily that one would have thought that she was nothing more than a child. The second time you tested me was just now. You allowed the husband of your legatee to face disrespect in the eyes of several sects and guilds here, all to see if I was worthy of your investment. What a joke. A Dao formation expert standing mere meters from an attacking pseudo-celestial couldn't stop it from happening. A deep murderous intent suddenly surrounded the atmosphere. Those witnessing this felt a deep fear settle into their bones. Was this a man they were looking at? Or a beast? There's nothing I hate more than elders who sit on their perches to pass judgment. I pray hope that there isn't a third time, or the Flaming Lily sect won't be allowed to use my name ever again. No one outside of the Flaming Lily sect disciples heard Diane's words, but that didn't stop those around from noticing the increased tension. A few eyebrows raised, but they knew better than to inquire about something that was likely an internal matter. Oftentimes, Diane held himself and those around him to standards that made little sense for his current strength. It seemed to be the epitome of stupidity to provoke not just a normal Dao formation expert, but one who was the second in command to a sect that had established a great power in the fourth-ranked quadrant. However, there were some principles that Diane would never bend on. Several years ago, when Madeline fought the Fiery Lotus and Flame Rebirth sect geniuses, she had gone out of her way to provoke them with her words. This wasn't something that Madeline would normally do. She was known for her amiable personality and her dislike of confrontation. Yet, this was still the very same Madeline who tore those geniuses apart with nothing more than her words. Why had Madeline done this? It was because she was enraged and disappointed. One needs to think back for a moment to truly understand just why Diane would react so fiercely and why Madeline would become so emotional. Plus, why was it that the Golden Crow sect decided to probe the strength of Madeline's backing first? Did it even make much sense to do so? When Madeline entered the Flaming Lily sect, she immediately caught the attention of many individuals. Even though she hid her god-grade constitution initially, her connection with Amethyst was more than enough to alert even the upper echelons of the Golden Crow sect, let alone the Flaming Lily sect. She became a phenom that not only captured the hearts of many young men but also earned the respect of a warrior. This only grew when she earned her Empress title so emphatically. Much like many times before, the Golden Crow sect's god Goldine took a liking to her talent. However, as someone who had earned the god title, he wasn't stupid. How could such a talented woman appear from nowhere? These questions were only further supported by the fact that Amethyst was rumored to have left her legacy in the Celestial Deer Quadrant. This assumption became even more prevalent as Diane shot up the trial rankings. As God Goldine was investigating Madeline's past, it was then that the location of the Golden Flame mystical world came to be known by them. This pretext became the perfect excuse to probe Madeline's backers. In the public, the Golden Flame Quadrant could make the excuse that they wanted to cripple the Flaming Lily sect before the mystical world opened so that they could take the benefits all for themselves.
This excuse was far better than allowing the world to know that they wanted to kidnap a young woman for her flames. After all, this was the martial world. War within quadrants for resources was normal. Also, in the case they failed, they could just shrug their shoulders and back away. With this roundabout method, if Diane was truly Madeline's husband, they'd have plausible deniability. As long as they had this reason on their side, Diane's clan couldn't justifiably attack them. However, this was only one side of the story from the singular perspective of the Golden Crow sect. If this was all there was to it, why would Diane be aiming his anger here instead of toward them? Just like the Golden Crow sect was probing to find out Diane's identity, so were the upper echelon of the Flaming Lily sect. What do you think would have happened had Diane not been a true god? If he had not sent the demon generals to clean up the Flaming Lily sect's mess? If Madeline was lying about her connection to me? In order to avoid the potential collapse of their sect, the Flaming Lily sect would have handed over Madeline in exchange for entry into the Golden Flame mystical world. Not only had the Flaming Lily sect used Diane's name to maintain their prestige to the outside world, they had also used his wife as bait to lure him out for this test. How could Diane not be completely pissed off? He had let them off once already by not saying anything upon his arrival, but did this vice master really think that he was none the wiser? That they had really pulled the wool over his eyes? No. This wasn't even the worst part of the situation either. This wasn't the first time the Golden Crow sect had done such a thing, and it likely wouldn't be the last time. Why was it that Madeline was enraged by the actions of the Vermilion sisters and the Gaia siblings back then? Didn't she ask them what their elder sister would think of what they were doing? This simple question had sent the inner sect geniuses into a rage, but wasn't Madeline correct? The worst part about all of this was that the Fiery Lotus and Flame Rebirth sects weren't the only sects to lose outstanding female disciples under the pretext of marrying into the Goldine family. Even the Flaming Lily sect themselves had. Even Madeline, who had only been in the sect for 20 to 30 years, had this very same instance happen to those close to her. The former first-ranked inner disciple before Madeline took the title was taken away by them. The Flaming Lily sect once had 2 seventh-order legatees. Both were taken by the Golden Crow sect. And these were just cases Madeline was either close to or were too famous to hide. Who knew how many others had suffered? The Flaming Lily sect allowed all of this happen. Whether it was the insult to himself, his wife, or that of their very own disciples. What right did such a sect have to test him? Although the Vice Master's features remained calm, there was a massive rage building up in her chest. True god or not, Diane wasn't even a celestial and he dared to speak with her like this? One had to know that for every generation, about 1.2 million years, there were always about a dozen or so true gods. Said true gods were basically guaranteed to enter the half-step transcendent realm and raise their clans to a new level. But think about this. If there were a dozen true gods and maybe about dozen or so false true gods, like Madeline, for example, could all of their clans become number one? Of course not. Even if these true gods raised all their clans to the best possible level, wouldn't the worst of them still rank 24th? Considering this, did being a true god immediately give one license to talk down to the 4th-ranked quadrant? The answer was a resounding no. Of course, this didn't mean that all top 24 quadrants had a half-step transcendent backing them. For one, many true gods were already concentrated in the top 12 or so quadrants to begin with, mostly the top 3, due to the abundance of strong bloodlines and dense energy. In fact, the 2nd-ranked quadrant alone had 5 of them, the 1st-ranked quadrant had 2, not to mention a shocking number of false true gods. And finally, the 3rd-ranked quadrant had 1 true god and 3 false true gods, one of whom Diane had already met, Daishoken. Secondly, many true gods that fell out of the category were created through the pressure of a terrible life. Would such true gods have any good feelings toward their home quadrants? Of course not. They would likely leave to better, more fertile lands. Many left the tower quadrants entirely while others joined sects worthy of their services. This only further concentrated the power at the top-ranked quadrants. This young man Diane, he was simply too arrogant. Diane smiled while watching the Vice Master seethe in rage. However, he was well aware that the Flaming Lily SEC had no half-step transcendent to speak of. The reason why they were ranked 2nd was because the Golden Crow sect did while they didn't. Of course, they had many powerful and retired elders outside of their master and vice master. But Diane knew that, if they ever wanted to leave behind this second-rank curse, they needed not only Madeline but Diane. For years now, the Golden Crow sect had been weeding out talents from the Flaming Lily sect, preventing them from raising any great geniuses. It wasn't until Madeline came along with enough backing to protect herself that the Flaming Lily sect finally received a ray of hope. If they wanted to squander it, Diane would happily oblige. "Let's make a bet," Diane suddenly said, cutting through the tension with his abrupt, leisurely attitude. The Vice Master's expression darkened even further. "You can be angered if you'd like, or you can grasp this opportunity." Diane shrugged. "I've already done you a service by not explaining to your disciples the reason behind my anger. I'll even allow them to believe I'm an unreasonable young master if you so wish it." It can't be that the Vice Master of the Flaming Lily sect doesn't dare to bet with an airheaded and impulsive young man, right? The Vice Master's features remained calm. All her life, she had been touted as a heavenly genius. It had been so long since then that no one remembered, but she had an elder sister that was far more talented than she was. Her big sister, Philomena. Back then, they were almost certain that had they controlled the key, they would have birthed a true god. However, one day, her sister just abruptly disappeared. Her soul jade never shattered, so they had no idea who took her away, but the Vice Master never saw her big sister again. Then, one day almost 300,000 years ago, Philomena's soul jade crumbled to dust. The cause of death? The Vice Master remembered crying her eyes out for years, completely unable to stop. A heavenly genius like her sister dying of old age before her? Who would ever believe that there was no foul play? She remembered having so much rage built up, so much anger and hatred she had nowhere to place. Eventually, she raised to the rank of Vice Master. By now, she even had enough sect merits to be laid to rest with the ancestors of their Flaming Lily sect. But what had she done for those ancestors? Hadn't she just sat back and watched as disciple after disciple was ruined just like her elder sister? The Vice Master closed her eyes, a deep sadness causing her shoulders to tremble. The name her mother gave her was Melisande, yet she hadn't even dared to use it for as long as she could remember. Maybe if she ignored her past, when she passed away, she wouldn't have to face her elder sister's disappointed gaze. Diane shook his head. "Aren't you still alive now?" He didn't know Melisande's backstory, nor did he know exactly what she was thinking about, but he could make his own guesses. That was why he said those words. "As long as you're alive, don't you still have a chance?" Vice Master Melisande's eyelashes quivered at Diane's words. "What bet would you like to make?" she said finally. Diane smiled. "I'll allow you to test me one more time. In exchange, I want to thoroughly cleanse the Flaming Lily sect." Melisande looked toward Diane. She couldn't understand this young man's purpose. If he wanted to speak about something so taboo, why would he do so before all of these disciples? Even if the other sects couldn't hear him, if he was so certain that their sect needed to be cleansed, how could he be sure that these disciples weren't also traitors? What was he doing? "You trust me?" Still, even with all of those doubts, this was the first thing she asked Diane. "No." This response caused Melisande to laugh bitterly. What did she expect? Did she deserve such trust? But if he didn't trust her, why was he speaking to her now? "But my wife does." Diane smiled. "And since she does, that's enough for me." Several eyes fell on Madeline. Although many of the disciples didn't know what was happening, weren't they all geniuses if they were chosen for this trial? They could easily understand the gravity of the situation. To think that a true God listened to the words of his wife and trusted her so wholly. Something like this was incomparably rare. Even Yandavir's heartstrings were pulled at. Madeline smiled a beautiful smile, reassuring the Vice Master. Ever since she had cut ties with her former master, Madeline had never taken another one. But that didn't mean she didn't remember the kindness shown to her by her seniors. While others wanted to take her as a disciple for the sake of fame and glory, Melisande always looked out for her the right way. Maybe it was because of the guilt she had piled up for so long, but that didn't change her sincerity. For someone who had such a high affinity for purity like Madeline, she was very sensitive to those with good and bad intentions, and Melisande happened to be among the former. Taking a deep breath, the Vice Master calmed her emotions. "What is it that you want to do?" "Kill."
A baleful aura erupted from Diane's body, causing those around him to shiver. The Golden Crow Sex Christian 3 Goldine will not walk out alive. Melisande took a sharp and cold breath. To speak of killing the god of a sect or clan, it was absolutely taboo. Such a thing is far too risky. They might not dare retaliate against you or Madeline, but they would most certainly retaliate against our disciples. Melisande immediately rejected. This lack of backbone is why the Flaming Lily sect has fallen to this state. Diane's eyes remained deadpan, latching onto the Vice Master's gaze with an apathetic pressure. How many so-called gods and true gods has the Golden Crow sect taken from you? Waving his hand, Diane didn't need an answer. My killing him has nothing to do with you. He simply crossed my bottom line and as such he will die. It's that simple. The bet I'll have with you is entirely different. During the span of this expedition, not only will not a single member of the Flaming Lily sect die, I'll ensure every one of them has a breakthrough of some form. If I can accomplish this, you already know the reward I would like. You. Melisande almost felt like fainting. How could one young man be so arrogant? Ensuring that no one would die? Even if he was a Tao formation expert, such a feat would be impossible, because teleportation into the realm was random. How could he even guarantee that he'd find everyone? Even if he had all the time in the world to do so, how could he guarantee they wouldn't die before he reached them? Diane smiled, taking out several dozen silver plaques. It was obvious to everyone in an instant that these were actually Grandmaster-grade array plates. Simply crush these the moment you enter. Spendthrift. Melisande was slowly losing her demeanor as a Vice Master. This young man really was too much. Who would waste array plates worth several dozen celestial stones each on such a task? Diane could have just had all of them enter his inner world, but he didn't want news of his cultivation method to become public knowledge. After all, it was the #1 cultivation method to ever be created. Whether there was a powerful and imaginary clan behind him or not, it would elicit too many greedy eyes. Do you accept? Melisande didn't know what to do. Although she had power, she was still a Vice Master. There were still several ancestors and the Master ranked above her. Not to mention the Grand Elder who was equal to her in influence. If there were power rankings for the sect, she'd just squeak into the top 15 to 20 or so. She couldn't unilaterally decide such a thing. You don't need to do anything but get me an audience with the sect's upper echelon. As for the rest, I'll handle it. Okay. Oh, one more thing, Diane said with a grin. After I kill him, I'll be giving the key to Madeline. So, the Flaming Lily sect will have no choice but to prepare. Is this was fainting of anger felt like? Melisande couldn't help but think this as her vision fogged. The good news is that since it's Madeline who'll receive it, they won't dare to act openly. But I'd say that it won't be more than a few months before they start launching their assaults. How could you say this so nonchalantly? Even non-traitors of the sect would be against your actions. Are you stupid? Melisande was slowly losing her demeanor as a Vice Master. Even Madeline couldn't help but giggle. This husband of hers had a way of angering people to no end. Diane shook his head. Don't you know that the key wielder has the ability to change the gate threshold of all universes they control? If Madeline is key wielder, she'll simply lower all gate requirements to the celestial realm. I'd really like to see who can defeat me with such restrictions. A valiant pressure bellowed from Diane's body. In the distance, Titus, who had been ignoring everything until now, couldn't help but look up with his ruby-red eyes. A flash of battle intent appeared before slowly fading. A creepy smile revealed his jagged and sharp teeth as he stroked the 2 blood-red sabers to his side. He didn't regret coming even one bit. It seemed he had found a worthy opponent. Suddenly, Diane's brow twitched. He didn't look over to Titus because he had no need to. However, it was something else that caught his attention. It's opening. The star began to quake in the distance, causing hot rings of deathly gases to spring upward. Diane looked around to see several nervous expressions. However, it didn't take long for him to realize why this was the case. Until now, the various elders had been shielding them all from the heat of the star. If this hadn't been the case, those of lower cultivation wouldn't be so casual while standing a mere several hundred kilometers from a ball of hot gas. The issue was that they'd all have to rely on themselves from now on. Many would die simply entering the realm. Lin,
Bibi, Sheer, Senior Dian's voice, no longer hidden by Melisandre's domain, reached out to his beast companions. Leaping into their toddler forms, the four circulated around Dian before disappearing into his inner world. "Do you want to come with me?" Dian asked Madeline. Obviously, although he had qualms about allowing others into his inner world, Dian had no such problems with his wife. If they did things this way, he was sure that they wouldn't get separated in the beginning. Madeline shook her head. While she understood Dian's worries, approaching a star like this was a good opportunity to improve her fire intent. As of now, she was still at the 8th intent realm, still looking for opportunities to break into the half-step Dao realm. "All right, be careful." Dian smiled. Despite his words, he stood by Madeline's side. If she showed any signs of wavering, he would step in. Members of the Flaming Lily sect couldn't help but feel their hearts warm watching the couple interact. Who still had the audacity to think that Dian didn't care for Madeline? The upper echelons of the sect had partially panicked when they realized that she no longer had her primordial Een, but clearly this wasn't a problem now. As for the Vice Master, she found Dian's offer odd. If he could take Madeline, then what was the point of the teleportation plaques? But then she remembered that his beast companions had shrunk down, and then everything made sense. How could a treasure that could house higher life forms be large? He probably couldn't fit them all in. If only she knew that, let alone the 50 or so here, Dian could fit thousands. As they spoke, the star's reaction grew more violent, pillars of fire erupting from its surface. First there was only one, but then it quickly grew, shooting up to 3, then 6, then 18. In the end, 108 pillars of several dozen kilometers wide and tall appeared along the star's surface, increasing the heat to another level entirely. The peaks of the pillars grew into large miniature suns, lashing out with tentacles of fire. Soon, these flame appendages connected with one another, swirling and curving into intricate, ancient patterns. The newly formed array grew. In no time at all, its face was even larger than the star it originated from. It was at this moment that the geniuses surged forward, their various elders suddenly feeling a suppression they could only back down from. There was only a distance of 100 kilometers from where they stood to the newly formed entrance, a distance that was no more than a joke to even saints, let alone celestials. However, it had suddenly become an insurmountable mountain. Dian stood at the edge of this starting line, Madeline to his side. But they weren't alone. Whether it be God Goldeen, True God Tatsuya, True God Hydra, or the various other geniuses, they all stood with a glint of battle intent in their eyes. Some subconsciously looked toward Dian. They still hadn't fully understood what that silver light he used to defeat Falker was. It wasn't as though they didn't think of the silver mirror constitution. But since when had it been so fierce? Many would kill at the chance to have a heaven-grade constitution, but that didn't mean they didn't understand that even they had limits. But who would have known that instead of showing off whatever this treasure or ability was, Dian would actually step forward without any protection at all? It wasn't just him either. Titus and Falker stepped forward simultaneously. It wasn't until now that those around understood what it truly meant to be a true god. While they had battle intent in their eyes, they had still been biding their time. But did true gods care about their comparison to others? Their only challenge was defeating themselves. Dian's clothes completely burned to ashes. Without the protection of any energy, how could normal clothes he made on a whim survive in such a harsh environment? His wide back was revealed to the world, elaborate tattoos of black, white, and gold coming into full view. Madeline sighed in exasperation while the other women hid their eyes behind their hands, unable to stop their curiosity from forcing them to peek through. However, the men were focused on something entirely different. He was surviving with just his body. Suddenly, the words of Yandavir rang in their ears once more. Undead body. True God Tatsuya and Hydra looked toward Dian, a fierce light shining in their eyes as he was set ablaze. While everyone else wanted to use this opportunity to compete, he was using it to train. Flames of red, silver, and gold danced across Dian's body as the heat set him on fire. It was only then that his naked body was finally hidden from the eyes of those spectating. Finally, the remaining geniuses shook themselves out of their stupor and surged forward themselves. Madeline didn't care much for the theatrics, nor did she care for competition. Her only reason for wanting to grow stronger was to stand by Diane's side and pay him back for having always protected her. In fact, the only reason she hadn't stepped from with Diane was because she was content to protect his back. A blaze of violet flames erupted from her body. Delicate wings sprouted from her back, separating into detailed feathers of a phoenix. Her presence became intoxicating, distracting many of those around her even long after she had crossed the barrier. Soon, after God Goldine took his own step forward, a leisure expression on his handsome face as flames of gold appeared around him. The call of a golden crow shook the dark space, coming with it a large illusory manifestation. Diane wasn't paying attention to any of this. Instead, his mind and body were racked with an endless pain as wisps of flames rampaged around his body. His method of body refinement wasn't very complex and emphasized balance. The demon sage had made it clear to Diane that it wasn't just about toughening his body, but also balance. This balance wasn't only about evenly distributing these flames, but also about the kind of pain he put his body through. However, that later caveat wasn't something he was focused on right now. Hours passed by as the geniuses slowly made their way forward. Diane and Madeline followed a leisurely pace, not allowing others to dictate their speed. By now, they had been bathed in a world of flames for so long that they were no longer visible to the elders outside the barrier. In fact, even with protection of their energy, it was only possible to see about a meter or so ahead of them. However, did Diane have such a handicap?
Do you believe that I don't know that you're there? Diane suddenly spoke, still hovering in the air in meditation. His eyes didn't have to open.
From beginning to end, he had had his divine sense locked onto not only all disciples of the Flaming Lily sect. He had also been monitoring the surroundings. Since divine sense had difficulty piercing through certain things, it was no surprise that it was difficult for one to maintain theirs in such an environment. In fact, many wouldn't even dare to release their divine sense in such volatile atmosphere. However, Diane was different. He had no such fear. Not speaking, Diane sneered. I'll give you 5 seconds. Go back to the fool who gave you this assignment and keep your life. Or stay and die. Diane heard someone clear their throat awkwardly from ahead. True God Sacharo, please understand my plight. 4. Diane replied blandly. The voice grit their teeth in growing anger. True God or not, this young man still wasn't a celestial. As for himself, he was already a middle celestial. Even if he was just of the 3rd order, such a gap was too large to bridge even for an exceptional genius. Who did Diane think he was speaking to him in this way? However, he forced himself to calm down. Even if Diane acted this way, he didn't dare to kill Diane. His only role was to slow his progress enough to miss the world's opening. While he and his companions could kill almost anyone else, Diane and Madeline were untouchable. Then I won't speak nonsense anymore.
Your request is impossible for me to fulfill. Please think about your wife's fellow disciples. Even if you can somehow pass me, we won't allow them to do so. For Diane, understanding this was simple.
This fool must think that Diane only understood his immediately surroundings. But wasn't this barrier a mere 100 kilometers in range? For a normal celestial, covering this area with their divine sense was impossible. This was because most of them only had the range of a few kilometers at most, with the best having a few dozen. It was for this reason that he had no idea that Diane had a full grasp of the situation. 2. Diane responded just as blandly. It wasn't a surprise to him that those of the Golden Crow sect had surpassed them. After all, their golden flames weren't just for show. Much like the Amen family, their flames had slight sovereign characteristics. This gave them the ability to more easily control other flames. In an environment that required them to deal with excessive flames like this, they were practically right at home. If you insist on being unreasonable, then don't blame me for being impolite. The Goldine clan disciple finally lost his temper. Even if he couldn't kill Diane, could he just break a few of his limbs? Even if he wanted revenge later, what could he do?
There were trillions of people to a given universe. How would he find him? And even if he did, what would he do?
Attack their sect?
What a joke. 1. Diane's eyes snapped open, locking onto 12 Gold Crow sect disciples. In an instant, they felt a presence the likes of which they had never felt before lock onto them. They were mere lackeys. How could they have a treasure capable of blocking Emperor-level presence? No! Their voices were faint. It was as though they didn't even dare to speak in Diane's presence. In that moment, a white flame coated Diane before blasting outward. Not even a second passed before the flames that blocked everyone's visions were eradicated, revealing an open space of several hundred meters. The flaming lily sect disciples looked around in shock, only to find 12 figures as stiff as statues, unable to move. Surprisingly, those of the flaming lily sect weren't the only ones Diane had saved. The 3 disciples of the fiery lotus sect and the 2 of the flame rebirth sect also stood in shock. It only took a moment for all of their gazes to turn toward Diane, who stood at the center of the purified flames with Madeline to his side. The ease with which Diane dealt with the flames caused those around him to clench their fists in awe. It became clear to them just how seriously, or rather, casually, he had taken a trial they were forced to put their lives on the line for. Maybe his words about keeping them all safe weren't empty. Of the flaming lily sect disciples, the only ones not here were Yandavir and Sabona, who had long since gone ahead. Of course, Madeline could have followed them, but she stayed behind to be with Diane. She knew that if she went on ahead, Diane would forget about his training for her sake, and that was something she didn't want to happen. This aside, it didn't take long for those around to understand just what was happening. The ample chests of the Firebird sisters rose and fell in anger. As for the Gaia princes, their anger was no less furious. Their sects had already taken such a massive hit due to the Golden Crow sect, and now they had done such a thing. The truth was that as peak celestials, they could have charged ahead long ago. The only reason they stayed back was specifically because they didn't want to stir any trouble. Who would have thought that things would end this way anyway? Maybe the worst part was that they were only in this situation in large part due to the Goldine family to begin with. Not only had they lost many of their fellow disciples to their schemes, but their sects were forced to cede massive amounts of their resources to the Flaming Lily sect. Now, they even wanted to cut off their opportunity to recover some of those losses. Diane sneered inwardly. The Golden Crow sect is definitely taking advantage of the stupidity of the Flaming Lily sect. Or rather, should I say that they have the luxury to do so because they've long since planted their people to ensure that things will always work out in their favor. What would have been the smartest course of action after the Golden Crow sect betrayed their 2 allies for the sake of saving face? Wouldn't it have been to take those allies for yourself to backstab the Golden Crow sect? So, why had that not happened? Of course, Diane believed that it was in part due to true anger. But if he was correct, he speculated that some hidden members of their upper echelon egged things on in that direction. Those individuals guaranteed that while those 2 lesser sects hated the Golden Crow sect, they'd also hate the Flaming Lily sect as well. Unfortunately for them, their opponent was no longer just the already brainwashed members of the Flaming Lily sect. Now, they had to deal with Diane Sacharo. The Golden Crow sect hadn't been stupid enough to send their members to stop the Gaia princes and the Firebird sisters. However, Diane had made it look like that by clearing away the flames to reveal everyone. Maybe if the 5 of them looked closer, they would have noticed that the dozen disciples sent by God Goldine were far too weak to deal with them. But Diane had no intention of allowing them the time to realize this. Since those 2 sects had no qualms about participating in oppressing his wife, he'd have no qualms about using them. Diane's eyes darkened before flashing with a blinding gold light. 12 blood-red arrays appeared before him in the next moment, filling the atmosphere with a suffocating killing intent as just as many ruby-red spears slowly inched into existence. Let alone the dozen disciples facing this attack. Even those spectating felt a cold sweat cover their backs and foreheads. They felt as though they had stepped into a world of blood and gore. Even the skies above rained with thick, crimson blood. Judgment. Carnage. No one noticed the small flickering black flames on the tips of these spears. They were overwhelmed by far too much fear. In fact, maybe the only one who remained completely nonchalant was Madeline, who was confident that even if her husband dripped with this killing intent, it would never be aimed toward her. In the next moment, the spears tore through the air, causing blazing rings of fire to erupt in their path. From beginning to end, the 12 disciples didn't even have a chance to speak. Emperor-level presence wasn't something they could fight off. It was almost as though they were pleading for death. So without the ability to protect themselves, the 12 now headless bodies burned to nothing, dissipating into the solar wind. Diane looked down at his hand, rotating and clenching it. It seemed that the first iteration of his judgment technique was no longer that much of a burden for him to use. He wouldn't even imagine making 12 arrays at once before. Thank you. 5 voices sounded toward Diane as they lowered their heads to display their sincerity. Diane raised his eyebrows before smiling lightly. He hadn't expected such a sincere response. He almost felt bad for manipulating them like this. It's no problem. I would have had to get rid of them anyway. The 5 of them gave Diane a deep glance before shooting forward. Since they would face adversity at the back anyway, they'd much rather lose out at the front. Seeing them disappear so quickly, Diane shook his head. It was a good thing that those ahead had long since entered the mystical world, or else they might start raising questions about why they hadn't been stopped a second time. Looking around to see that everyone was fine, Diane nodded. Good. Let's go. It seems that not enough individuals understand how I operate. I guess I only have myself to blame for staying out of the spotlight for so long. A precedent of blood needs to be set. Diane waved his hands, enveloping the disciples in flames of white before charging forward, the thought of murder prevalent in his mind. Across the quadrants, the matters of the water mist sect were slowly escalating. At the moment, Rhys sat on a hovering stone platform, her beautiful white tails resting behind her. It was clear that her beauty had increased to another level entirely. Something was partially due to her breaking into the celestial realm, but the other reason relied on her elven queen's rain constitution awakening to higher and greater levels. On her shoulders, miniature fairies rested, each with varying expressions but with undoubtable beauty of their own. Elven queen, we should just kill her. A single arrow is all it would take. A beautiful fairy with valiant red hair harumphed. What was odd about this fairy, though, was the fact that while she looked like a world-toppling beauty from head to belly, her bottom half was actually that of a pure white steed. Other than this, her other defining characteristic were the delicate angel wings on her back. In truth, this fairy had the ability to turn into a Pegasus or a normal beautiful fairy. But for some ungodly and inexplicable reason, she insisted on remaining in the hybrid form. Whenever she was asked about this sick fetish of hers, she insisted that it was related to battle efficiency. She swore that it was only in this hybrid form that she could use her archery skills to the max while also maintaining her highest movement speed. Maybe wouldn't be so bad if she at least covered her breasts. But she claimed that this affected her transformation speed. By now, the other fairies had given up on guiding her. Centaurus, is there a need for you to be so violent all of the time? Isla berated the red-haired fairy, showing off her own abrasive personality. If it was so easy to just kill her without causing an all-out civil war, do you believe that our queen wouldn't have done so already? She's really too infuriating. Centaurus went to stamp her powerful hooves. But when she remembered that she was on her queen's shoulders, she managed to stop herself. Who does she think she is to see herself as superior to our queen? She has a death wish. Let's fulfill it. It was clear to anyone with half a brain that Chrysanthemum wasn't a match for Rhys. How could she match a genius who was not only a peak most supreme grade beast, but also a wielder of a god-grade constitution? What an absolute joke. However, Chrysanthemum wasn't alone. And there was also the matter of this key wielder of this 9th-ranked quadrant, a young lady who just so happened to not only be a god, but also Chrysanthemum's elder cousin. Rhys was powerful, yes, but she still wasn't enough to fight a 6th-order high celestial. This led to her being suppressed oftentimes. But this suppression was what allowed her to bloom through adversity. Much like Madeline, Rhys had already crossed into the 2nd celestial stage and was steadily climbing toward the 3rd. This lovely, silver-blue-haired beauty was simply biding her time, learning what she could. Although her own strength was too weak right now, one needed to think of something else. Weren't those of her elven race known for the dominion over nature and its beasts? Not only did Rhys have potential as a beast tamer, she had the very best potential. The rain portion of her constitution's title wasn't simply for show. While the fairies talked among themselves, they fell into another bad habit, ignoring everyone but their queen. The truth of the matter was that Rhys wasn't the only one present. Clara was here too. To the outside world, Clara and Rhys had built a relationship within the Valley of Geniuses. Since this was known to everyone, they decided to take advantage of this truth to become sworn sisters. In fact, it was in large part to the unknown backgrounds of both Diane and Clara that God Mist hadn't been able to act against Ree directly. The third fairy on Ree's shoulder lay lazily on an old tree trunk, meandering through the events. Still, her anger was no less than that of her two sisters. Suddenly, she perked up, an excited expression taking over her lazy features as Ree opened her eyes. "Okay, I'm ready." Ree spoke to Clara, who had been meditating herself. "They think they're very intelligent, don't they?" Clara said lightly, a chilling and sharp wind whipping around her. Ree smiled. "I've been looking for an excuse to enter the dark ocean for a long time now. They simply handed me the reason I needed." The dark ocean was known as the most forbidden area of the water mist quadrant. However, it was due to this that the sect needed to take precautions against it. Unfortunately, these precautions involved sending their disciples on dangerous missions to ensure that the various beasts and curses weren't crossing certain limits. Because of Diane's celestial hamsters, she learned about quite an interesting history related to this so-called dark ocean. Ever since then, she had been trying to find excuses to enter. Who would have known that her enemies would gift her this opportunity in a feeble attempt to kill her? While her constitution's world was filled with magical beasts, her cultivation was still far too low to manifest them into reality. For now, her best abilities were tied to these three little helpers on her shoulder. However, who said she couldn't find other helpers in the real world? History said that a former elven monarch was the first and only to ever subdue a dragon. Ree wondered how true that was. Since they thought that the women of Diane were so soft, wouldn't Ree and Clara be remiss if they didn't teach them a lesson? In another quadrant, the low-profile Devil Path geniuses were making their presence known, especially Lilith and Soxak. However, this wasn't due to the others being poor talents. Rather, it was simply far too eyebrow-raising for too many geniuses to appear at once, even if they were joining a sect. If the upper echelons decided to investigate, they would be in an inescapable trouble. As such, Lilith decided that only she and Soxak would take trials. However, the trials they were forced to take were absolute jokes. Even though they tried to slow their speed, they blazed through the Duke trials in just 2 months. The challenge was too pathetic for them. How could this not raise exclamations of awe? Still, in order to enter the auction, a king title was the minimum. As such, despite having already caused a stir, Lilith and Soxak had no choice but to enter again. Yet, despite being extremely careful this time around, they still completed the king trial in just 2 years. By now, they were out once more and the center of attention despite having entered the enigmatic sect of the 7th ranked quadrant. Lilith couldn't help but sigh to herself. The entire point of wanting to use the 98th ranked quadrant was to keep a low profile. Although Lilith had every intention of taking the god trials even back then, she was sure that by that time she would have been prepared to reveal her prowess. In addition, she'd have the protection of Tower's barrier. But now, she was in the open environment of a sect and had no control over the greedy eyes that followed her everywhere. Although she made it clear that Soxak was her fiancé, who cared about a talented young man with no backing? If anything, Soxak was in far more danger than even she was. Diane appeared in a new world, crossing over the final portions of the barrier with more than 50 people in tow. However, it was at that very moment that he realized instead of having his feet firmly planted on the ground, he was falling from skies. "I can't fly with my saint energy?" Diane frowned. Of course, he had his wings, but showing off his tattoo was one thing. Making his wings known to others was a complete other. Before, Diane had purposely only used one color of wings as the masked wife-stealer. But back when he raged against true god Anik, he changed their color deliberately. Although this might not seem like a big deal, this definitely planted the idea in the minds of others that his wings weren't stagnant in color. Because of this, Diane hesitated to reveal them now. It wasn't the right time to connect his two identities. Diane's falling speed accelerated constantly. His body weight was so severe that air resistance caused rings of flames to erupt around him. As the ground came into view, Diane's brow twitched. Down below, there was an oddly colored and quite large violet lake. Of course, Diane's first thought was poison, but this wasn't why he reacted.
Due to reaching the one with body realm with his white flames, he should be immune to any poisons not of the star grade. In fact, because of the profound nature of his innate flames, he even had a certain resistance those poisons of that caliber as well. The real issue here was that there was a beast Dian's divine sense picked up on, and he had a feeling that cannonballing into its home wouldn't be received very well at all. Almost as though to benefit some sickening foreshadow, the surface of the lake became to rumble. At first, it was just a large dome of water, as if a massive waterfall had suddenly appeared and was only steadily growing. However, the taller this waterfall grew, the more distorted the image became. What once was a perfect dome shape extended in width, revealing a large, open mouth. The creature's eyes were several meters across, blinking into slits of red and violet. Its body was covered in scales matching these patterns, looking as though it was built with shingled gems of rubies and amethysts. Truth be told, it was an absolutely beautiful beast, so much so that Dian assumed it to be a woman despite the fact it emitted such fierce yang qi. What the hell is that? Dian's eyes contracted. He had only just realized why this atmosphere was so oppressive, so familiar. This feeling, the last time he felt it was within his constitution's world. Even as Dian was slightly panicking about not being able to sense the creature's cultivation, massive violet crystalline wings spread from its back. However, what was truly mesmerizing about them was the fact that these wings were identical to a butterfly's. Dian knew he had to deal with this quickly. It wouldn't be much time from now that the Flaming Lily sect disciples would begin to teleport to him. In fact, if they had started anywhere near as bad as him, they might have already crushed their plates. If this was the case, they were headed here now. If this world is truly like that one, I don't need to fear simply because I can't sense this creature's cultivation. Dian's eyes reddened, a bestial aura erupting from him as he became more in tune with his surroundings. Yes, Dian's voice came out in a primal growl. I can defeat you. Boom. Dian's fist crashed into the head of the beast. Despite his overwhelming weight and the power behind his punch, he only grinned when he saw that not even a dent was made in this beast's scales. He realized then that he was correct. This beast, it was a body refiner. Good. Dian's bestial aura climbed to a new height, his blood pumping with an excitement he couldn't control. His fists rained down on the beast, ignoring the roars of anger, shame and pain that came from its lips. Both the beast and Dian could no longer fight gravity. In the next instant, they blasted the violet water into the air, sinking several hundred meters into the lake. However, it was then that the beast gained its own advantage. Before, Dian had made use of his spatial will, crippling the beast's ability to time his fall. The issue was that even with his vast improvements, his ability to cross a few kilometers had dropped to a mere few dozen meters. This was still useful in a battle against humans, but against such a large beast, it was practically useless. However, Dian had something he hadn't had before. He was no longer handicapping himself. Dian's aura was so furious that the water didn't dare to appear within even 5 meters of himself. An air bubbling of turbid and raging winds wrapped around him as a staff appeared. The beast roared, surging toward Dian to bite down furiously, but Dian's movement was too profound. His body seemed to flicker and disappear, appearing above the head of the beast. His arms flexed, his rose-bronze skin shining with the light of a deity as his war god armor of beautiful white and royal blues appeared to cover him. His staff seemed to blink to life, shining with a holy light. There was something wholly different about Dian's staff chi. Even as a half-step Dao array appeared to his back and he swung forward, it was clear to anyone who could have been watching that there was something inexplicably profound about his movement. Somehow, despite there not being any technique attached to it, despite it being a pure and simple swing, it seemed to carry a will with an endless depth. Dian's eyes flashed as the rod connected with the beast's head. A roar the likes of which could only be replicated by a dying beast shook the golden flame mystical world. Several hundred heads snapped upward, all looking toward Dian's direction without fail. Such a beast! To be able to make a sound of this caliber, its cultivation was deep beyond belief. Who could put it in such dire straits already? They had been here for less than 10 seconds. Those who heard the call shivered in terror.
Thinking that they had been here for too little time to accomplish such a feat, they thought of something else that terrified them. What if it wasn't a human who did this, but rather another beast? If such a powerful beast could be taken down, what chance did they stand? Thinking to this point, many of the flaming lily sect disciples abandoned their thoughts of looking around their areas before teleporting to Dian. Although they appreciated Dian's help, they were still prideful women in their own right. They had confidence in their own abilities. However, that singular roar shook them out of their pride. What use was arrogance if you were dead? The women of the Flaming Lily sect began to crush their teleportation plates one by one. Although only a comet-grade array could guarantee teleportation to anywhere in a universe, the Golden Flame mystical world wasn't so large. In fact, it was only about 10 times the size of the range of Dian's now handicapped divine sense. So, a Grandmaster-grade array was more than enough even under these stricter spatial laws. Soon, they began to appear above the Violet Lake in confusion. They had thought that maybe there was some sort of mistake, but when they noticed their fellow disciples around them, they breathed a sigh of relief. In the end, it seemed the only disciples who still decided to reject Dian's help were Sabona and Yandavir. But this was to be expected. Of course, Madeline had appeared as well. Since they weren't able to fly, the female disciples had no choice but to stand on the surface of the lake, using their energies to not sink into the water below. "Senior Sister Madeline, do you?" one of the braver disciples decided to ask. It definitely didn't seem like a good sign that Dian hadn't appeared yet. Their intuition also told them that the water below was highly toxic. In fact, many of them had closed their pores and ceased breathing entirely. "Oh," Madeline replied nonchalantly, clearly not worried. "He's below. He'll be up in a moment." The various sister disciples looked toward each other awkwardly. If he was below, didn't that mean he was dead? Even an undead body had its limits. Plus, how profound could his death will be? At the end of the day, it was a supreme law. It was already impressive enough that he had reached the third intent level, one with body, at such a young age. Delving into such severe poison should have been impossible, even for a peak celestial. Yet, Dian was a mere peak saint, not even a pseudo-celestial. However, it was then that the water below began to move. A handsome young man climbed to the top, dragging the corpse of a beast with only half its head remaining behind him with one hand, while bringing a purple crystal to his teeth for a bite with the other. The loud snap of a shattering gem rang outward as Dian munched away. He didn't seem to notice the shocked gazes of the 50 or so women above. Instead, he was more focused on the changes to his body. These poison crystals are the best method I've found to temper my inner organs. But my poison resistance is too strong. Maybe I can find something more potent if I swim deeper. Or maybe this beast's poison sac has some higher concentrations itself. Finally, Dian looked up to see everyone looking at him. After blinking for a moment, he spoke seriously. "The poison of this lake is highly dangerous. I hope you all have taken appropriate measures." The lips of the women twitched. It could be said that they'd never forget the image of Dian dragging out the corpse of some mythical, 300-meter-long beast while munching away at the very same poison he warned them about. Was this what it meant to be a true god? Madeline shook her head with a light giggle, floating toward Dian. "Put some pants on." Dian dragged the several hundred-meter-long corpse to the shore. By now, he had fitted himself with a pair of black sweatpants and had released the 4 celestial beasts who decided to remain in their toddler forms. Finally, he looked back toward the still confused flaming lily sect disciples. "I understand that you all have your own pride, or else you would have never been chosen for this trial. You're the best of the younger generation your sect has to offer, and as such, you deserve to grow." Dian's eyes scanned the crowd of women. It was clear that they hadn't expected him to take their feelings into account. It was rare for even emperors to care about the thoughts of others, let alone gods and true gods. "I don't want you all to think of this as me looking down on you. Instead, take it as a partnership." Dian shook his head. "I know what you're thinking, and that's not what I mean. I have no intention of taking part in the treasures you yourselves find and earn. The only thing I want in return from you all is your ability to fight when it comes time to. Although others might see me as very powerful, I'm limited in what I can do alone. Will you agree to help me?" Dian smiled warmly.
Maybe it was the valiant image of a handsome man standing before the corpse of a beast he had slayed, or maybe it was the fact he seemed to care and understand their feelings, but even those who had planned to oppose couldn't find it in their hearts to do so. It felt to them that Dian wasn't just a person they could trust. He was also a person worth following and laying you life down for. By this point in his cultivation, Dian no longer needed to actively release his presence to influence others. His disposition as a leader was already so refined that he exuded charisma few could match. Matching this with his Prince Charming-like appearance, and he was already just a small step away from his goal before he even began to speak. Still, this didn't mean that he faced no opposition whatsoever. No matter how charming he was, these women had only just met him and they were more prideful than to simply fall for a pretty face. Although Dian hadn't said it, it was clear that this fight he was referring to was against the Golden Crow sect. For one, their sect had sent double their numbers. Even after Dian killed off a dozen of them, their numbers were still deeper by almost 40 or so individuals. In addition, the Golden Crow sect disciples had access to far better resources, techniques, and talents than they did. This didn't even mention the fact that the Goldine and Crow families shared two halves of the ancient Golden Crow bloodline, an extinct beast that had once stood as equal to dragons and phoenixes. This morsel of truth was especially prevalent since it practically made this mystical world their backyard. Plus, Dian had said it himself. He was too weak alone. Even though he was a true god, Christian III was already a middle celestial and a god himself. While Dian wasn't even a celestial. The truth was that Yandavir could defeat God Goldine easily one-on-one. But he wouldn't be alone. He was sent in with 4 peak celestial protectors. Although they were only between the first and third orders while Yandavir was of the 5th. If they combined their strengths, Yandavir could only run. Dian watched their emotions flash across their eyes, keying in on their turmoil. What kind of sect do you want to inherit? Dian suddenly asked. The Flaming Lily sect disciples froze, looking up toward Dian and already understanding what he meant. For a long time, the Flaming Lily sect has played second fiddle to the Golden Crow sect. This isn't because you birthed less talents. It isn't because an all-female sect is inherently weaker. It isn't because your ancestors built a shattered foundation. It's because you've been too kind to yourselves and not kind enough to the sister by your side. Dian's words were like thunder in their ears. They had never heard such an eloquent way of calling someone selfish, yet they couldn't bring themselves to be angry. They had watched so many of their sisters disappear over the years, yet they had done nothing. Mostly it was because they didn't believe that they could change anything themselves, but wasn't that what Dian called being too kind to themselves? They simply used their own inadequacies as an excuse for not working toward a higher goal. Some of them would be happy to just reach the peak celestial realm one day, other would be content to simply touch upon the Tao formation realm. Was this the kind of mentality a cultivator should have? Dian smiled. He didn't expect to change the disposition of a person with a single speech, he just wanted to show them a path they could take should they want better for themselves. My proposal is simple. Stay within 10,000 kilometers of me. Whatever you find under my protection is yours and yours alone. I won't take any part in it. As long as you follow that singular rule, I guarantee that you all will survive this mystical world. Dian didn't explain any further. He spoke as though maintaining complete control over 10,000 kilometers was an easy task, something they all found difficult to believe. However, he meant what he said. Sometime in the future, I'll call you all back. I hope that you'll heed this call when the time comes. The Flaming Lily sect disciples soon dispersed. They didn't make any promises, nor did Dian force them to. In reality, Dian had only said these words for the sake of building a foundation in the Flaming Lily sect. He was confident that even if he was alone, God Goldine's life was as good as his. That didn't mean that it would be easy, but it also didn't mean that he needed the help of others. All he knew was that the culture of the Flaming Lily sect had to change. He had grown up in the mortal world and he had come to understand how those with smaller fists could come into powerful positions of authority. All throughout human history, the strongest warrior wasn't always the best leader. Of course, when their history was more infantile and their cultures were more barbaric, this was the case. But as they evolved and their societies matured, what humans looked for in rulers changed as well. In the martial world, however, it still seemed that the biggest fist ruled overall. But Dian believed that this innate need for a worthy leader hadn't entirely disappeared. He understood that if he wanted to build an empire, What he needed wasn't just a strong fist, but also a strong foundation of culture.
For now, he had allowed the soul-rend universe to grow organically, slowly instilling the idea that hard work resulted in more benefits. But he knew that he had yet to go far enough. Firstly, the people of soul-rend universe hardly knew who their leader was.
They had heard of his name in passing, they understood his power, but they didn't know him. Secondly, could Dian really guarantee the kind of culture that was currently being brewed? The answer was no. He wanted his people to have pride in him and their lands, but he wanted this to be for the right reasons. As time passed, Dian thought more and more about these kinds of things. Building something so large was complicated, but he had to take it step by step. You guys go off too. This is good training for you all. But, unlike those disciples, I won't be monitoring your four. Do you understand what that means? Dian's eyes flashed with seriousness as he looked at his beast companions. Although the four of them had grown powerful, they had little to no battle experience. Since they too understood this, they nodded.
Good. Stay together. Watch each other's backs. Learn what it means to fight as one. Dian began to list off what he expected of them. I won't be providing you four with any food, you must find it yourselves. Also, don't come and find me until at least 1 year later. Understood. The four beasts pouted but nodded in the end. This task was far more difficult than Dian was making it out to be. None of that. Dian waved his hands, patting their small heads. You all have high potential for body refinement as beasts.
There is no better environment to take that step than here. If you all want to remove the shackles that are holding you down, this is your opportunity. Do your best. Dian watched as the four toddlers disappeared into the surrounding forest, a stern expression on his face. In the end, his thoughts were interrupted by Madeline's giggle. You really went out of your way to scare them. I have to, or they won't take it seriously. Their lives have been too comfortable until now. Dian sighed. His words weren't wrong.
From birth, they had been fed with the best beast nurturing pills. They only ate high-grade beast meat and spiritual fruits. Even their training methods and rooms were of the highest order.
With all of this priming, their meridians had been dilated to the absolute max. Their bloodlines had been cleansed to perfection, and their constitutions were the peak-most they could be given their birth talents. As things stood now, they were perfectly prepared to improve their bloodlines to the next level. In fact, Dian could have done so long ago. After all, he had access to the second floor of the tower. With it, he didn't need blood essence. He could improve the bloodlines of beasts with normal blood.
However, Dian had held back until now. He believed that the sturdier the foundation they had, the greater improvements they would experience. His goal wasn't to just improve them to the supreme grade, but to elevate them to the status of kings. This required their greatest efforts. If right now they were the equivalent of 8-tailed kitsune. If they became kings of the supreme grade, their talent would reach what Rize would be if she hadn't also had a god-grade constitution. They would finally tap into the true talent of a supreme beast. Madeline wrapped her arms around Dian's, leaning onto his shoulder. You can fool them, but I know you placed monitoring arrays in them. Dian smiled. Maybe. Madeline didn't respond. She felt intoxicated by Dian's presence. It had been too long since she had spent time with him.
Such a realization made Dian's heart ache with guilt. All right, Dian's voice boomed. You, first wife of Dian Sicharo, have a very difficult decision to make. Oh, Madeline's beautiful violet eyes blinked. MHM. Dian nodded seriously. Would you like to see a mountain of silver? A river so clear that its crystal-filled bottom is clear from above? Would you like this husband of yours to catch a rainbow-scaled bird for you? Or, would you like to visit one of those floating castles that happen to be hovering above our heads? Madeline's smile brightened. Despite having seen what it meant to be a Tao formation-level beauty, Dian's heart still fluttered at the sight of this wife of his. All of them, she finally responded. Good. Unlike others, Dian had no need to diligently spend his time looking for treasures. With his divine sense, even with it handicapped, he could cover 50,000 kilometers in excruciating detail. Although this was only 10% of the mystical world, with the time they had, he was confident that he would be able to travel its entirety, as it would be anywhere between 2 to 3 more years before this world closed. He made mental notes of areas his divine sense couldn't penetrate, knowing that these were likely the best treasures. At the same time, he didn't ignore what his divine sense could see. What he needed now more than ever before were resources. In such a world, even the worst of treasures would cause an uproar in the outside world. How could Diane ignore them? Sweeping Madeline into his arms, Diane placed the dissected beast corpse into the tower while ignoring the parts he decided to discard. A simple teleportation array later, and they had appeared before a mountain that shone with an otherworldly beauty. It raised what looked like 6 kilometers into the sky, having a base twice as large as that. This mountain, it's made entirely of coarse silver. Madeline blinked in shock. It was no surprise she would have such a reaction. After all, coarse silver was not only at least 5 times tougher than steel, it was considered a master-grade metal. Just for context, even though steel was a metal of the mortal realm, it was still good enough to nearly be considered a practitioner-grade metal. Although a mere master-grade material wasn't so expensive, when multiplied to the size of this mountain, it was definitely worth several hundred Dao stones. Diane smiled. Not only that, but its core regions have been under so much pressure for so many years that they've formed a metal I've never seen before. But, from its profile, it seems to be of the Grandmaster grade and at least twice as tough as this outer coarse silver. Plus, there's an even more central region my divine sense can't pierce through. I believe that it should be of at least the comet grade. Madeline rested her head on Diane's chest. You seem very happy today, she said faintly. Of course I'm happy. Diane grinned brightly. How could I not be? Just a few days ago, I finally found Amphory, and now, I have all the time in the world to spend with you. Really? Madeline said with a knowing smile. It was as though she had seen through Diane a long time ago and was just waiting for him to tell her this truth. Although their souls were connected, it wasn't as though Madeline could read his mind to the most stringent of details. Diane responded, his expression becoming serious. Even he didn't understand why he said his next words, but he felt almost compelled to. Do you know who my first love was? Diane suddenly asked. It was you. You know, if I had never met you, I would probably still be alone today. Clara would have died along with her father because I would have never brought her to the martial world. The Elven Kingdom would have fallen to the Dayu because I wouldn't have saved them due to my relationship with Ri. And I very well would have already died in my second trial years ago. Although Diane's last words seemed like an exaggeration, they weren't. The passing of the second trial wasn't just made easier by having Amphory fall in love with you. It was a requirement for success. It was an impossible trial to pass without her full devotion. This was why Diane was the only one in the trial's history to ever pass. You opened up that part of me. If it wasn't for you, no woman would have ever entered my heart. Diane said seriously. No one can replace you. He squeezed Madeline's body to himself, resting his chin on her head. In that moment, Madeline suddenly felt a weight she didn't know she had on her chest fall. She had always been completely selfless in love, so even she didn't know when this weight appeared. But Diane somehow saw through it and spoke the exact words she had wanted to hear. She listened to Diane's steady heart beat silently, a content smile gracing her beautiful features. Diane grinned. Let's go see what's hidden within this mountain. With a thought, a brilliant array started to slowly form on the mountain's face. In a full circle type of moment, the array formed was none other than the very same Diane used during his first date with Madeline. Back then he had used it to allow them to step through the glass exterior of Focus Academy, but now they used it to walk through the solid mass of a mountain as though it was nothing but air. That said, this array was far more robust due to the density of the metal they needed to pass through. The couple slowly made their way through the Silver Mountain. It was odd walking through a mass of dense blackness knowing that it was actually a solid object and not air. But soon, they found that this large mountain was actually filled with veins. Veins that all led to a vast open space that caused Diane's eyes to widen in shock. The world hidden within the mountain of coarse silver was an astonishing one. Wall to wall, for hundreds of meters, dense metals shone with blaring rainbow lights, covering its interior. Surprisingly, unlike what Diane expected, there were major hollowed-out tunnels, all leading to this very core. In the center of everything, an oddly shaped crystalline structure sat. It seemed to hover in midair without any support to speak of, spinning slowly.
Suddenly Dian felt a keen sense of danger. His divine sense swept over everything, but he couldn't find a single enemy.
To make matters more confusing, Dian was certain that, without his method of entry, even a celestial would have to dig for months to reach this point. In addition, even the formation masters who had come from the Sapientia Quadrant guilds wouldn't have dared to use his method, because he was certain that none of them had powerful enough divine senses to see what was inside of the mountain.
For all they knew, it was just a dense mass of metal through and through. Still, Dian trusted his instincts. Although he had only just begun to refine his own bestial senses, they had already saved him from danger more than once.
"Don't move," Dian said to Madeline softly, holding her more tightly. He was prepared to send her out with a teleportation array the moment things went left. Madeline nodded without a word. She too had more bestial-like instincts from following Amethyst's path. They weren't as refined as Dian's, but at the very least, she too felt that something was off. "Little Yang, Little Een, what's going on? Do you have any idea where this danger is coming from?" A massive pressure was weighing on Dian's heart. He felt the need to run away immediately, but his more human-like thoughts told him that that wasn't the answer either. "Big brother, this is bad," Little Een said in a weak voice. "Very bad." Little Yang seemed to think that Little Yin's words weren't even remotely enough, but even he didn't dare to say much more. They didn't have much to worry about themselves, but they had grown fond of Dian. In addition, a celestial hamster could only ever bond once in their lifetime. Even if they survived after Dian died, they would be doomed to float along the time stream without an anchor. Such was their curse. "Stop being cryptic, explain." Dian frowned. Now wasn't the time to panic. He had come for the sake of spending some time with his wife.
In fact, he had purposely chosen the locations with the least amount of dangers. Although their treasures were also comparably lesser, he felt that there were more important things than chasing the biggest payoff for now.
Yet, even with his efforts, he somehow ran into a place likely more dangerous than the locations he purposely chose to avoid. "The core of this coarse silver mountain is a sprite," Little Yang said, as though this should explain everything. "What the hell are you talking about? Where do you think the sprite species came from?"
"That Daishoken guy you met that seemed half human, half illusory, it would be more accurate to say that he's only half sprite. Be straightforward. The rise of the sprites was more abrupt than other humanoid evolutions. This is why the golden era could have been so short, yet there could already be a dominant species of this modern era. By all logic, if an era ended so quickly, it would take more time for a new era to rise up, but this one is already dominated by its own species.
The most accurate way to label the dominant species of this modern era is to name them half-sprites. That's because full-blooded sprites are technically inanimate objects that gain sentience. Are you saying that the Daisho clan had an inanimate object as one of its ancestors? Dian felt dark lines forming on his head as he thought of the ramifications of what he was hearing.
Well, it would probably no longer be proper to call them inanimate since they have gained sentience. Little Een chimed in with a small voice. How does that even happen?
How do an object and a human reproduce offspring? It's not done in the traditional sense. Just like you and your wives meld your souls together to confirm your love for one another. A full sprite can do this with a human. The result of their love is a half-sprite with heavenly talents that are often comparable to the offspring of heaven's children. Dian's eyes contracted. He remembered that when he first learned that Eli was a heaven's child, his grand teacher had told him that the first-generation offspring of one was always a talent at the very peak of what was possible for human evolution. He had also said that before this child was born, it was given the very same protections as its heaven's child parents, but then could live and die like a normal living being after this birth. Clearly, the hamster twins were saying that the first-generation offspring of a human and full sprite gave results just as overbearing. In fact, they were so overbearing that even the later generations were powerful enough to dominate this era. "So Daisho Ken's clan?" Dian suddenly asked. One of his ancestors was definitely a shocking talent who's likely already transcended by now. If we're correct, his sprite ancestor was likely a sword spirit. Little Een interjected once more. "Then this sprite here?" Dian asked semi-nervously.
"This is a mineral sprite. You've entered its domain. If it wanted, it could bring this whole mountain crashing down around you." Dian took a deep breath. Losing his mind to fear wouldn't help him, but he felt like there was an added weight to his heart since Madeline was with him. If he was alone, he probably would have gotten a grip on his emotions long ago. But there was something about risking a life that wasn't his own, especially when it was a life he deeply cared for, that fried his brain. Of course, Diane thought about sending Madeline into his inner world, but there were a few problems with that. Firstly, if he died, she would still die as well. Secondly, he couldn't send others into a new space just because he felt like it. If that was possible, he'd never lose a battle again. He was certain that Madeline would resist, and if that happened, his attempts would bear no fruit. Then there was the issue of his spatial transference array, the one that allowed him to enter in the first place. But that was once again useless. If he could just code himself in an array that allowed everything to go through his body without harming him, wouldn't he once again never lose another battle? The issue was the core principle of the martial world, will. When someone actively attacks him, unless their difference in strength was sufficiently large, the effects of the array would dull and often stop working entirely. Back at Focus Academy, when Diane used the spatial transference array to survive Oliver's strike, Madeline's elder brother, it had worked because Oliver's will was weak. He had barely comprehended a third-level will, and he was a mere meridian formation stage expert. He didn't have the ability to negate the effects of Diane's array. However, a heavenly entity like a mineral sprite was on a completely different level. Even if Diane had Amphory with him, there would be no guarantee of survival. "Do you guys have any ideas?" Diane asked. "Sprites love nothing more than the paths from which they are born. Wind sprites love wind, fire sprites love fire, sword sprites love swords. Mineral sprites love minerals." Diane smiled bitterly. How did he know that things would come to this? He had only asked hoping to hear a different answer, but it turned out that his fears were reality now. Between his inner world, his demon sage tower, and his spatial rings, Diane had many valuable materials a mineral sprite might fawn over. However, that didn't mean he wanted to give them up. Diane's eyes flashed with an odd light. With a thought, he began to bellow outward with pure soul energy. This was something he rarely, if ever, did. Oftentimes, his opponents would have next to no idea what his soul strength was simply because he could keep it hidden so well. But this didn't mean that he wasn't capable of doing exactly this. "Don't antagonize it," Little Yang said in a panic. "I know what I'm doing," Diane said softly. Little Yang almost got into a screaming contest with Diane. "You know what you're doing? You didn't even know what your opponent was 2 minutes ago. Then you actually asked us for help with solutions. Now you're doing something so blatantly stupid, yet you want us to believe you know what you're doing." However, before he could say any of these words, Little Ian put a small paw under his jaw, keeping his mouth closed. Diane's thoughts were simple. Even if he had to give up some of his treasures as an apology for intruding this mineral sprite's territory, he had to maximize his chances at gaining forgiveness. Weren't souls that had lost their bodies as hosts known as spirits as well? These notions came from the same root. Spirits and sprites were just souls without an appropriate vessel. A mineral sprite was able to use precious metals and rocks as temporary vessels, but this wasn't a true body. In the end, they were just spirits too. Souls, spirits, sprites. 3 words with near identical definitions, all connected with one another in some form. Since this was the case, wouldn't Diane's pure soul energy make this mineral sprite feel more comfortable? As though in response to Diane's thoughts, the overwhelming danger lessened slightly even as Diane's body seemed to glow with a magnificent halo. Madeline's presence became hidden within it, shrouding whatever threat this mineral sprite thought that she might be. At that moment, the oddly shaped rainbow metal-like core suddenly stopped spinning. It was then that Diane felt as though a pair of eyes had trained onto his body. Unfortunately, it was also then that the danger he felt spiked as a clear sense of greed projected from the sprite. "You idiot!" Little Yang finally shook away from his little sister. Sprites spend their entire lives finding appropriate vessels for their spirits. You think that just because I told you of a few love stories that they all have good hearts. There are very few stories of sprites even having good relationships with humans, let alone falling in love with them. You just did the equivalent of walking into a war camp as a scantily clad woman before meandering amidst men who hadn't seen one in decades. Fool! 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 Little Yang almost passed out in anger. Diane's words of, "I know what I'm doing," kept ringing in his mind. "Do you now? Do you really know what you're doing?"
Now you'll die.
Great job.
Dian didn't reply to little Yang's tirade of words. His muscles were flexed. His eyes were narrowed and his nerves were on absolute edge. Every fiber of his being were focused on only two things: the woman in his arms and the sprite before him.
However, nothing could have prepared him for what happened next, no matter how fast his reflexes were. The walls of the mountain of silver distorted, shooting forward with their sharp edges pointed toward Dian.
Dian's eyes didn't even have time to contract before his shoulders and thighs were pierced. It was obvious by the sprite's actions that it wanted to stall Dian's movement, but was unwilling to harm him. Luckily, this meant that it avoided Dian's chest and thus, other than a small scrape to Madeline's back, she remained unharmed. She wanted to call out, but she refrained herself from doing so. She was aware that Dian was using his presence to hide her from view of the sprite.
These sorts of creatures relied on their own divine sense to view things, but just like eyesight, divine senses could be fooled. No matter what cultivation level the sprite had reached, its divine sense would never be stronger than Dian's.
Of course, the question was obvious: why hadn't Dian hidden himself, and the answer lay in the fact his feet were connected to the mountain of silver. Before he could use his wings, the sprite had already locked the movement of his legs. It didn't need divine sense to realize that Dian was standing right before it because connected to the mountain itself. Dian didn't so much as flinch when he felt his bone being pierced through, nor did his focus waver.
His eyes remained trained on the oddly shaped rainbow rock floating before them. It was several hundred meters across, hovering with a menacing aura. Crimson blood tinged with rose bronze flowed out from Dian's body, causing him to sneer.
This bastard wants to bleed me out? The sprite was being overly cautious precisely because it was wary of Dian's soul strength. It had to make sure that when it entered Dian's mind's eye that he was in as weakened a state as possible. That said, it was just cautious, not hesitant. With its senses, it had pinned down that Dian's soul strength was of the peak celestial realm. Although this was rare for humans in its mind, in comparison to it, it wasn't enough. The sprite laughed to itself, already sizing up Dian's body as though it was its own already. Handsome, sturdy, so many good constitutions. Powerful, great potential. Couldn't have been happier. It would have to use some of its own strength to widen Dian's mind's eye since this boy's soul strength was so weak. But other than that, everything was perfect. What made the sprite especially happy was that according to its calculations, Dian's body should be able to withstand its strength. This was perfect. To think it had almost killed this intruder. It didn't even remember the fact that it had initially sensed two and not one individual. Still, even if it did, it wouldn't care as long as Dian didn't escape. Humph, you came here to steal my body, so now I'll steal yours. The sprite manically laughed to itself, watching Dian bleed out as the hours turned to days. It had already been stuck in this mystical world for billions of years. Who cared about waiting a few weeks or months? Still, it couldn't help but think that this mere human was quite tenacious. How much mental energy did it take to stay so focused for so long? However, at least this human's body was clearly weakening. Could sense Dian's muscles trembling and his blood replenishment rate slowing down drastically. From beginning to end, Dian never let go of Madeline's body. He held her tightly to himself. In fact, he was chatting with her with a bright smile on his face, as though nothing was happening. He told her stories surrounding the celestial babies and their antics. He told her about how annoying the demon sage was and how he practically had to seal him to stop him from killing himself. He also told her about how he had plans to lock her, Clara and Amphrey up for daring to run around so much. His words were so wild and funny that Madeline lost herself in laughter sometimes. Every time it happened, she would catch herself and remember just what kind of situation they were in. She wanted to heal Dian to stop this madness with her life characteristic, but she knew that that would only prolong his suffering. As time passed, Dian's healthy bronze skin paled into a sickly color. His muscles lost their volume and he became less and less capable of ignoring his broken and shattered bones. He could feel his consciousness fading away, begging for a rest. No matter how strong his soul strength was, it was difficult to ignore the weakening of his body. The power of the toddler in his mind's eye and his actual soul seemed so connected sometimes, yet so disconnected at others.
Soon, what Diane thought were simple blinks started extending their stay from fractions of a moment to several seconds. It seemed that other than his grip on Madeline, everything else was slackening. The greed of the sprite grew, causing its temporary vessel to glow brighter and brighter with every passing moment. Suddenly, one day, for months later, its patience reached a breaking point. It laughed in its mind. "You're mine now." Months earlier, Clara and Reese stepped out from a private courtyard within the water mist sect to find Little Wind waiting patiently for them. By now, the beautiful bird beast had grown to have an over 15-meter wingspan and was quite capable amongst peak essence beasts. The good news was that with its wind affinity, its speed lost out to most saint beasts in no way. Just as the two sister wives were about to glide onto its back, the sudden whooshing sound of a few individuals arriving caught their attention. Clara and Ree's feet touched down upon Little Wind's smooth but strong back, watching these new guests approach. From what they could tell, there were 4 of them, all of whom were women and all of whom the 2 of them recognized. In fact, one of them was a disciple even Diane would recognize quite easily. Ree smiled brightly, her delicate features seemingly livening the atmosphere. She was truly a breathtaking beauty who seemed almost ethereal at times. Her soft white tails only proved this fact all the more so. "First Elder Viola, what brings you here?" Ree didn't seem to acknowledge the fact that there were 3 others with her. She also seemed to ignore the fact this first Elder Viola she was referring to had a look of anger and indignation written all over her face. That said, these emotions were clearly not aimed toward Ree. "Alex, there's no need for you to do this. I've spoken with the Palace Master. Sending anyone below the high celestial realm for this duty is only sending them to their death. You know that the Palace Master is fond of you. You never have to do anything you don't want to." Her last words seemed to carry a hidden but very clear meaning. The political structure of the Water Mist sect was very complicated. Although it tried to maintain a system where no single clan lorded over others like the Flaming Lily sect, it had failed to do so. Or, more accurately, it had succeeded for a time before the structure began to slowly crumble. The truth of the matter was that having a system like the Flaming Lily sects was only possible due to the interference of the Golden Crow sect. Whenever overtly powerful females appeared, they'd be taken out, crippled, or forced to marry into their clans. With this happening continuously over such a long time, it became difficult for any powerful experts to rise up and lay a foundation for their future generations. However, the Water Mist sect had no such problem. Much like the Hydra clan of the 6th-ranked quadrant, it was the lone power here, controlling over 50 universes alone. As a result, the advent of top experts weren't stifled by unnatural means, resulting in the rising of several powerful clans. But none more powerful than their Mist clan, the very same clan Chrysanthemum and her elder cousin happened to be a part of. Not to mention the currently sneering Second Elder and the currently absent Grand Elder of the sect. Simply put, although the Palace Master position was filled by someone not of the Mist clan, due to the secular power this family controlled, she was almost forced into being nothing more than a figurehead. However, even as a figurehead, she could still protect Ree. By now, it was the Mist clan who had taken the role of the Golden Crow sect in this Water Mist quadrant, snuffing out talents left and right. The current Palace Master had worked all her life to change their cruel ways, managing to work her way up and earning the acknowledgement of the sect's Mist symbol. However, she was too naive. Even after gaining this power, she realized that it didn't mean much. She had ignored others for so long in her life, focusing on building individual power, that she didn't have a faction that she controlled unto herself. By the time she realized just how necessary this was, too many years had passed. It was no wonder the Palace Master personally sent out an invitation to Ree when she learned of the fact their Mist ancestors' legacy had been taken by her. This breached all forms of proper etiquette, but the Palace Master was desperate. She feared that soon the Mist clan would be brazen enough to no longer care for her title as Palace Master. In fact, with the birth of God Mist, they might not even need to cheat their way to her position. However, what the Palace Master did have was time. She was a false true god of the previous generation who had never been allowed to take the god trial due to the Mist clan monopolizing the key. If it wasn't for the Mist clan systematically cutting off her resources, or the fact she was too worried for the sect to leave in search of her own, she might have long since reached the peak Dao formation realm. What this Palace Master needed was for Ree to mature and build her own faction capable of rivaling the Mist clan.
What they needed was balance. But who would have thought that before these plans could even start budding that these lowlifes would send Ree off to the dark ocean? First Elder, there's no need to be so anxious. Is this not core disciple Alexandria's own choice? An apathetic but mature voice spoke out, escaping the full lips of a beauty with a lazy appearance. It wasn't that she looked unkempt, but rather that she seemed bored with everything that crossed her. This was none other than God Mist. The blue-haired beauty could barely keep his eyes open. Yet, the aura that swam around her was fierce and unbridled. This sort of dichotomy was the scariest to face. No one could predict what she would do next. Ree smiled as though she was watching a clown show. Anyone with half a brain understood that she had far more potential than God Mist. The only difference between them was age. While Ree had a god constitution, hers was of the heaven grade. While Ree graduated to the celestial realm as a ninth-order expert, God Mist was only of the sixth order. Plus, to top all of this off, Ree had gained the acknowledgement of the Water Mist sect ancestor while God Mist had tried and failed herself many years ago. Such a shocking difference in abilities should have made this clear-cut. However, it was exactly because such a difference existed that the Mist clan was going out of their way to end the troubles as soon as possible. The problem for them was that not only was Ree her own variable, so was Clara. In fact, the latter was likely the reason they had come here today while the First Elder was sent to ensure they couldn't go too far. I hope that Grandmaster Clara isn't hoping to follow Junior Sister Alexandria? Chrysanthemum asked with a seemingly innocent smile. She had long since come to hate Clara as well, considering it was her who protected Ree as she accepted their ancestors' legacy. And so what if I am? Clara said coldly. Oh. Chrysanthemum tilted her head as though she was shocked. It's quite brave of you to do so, but there are rules here that even a grandmaster such as yourself must follow. She explained patiently. The Dark Ocean might be a dangerous area, but it still represents a former holy land of our sect. Not just anyone can enter as they please. Do understand. The Second Elder cleared her throat. Something but her overly wrinkled exterior made those around uncomfortable instead of eliciting the will to protect that was more normal. Grandmaster Clara, although core disciple Chrysanthemum speaks of matters of etiquette, these can mostly be ignored due to your background. We believe in the Sapientia Quadrant's neutrality in all matters, and although your origins remain unknown, we trust that you would remain neutral to our sex matters as well. Instead, I'd like to touch on something more potent. You can see for yourselves how ghastly my appearance is. I appear to be nothing more than a loose bag holding together my old bones. However, I'm actually far younger than First Elder and even the Palace Master who've maintained their looks so well. This is none other than a result of the entering the Dark Ocean. The Water Mist sect has maintained very good relations with the Sapientia Quadrant, and we know how much they value you. For the sake of your safety and maintaining this relationship, we cannot allow you to enter. Our own disciples putting their lives on the line for the sect is one matter, but we cannot risk the lives of outsiders. Clara sneered as though she was looking at a fool. However, it was Ree who responded in her stead. You all are wrong on multiple counts, she said in a sweet voice. Firstly, my sworn sister is no longer a grandmaster, she's a comet lord. The eyes of the four who followed contracted, but when Clara released an illusory cloud of energy that formed beautiful streaking comets around her silver robes, there was no doubt. Secondly, as a comet lord, she is now allowed to commission work from quadrants of her choice. It just so happens that her first job was commissioned by the Palace Master to aid me in clearing the Dark Ocean and securing another decade of safety of the citizens under our charge. Thirdly, it's quite odd for a mere Second Elder to question the decisions of the Palace Master. I must say, there are quite a few of these oddities surrounding your Mist clan. I wonder why that is. For one, the current Palace Master was not the key wielder of her time. Ree feigned shock. Instead, it was our current Grand Elder. That was truly an odd occurrence. But I believe it was an innocent mistake. Ree nodded to herself as though reassuring everyone around her. But to think such an odd occurrence would happen again. Ree giggled, her laughter filled with disgust and disdain. Even the 11th ranked quadrant has a true god, but our key wielder is a mere 6th order celestial. Isn't that funny? Many cringed at Ree's words. She had spent so much time in seclusion that many forgot just how fiery her temper was. Just because she had reignited her love for dresses and pretty accessories didn't mean that part of her disappeared by any stretch of the imagination. To think that the same mistake would be made 2 generations in a row. And imagine that like expression coated Ree's delicate features, causing Clara to bite her soft lips to stop herself from laughing. Still, the intelligent little wind did no such think, squawking like it had just heard the funniest joke ever. Are you trying to say that you should be key wielder instead? How very selfish and self-centered of you. You only entered the sect 2 years ago. Chrysanthemum sneered before the second elder could stop her. Ree only laughed. Me? I have no need for the key. When I said a mistake was made for the second time, I was referring to the fact a 6th order expert received this treasure when there are 3 7th order and 2 8th order geniuses of her own generation. How odd though, despite being of the same generation, those 5 geniuses are still lower celestials while the mighty God Mist is already a high celestial. Odd, truly odd. God Mist's half-closed eyes opened ever so slightly, flashing with a baleful aura. Ree didn't seem to notice God Mist's building-killing intent. Instead, she only smiled more brightly. It was clear to everyone that she didn't take any of them seriously. The good news for me is that I don't need the water mist sect's resources. So, it's best you do your very best to cripple me like you did them. Ree's demeanor changed entirely. It wasn't in her personality to beat around the bush. Not was it to her liking to play games of illusory chess. I hope you break through to the peak celestial realm quickly, Senior Sister Annabella, or else I fear what might happen to you. Little Wind's wings flapped, carrying Ree and Clara into the skies. First Elder, if my husband visits, do tell him where I am. He tends to get worried sometimes and he's quite overprotective. I believe Junior Sister Chrysanthemum knows a thing or two about this. Ree's words caused Chrysanthemum to clutch her fists in rage. It wasn't just about forcing her to remember her own husband being humiliated, it was also the fact she dared to call her junior sister. Everyone knew about the rumors that circulated behind her back. No one believed that Chrysanthemum deserved the title of core disciple because she was still a pseudo-celestial. Obviously, if one acknowledged her new core disciple standing, then since she joined the sect far earlier than Ree, she should be known as the senior sister. However, Ree was clearly spitting in the face of this. Oh, I forgot one thing. Ree turned back to God Mist who was staring daggers at her back view. I can't be unfair in my assessment. In all the wrong you all presented, you were right about something, Senior Sister Annabella. It is my choice to enter the dark ocean. The Mist clan has no ability to compel me to do anything. The sounds of Ree's happy laughter disappeared over the horizon, leaving the first elder with twinkling eyes and 3 rage-infused women. Months after these events of the Water Mist sect, Dian's situation was still as hopeless. His pure, vitality-filled blood still fell from his shoulders and thighs. His ability to stay awake was becoming weaker, all while even his arms around Madeline's body slackened. All this time, he had been emitting soul energy to mask her presence. But even that seemed to be wavering. He refused to let go, even trying to keep the same upbeat energy he had had before. However, his voice began to waver as well. It could be said that this mineral sprite knew little of the world or was willfully ignorant. It never thought to itself why Dian would still be emitting soul energy after all this time. Maybe if it had, it would have realized that it had a hostage it could make use of, which would have sped up this entire situation. However ironic it might be, this was exactly what made the situation so dangerous. Dian had planned for this to have ended months ago. Maybe the sprite would have threatened Madeline's life, leaving Dian with no choice but to allow it to use his body. Then, the moment it entered his mind's eye, he would either shatter its existence entirely or enslave it using the seal. But Dian made the mistake of not planning for the thought process of fools once again. Truth be told, it really couldn't be blamed on him this time. The sprite was so mind-numbingly stupid that it hadn't even thought to question something so blatantly obvious. No matter how intelligent Dian was, how could he plan for an opponent who barely had 2 brain cells to rub together? To think that the mighty Dian Sacharo would find out that his kryptonite was ignorance and stupidity. In the end, not only had Dian's body weakened, even his soul was wavering after so long. Even he couldn't continuously emit such pure soul energy for months on end. Still, there was one benefit to the sprite's stupidity. It should have realized by now that by its calculation of Dian's soul strength, Dian wouldn't have had the power to emit such chi for so long. The fact he had, it was at this moment that the sprite felt it had waited long enough. A formless light peeked out from the clump of rainbow metal before disappearing the instant it appeared, only for it to reappear a moment later. It seemed as though it was trying to be cautious, but wasn't taking the proper precautions in the least. However, it felt how lax Dian's body was through its connection with the Silver Mountain. Could tell that he didn't have even a sliver of energy left. This game of peekaboo continued for hours. The blob of unformed light would slowly inch outward before running back into its vessel. Eventually, it began to repeat this same action on larger scales, rushing out several meters before scurrying back. It was like an immature child playing a game. It didn't seem to have a moral compass, nor did it understand the gravity of what it was doing. It had simply decided that Dian was a bad man for coming into its home. 2 days later, the blob of light finally appeared before Dian, having done its back and forth dance for hours on end now. Still, it hesitated, rushing back to the Rainbow Rock with blinding speeds that made one wonder why it hadn't just used such speed to begin with. Finally, after another day of stalling, it surged forward like a ray of light. Even if Dian had been ready, it was simply impossible to track this level of speed. It was the kind of pace that would drown out even a Tao formation expert. The ray of light surged into Dian's forehead, entering his mind's eye in a mere instantaneous moment. Dian's inner eye looked nothing like it usually did. What once was a lush land of red-gold fire stretching out as far as the eye could see had considerably dimmed. Now, other than a pale and sickly orange light to the floor, there was nothing but black all around. The sprite only barely stopped itself from jumping up with happiness to surge forward ecstatically and head toward the center of the world. However, what it saw when it got there made it freeze in fear. It wanted to turn back, wanted to say it was sorry for ever letting things go this far, but it was too late. A pressure the likes of which it had never felt in its infantile life descended from above as chains of gold shot out of a seal so brilliant it couldn't be seen through. The blob of light felt a rage that could destroy nations descend upon it. In fact, it was the last thing it felt before everything went black. Dian started awake, sitting up so quickly that the felt a wave of nausea. His eyes blinked, adjusting to the bright lights that surrounded him. Damn it! Dian panicked slightly. He couldn't remember exactly what happened, but he knew that him losing consciousness was not a good thing. For one, there was the beast babies he was supposed to be monitoring. Although they were gone now, he still saw them as his little siblings. Then there was the promise he made to the flaming lily sect disciples. Even though he didn't care about them to the same extent he did his beast companions, that didn't mean he felt okay leaving them high and dry. Looking around, Dian finally realized what the bright light that was forcing him to squint was. It turned out that he was still in the Silver Mountain and the oddly shaped Rainbow Rock was shining just as much as before. You shouldn't sit up so quickly. A soft and sweet voice filled with worry came from Dian's side. It didn't take him very long to realize that it came from Madeline. Dian shook his head, squeezing his eyes shut in hopes of wishing away his blurred vision. How long was I asleep? Not that long. Just 2 days. Your body recovers very quickly. Madeline looked down, a bit ashamed. She had tried to use her flame's life characteristic on Dian, but she found out very quickly that it was too weak to be of use. Dian relied on his own vitality to heal himself, while she only helped by making his sleep a bit more comfortable. Feeling Madeline's sadness, Dian reached out and grabbed her hand. It's not your fault, even I can't heal my body alone properly. I was relying on this special energy I found before, but I ran out of it a long time ago. Special energy? Madeline asked in curiosity. When I was awakening my constitutions, I was lucky enough to choose the constitution that was originally stolen from me at birth, so I connected to its world quicker than normal. Dian coughed, suddenly feeling very embarrassed. Madeline had been there when he came back out half dead and covered in beast dung, but he never actually explained what happened. As expected, Madeline fell into a fit of giggles after practically squeezing the story out of Dian. I've read books on these special energies, Madeline said after a few moments. I hear that there's a branch of magic that focuses on tapping back into these ancient energies. They believe that their secrets are still hidden within our meridians and that conventional energy is just an amalgamation of those energies coalesced into one. However, I haven't had much time to study magic. Still, no one has really succeeded on the magic side of things, but there's been some progress on the curse side. The curse side, Madeline hummed in acknowledgement. Poison masters have found some very corrosive and dangerous energies in their studies. But aside from them, the only other energies that deviate from the conventional path aren't ones we've discovered, but ones that exist naturally. For example, devil chi has survived to this day in small forms. Soul energy is another example, but that one is a special case. Diane nodded. Soul energy not only existed in free form, but we also had the ability to convert conventional energy into it by using soul path cultivation techniques. It was likely that it was because of soul energy that magic masters believed they could create such cultivation techniques for other types of energy. It was an intriguing idea, to say the least. Thinking to this point, Diane couldn't help but think back to Loki's faith seed, still hidden within his soul tome. He wondered if a magic master who had transcended had made any headway along that path. Either way, Diane didn't mind it too much. Learning magic would have to wait for now. At least, it would have to wait until he finally gathered the necessary materials to build himself a clone. In fact, other than killing God Goldine, that was his second top priority in this Golden Flame realm. He had a third goal as well. The requirements for this one were far more stringent: to find the materials to rebuild his master's body. Not only hers, but the valley spirits as well. However, Diane didn't know if even this place had what he needed. While he only needed comet-grade materials for his clone, moon-grade at the most if he wanted to use the technique to perfection, if he wanted his master to be reborn without side effect, planet-grade materials were the lowest requirement. One could imagine how difficult such a task was. The only material of this grade Diane had ever seen was presented to him by a half-step transcendent. Their value was obvious just by this simple fact. Taking a deep breath, Diane swept his divine sense over the agreed-upon 10,000-kilometer radius and couldn't help but cringe. Of the 53 flaming lily sect disciples, only half were in any sort of relatively good health. Of the other half, they were almost all suffering devastating wounds. In fact, 6 of them were on the edge of dying any moment. They wouldn't hold out for more than a few more days. Diane sighed. At least no one has died yet. All right, let's go help your fellow disciples, sisters, then we can deal with all of this. After a few moments to recovery, Diane and Madeline headed off to save the flaming lily sect disciples. Seeing their faces, the disciples that had been despairing finally sighed a breath of relief. Diane didn't apologize. He believed that that would have the opposite effect. It was better if they thought he wasn't perfect so that they wouldn't rely on him too much. This pressure would also allow them to grow. Still, Diane found it interesting that the 6 who were the most injured all had the same story. Apparently they had noticed the sky castles and attempted to make a move on them. But they were rebuffed by various cliques who had claimed them. One was controlled by the Sapientia guilds, another was controlled by the Golden Crow sect, and the last was the battleground of the true gods. No one dared to enter that last one except for peak celestials. It seemed that True God Hydra had broken through to the celestial realm and had a massive battle with True God Tatsuya. Although True God Hydra lost in the end, True God Tatsuya didn't monopolize the castle. Instead, he simply said that if you were strong enough to cross his barrier, you could enter. Needless to say, many failed miserably. Diane raised an eyebrow. Dragons were arrogant beyond belief. Sharing is caring wasn't exactly one of their philosophies. But then Diane understood that he likely realized that he needed to take a step back as well. No matter how powerful True God Tatsuya was, he was still too weak to defeat a peak celestial. He saved himself from some embarrassment by allowing those powerful enough to enter the castle. At the same time, those who entered would respect his status as a true god and not act too flagrantly. Of course, not only had Diane felt the presence of these sky castles, he believed there were likely more than 3. After all, what were the odds that his divine sense, despite its limited range, would just so happen to pick up on all of them? There was another more curious matter as well. This wasn't the first time this world had opened. Yet they were all still so eager about these castles despite the fact that there were so many treasures to be had on this ground here. As though seeing through Diane's thoughts, Madeline giggled. Not everyone can see any and everything within 50,000 kilometers like you. To them, the ground is a massive unknown, filled with dangers that might or might not have rewards. But the castles are known commodities. There are dangers, but they always have analogous rewards. I see, Diane mumbled. By now, he and Madeline had finished treating the flaming lily sect disciples and had once more entered the Silver Mountain. Diane had reached out his mind toward the celestial beast babies as well, but he didn't go to them. Their lives were also hanging on by a string, but unlike those female disciples, he had to hold back from going to help them. What else do you know about the castles? I know that simply making your way to them is a trial in and of itself considering we can't fly. I also know that this is just the first phase of them. Within each castle, there are multiple keys. After a year, the next phase opens and the process repeats. Then, there's a final third phase with only a single castle. Legends say that this final sky castle is heavily tied to the sovereign flame. There's another point as well. For the first two phases, there are visible and invisible castles. Phase 1 has 3 visible castles, but Phase 2 only has 1. These invisible castles are left entirely to luck to find. Diane looked up to the rainbow rock hovering before them as he listened to Madeline.
So the final phase reward is the sovereign flame? Maybe yes, maybe no. It's kind of like the rewards for the tower trials. No one ever tells others what their rewards were. They cause too much greed, so it's better to be silent. Madeline followed Diane's gaze.
What did you end up doing with the mineral sprite? Diane's eyes flashed with an angered expression. I put it in the same torture array I put the Holy Princess and Matriarch Niveus in. Madeline sighed. You're too vindictive. Matriarch Niveus, I understand. But the Holy Princess was trying to do good, while the mineral sprite is basically nothing more than a child. You're probably right, but no matter what that truth is, if they had succeeded in what they wanted to do, I wouldn't be here right now. Then what would happen to you?
To Clara?
To Amphrey? To all of those people relying on me? Diane shook his head. This is life. The decisions you make have reverberating effects whether you want them to or not. Madeline smiled lightly. Then how about you put them to use instead?
I'm sure a holy princess has knowledge on many useful things. For example, doesn't Amphrey comprehend holy supreme laws?
She'd find her very useful. Also, imagine how helpful a mineral sprite would be. You wouldn't have to wait for little Maying to reach the Tao formation realm anymore because the sprite would be more than capable of finding resources for us. They're very sensitive to such heavenly treasures. Just look around. Madeline pointed to the mountain around them. It's already accumulated so much wealth without guidance. Diane laughed. He knew that this wife of his was saying these things so he'd have pity on them, but he had to admit that her words were effective. There wasn't an ounce of what she said that was incorrect. Plus, Madeline tried to put the nail in the coffin. I've never seen or heard of this rainbow mineral before, and I believe it's the same for you. Who else but the mineral sprite would know its best uses? Okay. Diane shook his head. You win. In the next moment, a spherical cage filled with complex gears appeared in his hand. Then, 2 sorry figures were released even as the third's agonizing scream filled the Silver Mountain. Diane coldly stared at Matriarch Niveus' withering soul before closing the geared cage. He had lost count of the number of times he had upgraded the torture system, but even if he hadn't, it was clear that the old woman had long since lost herself to despair.
Surprisingly, though, she was still lucid enough to recognize Diane's figure. Matriarch Niveus could be considered a talent, just like anyone else who managed to reach the celestial realm in that energy-poor universe of theirs.
In a normal environment, she would have most definitely become a Tao formation expert, so her mental stability was quite firm. By Diane's calculations, it had been about 100 or so years total since he put her in there. There was the 13 to 15 years of his trials, plus his 2-year coma.
Then there was the 50-plus years of training, then the 25 or so years with the Demon Sage. Plus, this leaves about anywhere between 3 to 5 years Diane spent in leisure with his wives and within the soul-rending Peak sect.
Considering Matriarch Niveus had lived for almost 10,000 years, 100 years was a small time for her. So, Diane didn't expect her to completely crumble for a long while more. Unfortunately for the Holy Princess, her time spent in the torture chamber wasn't too different. But Diane didn't feel bad for her. She appeared in a shivering state. She had, impressively, not forgotten her original form, so distinctive hands and knees covered her head. Despite having been tortured for so long, she had held on against all hope. She still had a mission to complete, but who knew she would have been thwarted by a child? To her right, what seemed like the crying sounds of a child came from the blob of light that was the mineral sprite. Despite it having experienced just 2 days of torture, it was in an even worse state than matriarch Niveus. Both of them had chains of gold around them, impeding any escape they might have thought of. Suddenly, the Holy Princess looked up in confusion. That pain she had gotten so used to for so long had actually disappeared? You. The Holy Princess pointed a delicate, illusory finger toward Diane, filled of grievances and hate. You evil scoundrel! Diane rolled his eyes. Even after 100 years of torture, she couldn't think of a better insult? You're lucky I released you in the first place. If it was up to me, you would have rotted for the rest of your life, Diane said coldly. The Holy Princess almost erupted in anger, but seeing the seriousness in Diane's expression, she shrunk back as far as her chains would allow. Evil man, she muttered before what Diane thought were tears began to fall down her cheeks. Since she was nothing but a spirit, they came out like oddly droplet-shaped motes of light. You sacrificed so many people, yet you're still so cruel. Diane's temper flared. No matter how good-natured he was to his wives, there was still a deep and hidden bestial nature he still found hard to control. If you weren't someone he cared about, he didn't care what cruel methods he used. This was a large part of why his grand teacher referred him to the Crystal Dragon clan. It was still very difficult for him to control his lust and rage. However, before he could act, Madeline had stepped forward. You've wrongly accused my husband and you almost killed him because of your mistake. I believe anyone would be angry at you for this regardless of what good intentions you had. The Holy Princess looked up like a pitiful child. Wrongly accused? She thought for a moment before shaking her head vigorously. That's absolutely impossible. No one could be naturally born with such a powerful soul. Plus, I saw tens of thousands of constitutions floating within him. They were clearly stolen, with treasures of the 33 heavens like the spirit body being a matter of reality. It wasn't unheard of for constitutions to be stolen. Clearly, the princess believed that Diane was one of these evil people. Still, truth be told, the Holy Princess immediately had a good impression of Madeline and couldn't understand why such a pure young woman would call such an evil man husband so lovingly. Madeline shook her head. My husband comes from a clan of cruelly ostracized people. In the next few moments, Madeline proceeded to tell the truth of the matter to the Holy Princess. Obviously, this was something Diane didn't like wasting his time doing. When others offended him, when had he ever bothered to tell the truth? For example, even when he was accused of rape by Violet, had he ever gone out of his way to clear his name? No. In fact, he allowed everyone to think what they wanted. He was sure that there were still some stupid ones who still believed that he had done it. Explaining himself just wasn't his style. The Holy Princess, however, broke down into tears once more after hearing Madeline's explanation. Much like Madeline, she was very sensitive to the purity of others, so she knew that she was being told the truth. I'm sorry. The Holy Princess began to bawl like a baby, unable to control her emotions. Even Diane began to feel bad at this point. Okay. These matters are all in the past. Diane waved his hand dismissively. He had acted disproportionately just like she had, so it would be petty of him to continue being angry. As this reconciliation was happening, the mineral sprite was completely ignored, only further solidifying its grievances.